Let's go. When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution.
HEB.
HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Welcome to the search for the next big Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and over the course of the next few months, we are on the hunt for the next Rocket League greats. This event, thank you, is made in part by our sponsors here at Nerd Focus, as you just saw, as well as HEB. So make sure to check out those sponsors. And I have this lovely little drink right here that I encourage you all to look at, because as a biologist myself, I looked at the ingredients here and it's just delicious. So guys, if you don't know what this event is, let me break it down a little bit for you. Think The Voice, think America's Got Talent, think the next Eurovision, right? We're looking for these unsigned teams in Rocket League that are looking to make a name for themselves. Beasley, which is the owner of the Houston Outlaws, the very popular Overwatch League team, they're looking to sign the next great talent. So if you're not in this qualifier right now and you see this video, we do have another one coming up in the future, but right now we have 16 amazing teams that we got to whittle down to 8 to see who will be moving on into the finals, which will be happening later in August. And to join me on today's broadcast, our two opening casters are the amazing Danger Taco and the Eternal J. Let's bring them on the broadcast. How you doing, everybody? Let's start with Taco.
I'm doing well. I'm super excited for this event, not only because I get to cast with you wonderful people, but also because we get fantastic matchups with, after all the teams that kind of get thrown into the open qualifier, we have whittled down to the best of the best. We have the cream of the crop here, and even from there, we're going to get even more specific. So this finals that's going to be taking place in August, it's really shaping up to be quite the interesting event that we do have working here, and that's exactly what I'm sure Beasley Esports is looking for, is be able to find the best possible team, and this format does help in that regard.
Yeah, and it's not really, you know, a very typical event. This is something that I think is maybe one of the first off, if I can think of anything that this has maybe happened in esports in general. I know it's the first time in Rocket League that this kind of like spectacle has happened, but it's exciting, it's hype, it's never before done, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen to this. And even though this is the first qualifier, there are major ramifications going forward. Let's say hi to Jay over there, who has kind of subbed in for us today. Thank you so much for being here on a short notice, but we are happy to have your commentary, sir.
Well, I hope I can fill the big shoes. Shout out to Jolly, of course, who couldn't be here this evening or this afternoon for you guys in the US. But I hope that I can do the scene justice. I know I've been out of Rocket League a little bit of time now, but you know, getting to see the newer talents all come through has always been my thing. It's always been right up my alley. So as you mentioned, to look for that next big team is always a fun hunt, and I think this is the perfect tournament to try and do that here.
Yeah, and let's actually talk about what's on the line, because we know we're signing teams, but actually we want to talk about just what is at stake here. It's a 1-year minimum contract, $5,000 a month per player. That is a very good salary for just a bubble team getting started and wanting to compete in the RLCS. So there, I don't know, when you think about the prize pools that you had in Rocket League events, you know, cumulatively, if you're thinking like an investor, this has got to be one of the biggest individual prize pools for winning that I can think of, right? And over the course of a year, it's going to pay dividends, right? And so this is huge for some of these bubble players looking to go pro. And speaking of our bubble teams and players, let's actually bring up the bracket now and talk a little bit about who we got coming up today. Starting at the top of the bracket, Team.exe going up against Up, Down, Left, Right, who will be our very first matchup of the day. Board and Vendetta, Dream and Sin, US Army Esports, Jolly Roger Esports, and then the lower bracket as well, Catch 22, Kitty Cats, Lights Out, Aviators, Nobody Isolated, Intelligent Monkeys, and Beppis. So those are our teams, but let's talk a little bit about who's on those teams. And if you have your ear to the ground talking about our bubble players in North America, you might recognize a couple of these names that we're about to roll off here, especially on Team.exe. And I'll let Taco have the floor for this one.
Yeah, Team.exe is the team that when you're signing up for the tournament, maybe as a hopeful, you're hoping they are not in the bracket because you know that they're out there, you know they're unsigned. It's Stealth, Monster 442, and Knight, 3 players that have pretty much all seen some form of RLCSX regional action. They've played in pro level events, or they've just been really taking home a lot of money in weekly tournaments. It's a team that's hung together for quite some time now, and they're hungry to get back to that level. Of course, tournament like this, a perfect opportunity for themselves to prove themselves, and then, you know, get rewarded for all their hard work. I mean, we talked about the uniqueness of this tournament. Sometimes it can be a little bit weird for Bubble Team to earn that org's approval. What better way than just fighting through the gauntlet of other qualified teams?
Yeah, and you know, it's not just about the newcomers as well. We actually have some old guard coming up into this, and I'll let Jay have the floor on this one to talk a little bit about Team Board, who has 3 players that we've seen way back. I mean, one of my very first lands I ever casted was one of these players making top 8, and I'm excited to see if they can make it all the way through the bracket here.
Yeah, I mean, Board, we're going to get to see them a little bit later on today, but I'm looking forward to this team the most because it is the one that's most familiar to me. Again, I've been out of the scene for a while, but I think that if you've known anything about Rocket League in the past 2 years, you'll definitely know the names of Soul Flares and Prime Thunder. Prime Thunder, a previous Rival Series player from my personal memory, and always one of those guys that really stood out for the most part. So to track his career over the last couple of years is going to be the most interesting thing to me, and with an opportunity like this presented to him and his teammates, I'm curious to see whether they can channel that experience into this bracket today.
Yeah, and as well as the teams we know, I think it's just as exciting to point out the teams we don't know, because that is the entire point of this event. You could be that player that has never been heard before, or maybe just a little bit here in like 6-man servers or rank A or, you know, what have you, and you can get signed to a pro team. That's the whole point of this event, and we love that kind of enthusiasm and storylines coming into this. So if you're having a pop-off day, you better be prepared to bring that action going all the way into August. A little more thoughts coming into this about any other teams that you have notable impact on, Taco, in the bracket. I think there's maybe one more team I want to talk about before we close your segment, but let's see what you got to say.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that I think when you're looking them up, they're names that you definitely recognize. If you've been around the scene, especially the bubble scene, there is a lot of players that you see their name and you know them from different tournaments. You know, they might have wiped the floor with you in a couple different weekly tournaments or monthly tournaments. You might see them from CRL as that scene within North America has continued to expand. And I think the main thing is that, just as you had said, this is a chance to prove yourself, and I think it's the best stage possible to do that in front of people here on the PAX Arena Twitch channel with us commentating and critiquing. And I'm curious to see among these players, actually right off the bat with Up, Down, Left, Right, we have Josher Squasher, Anxiety, and Bacon Hero, 3 players that are up and coming. They're trying to rank up in that 6-man server, and they've earned a modicum of respect, but right off the bat, they're really going to have to earn it against Team.exe, which is, of course, our #1 seed, and really a team that we're expecting to go on further. And such a brutal way, we have to pit them against each other first round to determine who's going to get qualified and who's going to knock the lowers.
Yeah, the first round, as my friend Sean would say, win and you're in, because there is a double elimination bracket here. We do have an upper and a lower bracket. But the first match we got coming up is going to be Team.exe and Up, Down, Left, Right. That will be Knight, Monster, Stealth going up against Josher, Squasher, Anxiety, and Bacon. So let's talk a little bit more about that matchup going into it. It's going to be a good one here. I have some notable names, even though we all maybe know the names of Team.exe. Josher Squasher actually, and Taco knows about this, is one of the starter players for Nova, which is the collegiate team coming out of Northern Virginia, and they make consistent top 8s in the CRL and CCA. So I want to talk a little bit about that team going forward and see if maybe they can pull an upset up against Team.exe. Maybe we'll see. Danger Taco.
I think for myself, the thing that I'm always concerned about when you do have these really high-level players in Team.exe play against a team of up-and-coming players, that the reason that players are up-and-coming is that they're not quite there. Not mechanically, not based on speed, but just on raw decision-making and potentially just chemistry. Team.exe is a team that has played together a lot. To my knowledge, the Up, Down, Left, Right squad doesn't actually have consistent playtime. It's one of, I would say, the many qualms people have with the competitive scene and the bubble scene, is that teams get together and they kind of form pickup teams. And even though you may be able to adapt to teammates, there is a lot of value of just choosing a roster, sticking with it, and then knowing each other inside and out and being able to work that to perfection. And I think that's what Team.exe will attempt to bring to the field. For me, I think if up, down, left, right wants to stay in this game, and I know that they can based purely just off skill and what I already know about them, they need to be able to implement that level of chemistry and cohesion. Otherwise, it might get just a little bit rough. I'm not saying any blowouts, but it's certainly a game of inches at times, and you can get edged out and lose games, even if not by a crazy margin.
And these are best of sevens. All games going forward will be qualifying for best of sevens. Best of sevens are a different beast in Rocket League, but I think we are ready to get into the match, so let's throw it over to Danger Taco and Eternal J for our very first match of the Search Rocket League, the search for the next big Rocket League pro team coming up. And without further ado, game number 1 presented by the Eternal J and Danger Taco. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's looking forward to see how well this one will go to kick things off. As you mentioned before, like, .exe have got to be the team, I think, the favorites overall in this matchup, just to start things off, just because of the nature, as you mentioned, of them being a definitive team versus a couple of pickup squads. You mentioned that obviously being an issue for the bubble scene. I remember tracking the EU bubble scene back in the day, and that was always an issue that a pet peeve that I always had. And it feels like that even though they have got some potential in some of the other squads, it feels like these are going to be the guys that should be able to make their way in pretty handily.
Yeah, and this is the team that they qualifying through the upper bracket, they're able to have that luxury of just getting one win down and then they're in. And it can't be undeserved. They're a team that fought through a lot of different adversities within the qualifier on day 1. And obviously day 2 is where you have to put up the money and be able to show up. And of course, they have the luxury as well of being able to lose twice and then you're out. But so that second life is something they don't want to have to use. I think both these teams really going to fight tooth and nail to be able to actually just get into this bracket. But I think this is a great show match to really just show things off and the talent on display within this tournament to start things off. And so I'm sure these players, they're all showmen. They're going to give us a good performance anyway, but definitely a good thing to show not only the skill on available within the community, but to show what the search is really all about.
Well, in terms of individual players to watch, who are we looking at here for both Up, Down, Left, Right and Team.exe?
I think for me, I know Josh Squasher is someone with a large personality on the field. He's very confident. He's a very flow-based player. If he's feeling good, he's definitely a danger to watch. He can disrupt the play. He loves going for those exit movements, getting players out of the field, and then just trying to make the other team uncomfortable. Of course, team like Team.exe is going to be able to handle that pressure fairly well. I'm looking for stealth, most RLCS experience out of all these players on the field. And with that experience comes hopefully that composure, even when maybe the game might be a little bit shaky or you might get taken to a couple match losses that maybe you weren't anticipating. You'll be able to take those deep breaths, consolidate yourselves, calm down your teammates, and move forward. I think that composure, that experience, and on top of that, just the collective skill will be something for all of Team.exe and also Up, Down, Left, Right to be able to focus on, take pride and solace in, and move forward with a lot of success.
Yeah, moving forward with success is the main thing for them. And as was mentioned earlier during the pre-game, obviously this is still going to be a second lifeline for those respective sides. I'm looking forward to see how well the loser will ultimately end up in that lower bracket and how they'll be able to play that out. But for me personally, I think a lot of people are looking at this matchup, and definitely I'm looking at this matchup saying Team.exe should be able to make this a pretty, I don't want to say one-sided affair, but definitely a confident enough affair for them. For me, I'm going to give at least the credit of a game for the likes of Up, Down, Left, Right, but ultimately, to see how well things are going to have to go, we're going to have to get into the matchup and see how well these teams will play out. XE are in the blue half and Up, Down, Left, Right over in the orange side of things. Again, best of 7 rules for all matches involved. So there is a little bit of pressure that will be relieved in the event of a Game 1 loss, but early momentum will definitely be important for these respective teams. Joshua involved against Stealth Knight. We're going to come up here with a double tap attempt towards the opening goal, but that one's sent way too far wide.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is a best of 7, so yes, you do have the luxury of dropping a game, but that's the last thing you want to do when a game like Rocket League, really like all esports, has a lot of momentum-based qualities, and beyond that, game 1s are somewhat of a feeler game, so I don't like to put too much stock on those game number 1s, even if you do lose, because it's two teams who might not have even scrimmed each other facing off, and you're going to have to learn what adversities come with their play styles already. We're seeing some creative play out of Team.exe going off that ceiling pass.
Now it will be Up, Down, Left, Right on the attacking half, attempting to get their own opportunity scored up, but so far so little gain when it comes to the attackers, and very quickly return to the midfield with the likes of EXE. EXE We're going to set towards that right-hand side alongside Bacon, who's trying his best to set up a decent shot. Just a couple of missed touches and inaccuracies really hurting the UDLR side. Still a couple of good shots in, passing plays attempted, but just blocked off and read nicely by Team.exe. So in this back line, they hold their confidence and they maintain control for the most part into the counter-attack. Monster can go very close towards this off the backboard. Is not quite able to go definitively for a decent shot and a decent goal, though. So it's blocked off by up, down, left, right as they try and reset. But a demo in, a bit too far wide off the backboard, but Monster can dunk it in and open up the day for Team.exe.
And sometimes when teams are playing such good defense, getting in the way, getting a great blocks, it might just be easier to go through them with your own car, take them out of the play, and it opens up a gap. Will Monster will drive that ball and themselves straight through. Great opening goal, and the physical play showing its head.
Nice and effective to start things off. It was a bit of a struggle earlier on, but again, Team.exe able to maintain their control and follow it into the post. Not quite to the net itself. Stealth getting very close towards that. Monster also with a bit of a miss. Bacon is going to be able to chase that downfield and actually get it to an open net. So massive overcommitment from the XE side as up, down, left, right can equalize.
And constant awareness always required. That air dribble right off the kickoff, almost in, but then that almost goal on one end turns into a counterattack on the other. Miss doesn't help either. This game, at this level, you have to trust your teammates on every single touch. So when one whiff can undo your defense like that, you have to make sure the composure is staying at an all-time high, because just a tiny mistake seemingly at midfield can turn into such an easy goal for the other side.
Turn over the attack here for the up, down, left, right camp as they try and capitalize on this opportunity they've been given back into even stances, but the touches out from EXE are getting really styly indeed. Knight almost popped that one in. It's a little bit too far wide. I think they would have hit in the post anyway, but still up, down, left, right. Have got to hold defensive to try and get a decent clear and try and relieve some of the pressure that XE are putting up. Passes into midfield. Stealth with a fantastic receiver off the backboard. Third man coming in. Knight can't quite get it. Monster can recover it though, put it close, but defensive holds from Joshua Squasher, and now and XC finds Bakery again towards the attacking half. So great counterattacks involved from up, down, left, right, but XC still able to return. A great shot sent up there by Monster. Follow up from Stealth and Knight might not be received though.
And I love the awareness coming out from Team.exe. They have the majority of the pressure already, having 7 shots, and we still got 2 minutes to go. But even on that last attack, they hit the ball on the backboard. They understand how much pressure they've had, how much boost they've stolen, and knows that at the end of the day, up, down, left, right just has to really throw it into space, throw it right back to them so they don't rush. Ball gets a weak clear, and then they just continue the attack. It's great awareness like that and good pressure from Team.exe that does the work for it. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. They don't have the lead yet, but with passes like that, it really won't take too long. Knight finally getting on the board again, and we will be seeing a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, both sides trying to abuse the passing play, but XE have just been that little bit better at it and have had a bit more breathing room when it comes to the penalty area. So 2-1 to start things off for the blue half of the field. Team.exe have been tested in this matchup, but not quite as heavily as up, down, left, right would have liked it to be here. Up by a goal, still a minute and a half to play. Bakery and Anzi involved with bumps out. Chance available, and actually, there are some good responses in tow here. I'm surprised at how well UDL are doing.
Yeah, but I love this play from Bacony. They jump once into it, then use the flip to be able to pre-flip into it. It's that change of pace that beats that defender, and then, of course, what a surprise, that bump play to open up the defense, and it works so well for both sides now. And yeah, game one is a feeler game, but it doesn't seem like either side is being tentative. Up, down, left, right, I think has faced most of the pressure here, but they're dealing with it well, and most importantly, they're not crumbling. They're right in this game.
Bakery sending this one up here to the corner. Should be sent back to the midfield, and Joshua Squasher can receive. Pass out towards Bakery, trying to utilize him as a central part to the attack so many times so far. It's just the finish has not quite been there for up, down, left, right. Anzi will try to set this up to the backboard in the last 60 seconds of the game. Unfortunately, unable to do so, so Monster can chase right back downfield. Dangerous ball sent in, bumps involved. His teammate is a little bit too far back. Knight unable to punish off the back of that back line being cleared up, but still they press the issue. Still that ball goes close. Josh is going to take that back. Bacon's got to find a clear.
And they will be able to, but the ball's not out of their half in the final 30 seconds. We might be looking at an overtime. I wouldn't be surprised to be able to tear these two teams apart, especially with really the quality of players on display here in game number one. I think at this point, it's really just all about up, down, left, right's ability to manage their boost on defense. They're getting starved every single advance from Team.exe, and they've been able to get their own goals to their respect, but I don't know how much it's going to last if they're going to be a bit too greedy on their boost usage.
Angie in the midfield. Stealth takes that ball right away from him, going for a last second off the ceiling. Backboard in from Josh there, take it off to the side. 3 seconds remaining. Knight gets involved at the backboard again into Stealth. Oh, it's a little bit too low. And Bacon, he can just block it to take us to overtime for game 1. And what a hell of a way to start the day, I guess. It might end very quickly, though. And Stealth just gets back just in time. Still a lot of pressure applied in the early game here by up, down, left, right. So quick off the back of that kickoff, and now just keeping Xe held right back into their back line. No chance for that ball to go to the orange half. Anzi's going to try bump players out of the way. The Stealth at least maintains it and tries to counter-attack alongside Monster. It can get sent away by up, down, left, right, who are exploiting some serious mistakes. Open net turned in by Knight, who just takes it wide.
It's a really close call there from Team.exe, and up, down, left, right, just not quite close enough, but it's inspiring to see. And if they can't avoid any calamity like that, the roller off the dunk, and Stealth is going to end it.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant from Stealth. You couldn't have seen that coming. You never could have seen that coming. Not UDLR or us, Team EXE. With the 3-2 game to kick things off. A really fantastic way to kick things off, I want to say. And, I mean, just what more can you add towards that? Fantastic stuff on their own particular part. And fantastic from our fantastic partners as well of this tournament. Let's take a look at them.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Things up here in this game here. This series is promising to deliver, I want to say, at this particular stage. And given how back and forth that was, Taco, I'm hoping that game 2 can be just as good.
Yeah, and I think game 1s can be both teams figuring each other out. I think Team EXE has certainly made their mark as a team that loves to live on the offensive half. They had 10 shots to 3, but 66% shooting, not too shabby from up, down, left, right. They're right in this game. They might be hemmed in their half at times throughout the rest of these games, but I think they made a statement. This is not going to be a rollover team. I think we're all prefacing our opinions by saying Team.exe, they are a quality squad. They should go through, but nothing is guaranteed. Up, down, left, right, putting up a great fight. I just would love to see them be able to get on to the advance a little bit cleaner, make sure they can maintain the same amount of offensive pressure, and make sure that boost usage is kept top notch.
Boost was a bit of a problem for them over the course of that game, so let's just keep your eyes on those bars at the bottom right-hand corners of your screens, because they might become very important to them, assuming the interceptions don't go well for Joshua Squasher. Again, trying to find his way back out. Monster can send that one towards the orange net, however, try to get that first offensive going here in game 2. Team EXE fighting off the back foot for the time being, but at least finding their way into that orange half for the moment. A couple of counter-actions, and again, a couple of interceptions from the part of the up, down, left, right camp. Joshua Squasher and Anzi Yeti involved with the offensive play. Got a decent amount of ball control, but not enough to go for a definitive offensive play. Josh is still going to try to set this up towards the box, and it's pinched away by Stealth and Co. Stealth will try follow it out, but he's a little bit too late to the party, so it's returned so quickly here by up, down, left, right.
Yeah, and this is a good attack they have, and notice they're retreating back to the midfield, but they're not going much farther than that. They're trying to keep midfield pressure, because even when long balls come out, they can just send it right back down, try to get an air dribble to maintain that possession, and it's working really well. In fact, they have most of the pressure, and it might pay off, but Anxiety can't get that one. Josher on the follow, and that squishy save from Monster not gonna do enough, and the opener going here to up, down, left, right.
I'm not sure whether to praise Anxiety or just call it a bit of a lucky moment right there. Either way, the breakaway gave enough breathing room for that first goal to be scored by up, down, left, right. Joshua Squasher getting the credit for it and kicking things off as well here in the second phase of the game. Up, down, left, right. Brilliant moments of their own accord. Again, it has been fantastic played from them in these early couple of games. The ball sent again towards a relatively open net. It does get countered by Monster. Knight trying to find his way out of the midfield. It feels like Team EXE are the ones that have been the most pressured so far in game 2.
Yeah, they haven't even had a shot yet, and we're 90 seconds in. It's really just been oppressive pressure. And how about clinical finishing like that? Josher to the far post, perfectly placed.
Wonderfully done from Anxiety. Set it up again. I'm not sure whether that was intentional or not, similar to the last goal, but it works. Joshua Squasher again set up 2-0 now for the board both himself and for up, down, left, right. Bacony trying to get his own piece of the pie here out of the corner. Sets it into the box, tries to leave it for Joshua Squasher again, but this time the defensive is a bit too tight there in the back lines. The Team EXE will not allow him to go for such a basic goal. When Anxiety still playing in off the back of this corner, and Bacony goes in for a shot, just turned away by Stealth off that backboard, but for a minute there it did feel like it was going on. Team EXE got to get a counter. This could be that breakaway chance for Monster. Bounce it directly inside the box. Counteraction from Stealth a little bit too far out of position. It is just thrown off here by the UDLR side.
Yeah, and it's good defense by Josher, understanding that ball's going to come down. They don't have to panic. They don't have to really rearrange themselves too much. Just trust in the read and get a gentle clear down, and it pays off, and they'll be able to get right back on attack. What a pass by Anxiety, but it's not going to be close enough for Josher to chase down. He will get demoed. And so far, I'm really impressed by up, down, left, right, not only because they're getting the shots and scoring them. Sometimes that is something that a lot of bubble teams or teams that come in a little bit mismatched struggle with. They get opportunities and they just don't capitalize, and that ends up being the difference maker. Right now, Team.exe, they would love to have any opportunities. They have been pressed from the very get-go of game number 2, and since then, not much has changed. They're continuing to be on defense. Good save coming out right there, but they're really going to be looking for any chance to go forward, and with 2 minutes remaining, they don't have a lot of time left here in game 2 to do so.
Yeah, I think the key word there is any chance. Still no shots found to target by Team.exe versus the 8 the up, down, left, right have had so far in this game. 2 of which have come out successful, of course, to the 2-0 lead that you see right now. Cross back from Bacon, he's sent back to the corner by the defensive of Team.exe. Monster find his way out, kind of have that 100 boost as well at the midfield. He'll steal it away from Joshua for the time being, but being able to get an offensive going at this moment. Knight leaves it for Stealth. Stealth bounces it off the backboard, trying to go for a zero angle scorer. Might leave his teammates to go for it instead, but it's read so well by Joshua, man. He's been playing a really wonderful game so far.
Yeah, I love that he's been getting goals, but more importantly, he's also been really stalwart player in the back for up, down, left, right, getting in between all these shots. And what a lot of defense is not just making good saves, but making sure that you don't allow goals like this. I'll say, out of all the goals we've seen, that might be the best. It's just unfortunate it's an own goal.
Oh, Joshua, that is the wrong side of the pitch, mate. You had some very good goals, and that, to your credit, was a good goal, but other side. First on the board now for Team.exe, and that was pretty close to going in anyway, so I imagine that had Joshua had been in any other position, that would have gone back to a 2-1. They're going to try follow suit with another goal very quickly here. 60 seconds remaining for them to counter it, and at this stage it looks a little bit less pressured here for the XE side to counteract. Knight bumping in, opens up the line for Stealth, gets that second to the board, and it's in a blink of an eye that we're back to evens.
Anxiety, I feel for him. They wanted to prevent that flick, but they tried to be a little bit too cautious on that approach. It was a gentle flick, maybe not even the one that Team.exe wanted, but it's the one that they needed. It just opens up the bump play, and they will be able to get a second goal quick as you like. They have been on the back foot the entire game, but they're showing they are never out. You give them an inch, and they will certainly take a mile.
40 seconds remaining, and we could be on for our second overtime in our second game. Feeling like this one has been a lot closer of an affair for the likes of up, down, left, right, and Anxiety almost gets another one to float in. It's him that's set up to try and take the attacking force here. The recovery plays from up, down, left, right being attempted, but again, so quickly returned by the boys over from EXE, and almost another good shot in from Monster. Josh has got to hold the save, leave it for Anxiety to get it out. Stealth to receive that ball, beats Bacony, is just slightly tapped out of position, so Joshua can maintain control of the midfield, but Monster finding Stealth, turned away by Anxiety, disrupting that play. Monster leaving for Knight, again, back to Monster's position. Knight's going to carry it in on his lonesome, and the ball will hit the floor. So overtime indeed for our second game of the day.
And this one a bit more unanticipated, because we didn't see these up, down, left, right squad jump out to a lead, but then they lost it so quickly. So a well-deserved overtime from the perspective of Team.exe. I don't know what the nerves are like with up, down, left, right, but they come this far, and really, based on how the series progressed, I can't be too surprised. Off the backboard, Stealth with an open shot, but not the power they're looking for, and on we play.
So close to that one, just slowing that pace down, trying to throw down, up, down, left, right. Want him off at this particular defensive line. That's a throw-off play from Knight's own part. Beats out Joshua. At least that might open up a chance to beat Stealth, but Gets that saving against Bacon's shot and carries it forward straight to the midfield. Leaves it up for Monster to take control of. Only player that can receive that is Joshua. And Monster leaves it to the center line. Big miss from defensive. Knight going to try and see if he can dribble it in. Finding Monster as well to the corner. Great control of the ball. Allows Monster to take a shot. It's just off the post. But it bounces behind the line. And Team.exe, with the nature of ball control in mind, find the second game again in overtime.
And you notice just how little room for error you do have. All of that starts in that back corner for up, down, left, right. The ball is just sitting there. We see a little bit of a miss, and that's all that it takes for Team.exe to go forward. Good 50s help and a great finish, of course, will be able to cap that goal for them. But that's really what all these games will come down to. Just slight mistakes and the better team capitalizing on them.
And Team.exe just slightly coming out on top in these ones. You mentioned them being the better team, but honestly, I feel like it's been a dead even game so far. Remember, up, down, left, right started off with a 2-0 in just the first 2 minutes of the game, and everything. It came down to really just, I think, tenacity from Team.exe to be able to hold their own together and actually bring that back from the brink. Because honestly, I felt like approaching that last minute, we were basically done.
It's tough to really ever know when we're done. I mean, this game is so quick. The field is so incredibly tiny, and that's really the chaotic nature of Rocket League that everyone does love, is that the ball will always be in play. It's always dangerous. You don't have to mount a massive attack across a great swath of land. The thing is also that a player like Stealth can be such a massive weapon. We saw them throughout that series get nice air dribbles, bait in challenges, and once one player is beat, it draws the other players in. The rotation gets a little bit jumbled, and they were able to cause a lot of chaos in that backfield or up, down, left, right. Going into this next game, now up, down, left, right, they've dropped 2 games, and that second one is, of course, such a gut punch. You can't really rely on we're just warming up anymore. You're really into the series now, and you've been able to make Team.exe have licked their wounds a little bit, but they came back with a lot of momentum and were able to knock you off your perch. You're down 2. What is your answer here going into game number 3?
Well, like you said, game 1 can be a feeler game, but game 2 doesn't have the similar amount of lack of pressure in best of 5 or best of 7. So now's the time to buckle in and get set and ready for up, down, left, right to try and take the series back under their own control. As great dribble plays again from Team.exe as they press the issue so far forward. Trying their best to get some sort of opening goal in. Got close to the marker, but it's Anxiety, actually. He gets a shot back in of his own right. The second shot of the game registered by up, down, left, right. Joshua again going to try and follow suit alongside Bacony here. Bacony controlling that ball, attempting to do what Team.exe did in the end of that last game. A little bit too much pressure ahead of him, so Monster himself can chase back downfield, play it in close. Very slow ball, though, so Joshua and co can account for it. Try to turn away. Sending off the backboard, Anxiety and Monster. Great playing for Monster again towards Stealth, trying to beat out Josh Show. He's challenged directly back in the Monster's position, though. Anxiety is going to beat him to the ball.
And a great clear and a great return coming in from Knight. Actually, he's going to set up Stealth now for Monster. He's up for that one. He dunks it through 1, not through 2. Bacony, great composure on the goal line to get a save. And, I mean, what a nice 3-person passing play coming out from Team.exe. They're going to be able to continue the pressure as it just gets tapped again and again into this corner. Now some demos will be able to potentially open things up, but we'll get away with it a little bit. Stealth just a little bit too low on boost. So on defense, obviously boost management is so important, but right there we saw Team.exe open up a gap in the midfield, but can't take advantage of it because they have to retreat out eventually. So a little bit over aggression showing its head.
Say over aggression, that could be the perfect amount of aggression still here for the EXE camp. They're playing off the backboard several times, but Anxiety just with a good challenge in against that last final shot. Stealth still trying to find Knight. Bacon, he gets in the way. And Monster, that backboard, their second bounce, but just can't quite find a decent center-up play. Knight will still take this off the sideboard, turn a bit wide. Did look a little bit close, though. Monster on the other side to receive that, continue the aggressive play. Bacon just can't pinch that away from position. Joshua can try and find his way out, though. Stealth sends it up. Monster again the receiver. Anxiety's beaten. Tapped down. A little bit high off the crossbar again. Knight follows suit. Bacon, he can return. But only so far as the midfield, giving plenty of time and breathing room for the opposing side to get back in control here. Still 2.5 minutes to play for, and neither side has really taken an opening goal, but they've got it closer for the EXE camp.
Yeah, and I'm a bit nervous watching this up, down, left, right squad. Not necessarily because they're pushed in their half. They've been in that situation before. It's just getting up on offense. But speaking of, there's a sitter in front of net. No one close enough. And on the counter, Bacony trying to rush back. Stealth threatens the bump, and no one is home. The long roller finished off by Stealth. And after all the pressure that they have had, that is not the way I thought they would take the lead.
I don't know what Bacony was thinking there. He had to insert himself in front of the attack, in front of Stealth, and try and dribble that ball to the left. It was always going to be a hard draft. It might still have gone in anyway, but that flip cost him his only chance to get anything done here, and he'll look to try and redeem himself immediately off kickoff alongside Anxiety. Off the backboard, Stealth can turn it away. Josh is back in the defensive line, and Knight to receive this ball, give it just the push it needs to get it into the net, and 2-0 for Exy.
My goodness, Stealth's boost management on these air dribbles is just fantastic. And look at this follow, freezes Josh in place. He's kind of waiting for that air dribble to end, but it just seemingly never does. Knight knows better. He's hanging upfield for the cherry pick, and he'll just add a little +1 on the end of it. And as we've seen this game advance on, 0-0, a lot of pressure. Suddenly, we're starting to see Team.exe really heat up and get onto attack with a lot of venom. They're starting to finish off everything, but as we mentioned, things can change so quickly. Stealth just getting dunked right over the top.
God, this is what I love about Rocket League. Those small little plays, just a solo carry all the way downfield, win out one good touch, and just tip it past the line. Bacony pulling off a Stealth in this goal and getting us back in the game here. For up, down, left, right, Anxiety looks to chase it on forward, but the challenges involved for the blue half of the field disallow any opportunity here. Team.exe continue to hold their own as Bacony and Stealth will find each other here off the sideboard bounce. Joshua Squasher and Bacony involved. Tay off to the right-hand side. Monster can get it off to the sideboard itself. And now carry it forward to a counter-attack. Joshua Squasher's got to get that away, but right into the path of Knight. Anxiety sends it over to Bacony, so he sends that back downfield.
Yeah, it's a nice little interplay there from up, down, left, right. The comms certainly working to perfection right there. Not able to give the ball away. They're keeping possession and making sure this soft touches to bait in Team.exe. Granted, they're going to have to find a bit more on the end of their hits there because they're still down by 1, but this is at least encouraging. They're not playing out of panic anymore. They're trying to force pressure organically, and it seems to be working, but not quite well enough because they're going to have to get right back on defense very quickly and try to maintain some semblance of ball pressure.
Knight has it into the box. Stealth looking for his opportunity. He was forced to break away, leaves Monster instead. Slow balls to very open space allows quicker counteractions here from the up, down, left, right side, and almost allowing a decent dunk in of their own right. 2 saves from Stealth, however, disallows any opportunity to equalize, and now that attacking moment, 30 seconds remain. Still pressure is on up, down, left, right to equalize here. With that moment swinging by away from them, no opportunity to get the equalizer since that point. It's sent over to their own half of the field. Knight from the corner finds Stealth. Stealth takes it in front of the box, in front of the net, but unable to find Monster, who's held back in the midfield. He knows that if he can just defend, he can still win it out, and he still beats 2 on the challenge. Takes it to the net, takes it to a third. And UDL are suffering now to what will be a 3rd game in a row for Team.exe.
And it's so rough from Bacony is that they were able to get somewhat fitting and karmic revenge on their goal, but then they get pickpocketed. They're too obsessed with Stealth over their shoulder, trying to get away and make sure they don't get demoed, but the real threat was Monster coming through. Great dunk and being able to take out multiple people right back on the other side. They're not even going to get something for the road. Team.exe moving up to match point. And my goodness, up, down, left, right, they've looked so strong at times. It just seems like the puzzle pieces aren't quite being fit together.
Indeed, yes, such a great contention from their own part and great contention in general from UDLR, but not enough to be a part of the Team.exe side. At the very least, they can take a bit of a HEB break and try to see where they can go with that when we're back after this.
Team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
Well, UDL are doing everything within their power to try bring it back against Team.exe, but Team.exe have just been too powerful. The early couple of games looked fantastic, that last one less so. And now they've got to go for a full reverse sweep to bring this together, Taco. I don't feel like it's going to happen, unfortunately. As close as they've been so far, it's just been a bridge too far to really get control.
I think the main issue that I'm seeing is really the main issue with teams like up, down, left, right. When you're playing against a team of potentially higher skill or at least more cohesion, the biggest things I see happen are just the kind of clunker plays where you make a slightly wrong decision and then it gets punished. Whereas in bubble team tournaments or weeklies, you might be able to get away with some of those mistakes. It's really showing that up, down, left, right, anytime they give an opening to team.exe, it seems like they jump right on the opportunity and they threaten a really serious goal line opportunity. It causes some defensive havoc, and then even if you play them even if you're getting shots your own, that's always seems to be their downfall. It's just a little bit of sloppy play, not enough boost management, or a fatal own goal that sometimes really spells your doom. If they can clean that up, that's a lot, but that's also a lot of time to do so. They have 5 minutes for this next game, but how much can you really fix knowing that you're playing against a team that is ready and willing to go on to that next round? All they need to do is have one more game win. At least right off the bat, they're showing they're not giving up. A nice couple shots, but save out to the side, and team.exe gonna try and mount their first attack.
Yeah, they've been great with counteracting what up, down, left, right are doing here. They'll play it into the box again, try to look for a new way out of this. Monster up, challenged so well again. Trying to beat out Bacony as well. He's in the way of that shot. Knight try to follow it through, but now they go challenge into the midfield line. No one's actually there here for EXE, but you find the way on the rotations, and they can't quite reach it in time. Stealth needs some touch, not quite enough to go for the goal here, but the pressure is just being applied so frequently here by team.exe. They've had that since the word go, and they're just not letting it go any further than the midfield line. Knight here, the ball off the ceiling. Flip it back in against the likes of Bacon. He has Monster as well to a bit more momentum behind that ball. Just sending it towards the orange defenders, though. No real opportunities generated by team.exe.
Yeah, but what I love what they're doing really throughout the series is just being able to bait in a team play and then throw it to the corner. Not every shot has to end up in a goal or a goal line opportunity. It's really just making sure that you're keeping pressure, keeping the other team off balance. And to be honest, up, down, left, right, doing a fairly good job with that as well. They do have their shots, but again, another one just going to go slightly wide. They're going to have to try and go back to the drawing board, find out something else. But at least we're still even within the first 90 seconds, so that's a possible start there for up, down, left, right.
Holding off against the likes of team.exe at the very least, which, I mean, is something they were able to take successfully in that last game, but ultimately they weren't able to fend them off for long enough. They have to get a goal in, they have to get one of those leads, and even those have not been conducive to game wins so far for the UDLR side. One goal is all they need here for team.exe to complete their run in the upper bracket. Stealth to the corner. Plenty of players behind him. Monster will try and swing forward into Anxiety's position. We'll send that over. Good demo in from Monster. Takes Bacony out. Joshua Squasher send that to the corner in the backboard itself. Stealth has contention. Bacony involved. Good challenge. Joshua back in to Bacony, but it's sent too far with too much power down onto the floor, so it bounces right above the man. They can continue playing out of the corner, but just pressure that's going to get taken away from team.exe. The defensive can adjust and hold.
And Anxiety will be able to set up an air dribble. Knight's actually a little bit late to that one. Gets dunked underneath, and Stealth will tap a gentle, be able to get that one out into the corner, but pressure is not over. I'm a little bit curious to see how up, down, left, right deals with these situations. It's so easy to aggress and make sure that you think you have an advantage and be able to
that's
push
wonderful.
The issue, but you have to have that final touch. That flick doesn't go in. That follow will find its way in. Pinball off defenders, and there's the first goal of the game. Up, down, left, right.
It sucks as well because the initial pop-up play that set up this whole offensive was just missed out there on the replay. That deserves all the credit in the world from the player that challenged him. Up, down, left, right. A fantastic start at last, just past the halftime marker and approaching the final 2 minutes of the game. May still maintain a bit of a lifeline here in our best of 7. Team.exe, however, plenty of time to recover it. It's only a single goal, and further demos in will try take it away. Taking it out of the midfield's got to challenge that, and he is successful in doing so. A couple of thinned out defensive lines here from team.exe, but if that ball glides right back into the orange net, then it won't matter. Still hold that contention back to 1-1. Monster almost set up for the goal itself, but not to be in this one. He misses the touch.
Yeah, and to remind everyone about really what's going through the minds of these players. Obviously, you want to win every single possible game, but this next win will guarantee team.exe going through. What an angle by Stealth to tie things up.
Oh, that is brilliance of air control. Pass in from Monster and Stealth with the most impossible angle, but still, he finds his way in with 1.5 minutes to play. And much like how it's always worked out before, up, down, left, right, they have had their early lead, but it's been equalized of an eventuality. They'll try find it back though, and Joshua Squasher a little bit too high, sent off the crossbar and back into the corner. Anxiety will try and see if we can recover it. One demo was involved for Bacon. Joshua Squasher also backed up, but Knight to receive that pass and send it right in from the midfield to the back, and Team.exe take the lead.
Monster, that is the sweetest contact on a pass you can hope for. Knight knows he just has to put that on target. All of up, down, left, right just spread to the wind, trying to get boost, and they can't get back in time. 69 seconds remaining on the clock. That's all it will be left for up, down, left, right to really find any semblance of a goal and be able to extend this series. Otherwise, it's all over for them, and onto the lower bracket they go.
60 seconds remaining. That's all that stands between Team.exe and completing the perfect series, the full 4-game sweep, and of course, qualification for the main event. Ceiling, trying to see if they can take another good goal, and if they can make it 3-1, then that would be all that they need. Up, down, left, right, feeling the pressure as the 30-second gong sounds, indicating the beginning of the end. It's only a single goal to make up, though, and Bacon, he might have just found it. It's turned too wide by Knight. Stealth to follow it up. Joshua to find Bacon. It's sent a little bit too far forward of his position, but at least he finds that corner and can play from it. Where's the third man? Nowhere to be seen because Monster has it away. Stealth can send it back. Knight trying to shove one player back out of position. He can take that to the corner here, and Joshua Squasher now with a clear away. Monster to receive it into Stealth. 2 seconds. He's going to try take it to the floor. Anxiety keeps it high. And Bacony to send it to Josh, and now it's received by another player, hitting the floor in the end of the day. And there ain't no problems for Team.exe. A 4-0 sweep above, up, down, left, right to take the series and progress straight out of the upper bracket.
And this is, I think, exactly what I was anticipating, at least out of this game, in that I don't think we really saw any match where I would consider a blowout. It's not Team.exe putting a lower team, in quotes, in their place. This is a back and forth, but at the end of the day, the faster team, the more cohesive team is just going to edge out the play and be able to get the goals that they need to go forward. 4-0 is somewhat of a deceptive series scoreline. I think this series could have gone either way at times on some of these finishes, but very clean, professional performance out of Team.exe. They're into the main event, and unfortunately, up, down, left, right, gonna have to go to that lower bracket and continue to fight for their opportunity.
Well, they both played a very similar style of game, with passing plays being the feature of both teams, and it comes back to that thing that you were mentioning just before we went live today, is the fact that Team.exe are a definitive side who are playing in a bunch of tournaments. They are competing as a cohesive unit, and when you talk about passing plays, you need that cohesion, you need that chemistry to be able to make them successful. When whilst up, down, left, right had their moments, most certainly, as you mentioned before, it felt like Team.exe were just that slightly better squad that just edged them out, and just edged them out they did. You know, 2 overtimes and single 2-goal differentials. Like, there really wasn't much between the two.
No, not at all. And that's something that I think up, down, left, right can take solace in, is that they came so close. It's really just about execution at the end of the day. And maybe next time that they're on stream potentially, or next time they're in that high pressure matchup, they can maybe shake off those nerves. Really, the best team possible maybe in the bracket for them to play against has been on to the next stage. So they just have to deal with the remainder of the field. Not like that's any easy task for them, but they can at least move forward and say that they have another life, and hopefully they do better with it.
Indeed, yes, another lifeline at the very least to be able to move on with another opportunity. I think against either the winner of Intelligent Mon and Betless. I have the Bepis. Is that how you say it? I don't know. I'm dyslexic. I can't really read that well. But no, they have a second opportunity, and I think we'll see them a little bit later on today with that opportunity in mind. But knowing how close they went against .exe, I'm looking forward to see how well they can do in that lower bracket match. We'll catch up with them a little bit later, and we'll catch up with Team EXE in a short few moments' time as we head towards a short break. But knowing that they have qualified, that's definitely the expected result, and one that they can walk through with pride. We're back after this.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we'd like to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, HEB. They make it easier than ever to shop online, go to the in-store pickup, or carry out. Make sure to download the HEB app or shop online at heb.com. Anecdotally, I actually am from Texas, and HEB is my preferred grocer. I don't actually live in Texas anymore, and I wish I still had them, but they made it phenomenally easy, especially during this crazy era that we live in, to contactless pickup at the store, as well as get groceries, not have to go inside and do it all online. So shout out to HEBs for sponsoring this event as well. Guys, that was the very first match of the Search Rocket League. We're working on an interview with one of the players from Team.exe, but they are not ready just quite yet. So in the meantime, I think I want to talk a little bit more about what our sponsors have to offer, HEB and Nerd Focus. Make sure to shop online for Nerd Focus at Walmart, Amazon, nerdfocus.com, or on the GoPuff app. You guys can find it all there as well. I've got a little can of it here myself. And I don't even really have to shield this very hard because I actually quite enjoy it. So I can just take a little drink right here. If you want to see me take the risk, if you're even an OG enough Rocket League fan to understand what that reference is, let me know. At me on Twitter. I'll take the risk for you. But we're still working on that interview, guys. I'm wondering if we can actually maybe pull in some of our casters here to talk about that last matchup, see a little bit what we got going on here, because we are still trying to get one of the players from Team.exe to jump in here. But I actually kind of maybe want to vamp a little bit here with Taco and Jay, talk a little bit about that matchup we just had. So Taco and Jay, you guys are now up here. So let's talk a little bit about that last matchup. We didn't really get like super into it in the post game there, but you know, really close matches from up, down, left, right, even though it was a 4-0 scoreline. And I think I want to see how much time Team.exe was actually losing that matchup, because they really had some clutch 45-second intervals of those matches.
Yeah, I mean, it was always like I felt like that they've had some really similar play styles really between both sides, and that ultimately is what gave the up, down, left, right side that little edge to be able to keep it close, because I feel like that maybe Team.exe at the start were not quite as ready for that coordinated style to come forward. But as Tucker was mentioning during the pregame, is that Team.exe are a team. They're a definitive team. They're not a pickup team. They are three guys that are playing together in all competitions. So seeing them sort of pick up their own game, get some recovery plays involved, and just sort of shut down those 45 seconds like you mentioned, and find their own confident play and their own play style, which was as a unit was just that slightly little bit better, I think, compared to the up, down, left, right side. So as he was mentioning, 4-0 is not quite an accurate scoreline for how that series really went, because a number of overtimes, a number of really close scorelines. It is a bit of a shame for up, down, left, right, but at least they have that second lifeline,
Yeah, it is a double elimination bracket, so they're not done just quite yet. And looking down actually at the bracket here, it looks like Catch-22 and Lights Out have actually taken their first matchups in that top 16, and they will be moving on to the play-in match. So we haven't really decided who up, down, left, right will be playing. That will be the winner of Intelligent Monkeys versus Bepis. But we do have Catch-22, Lights Out, and Isolated sitting pretty in that lower bracket, waiting for one of these upper bracket teams to slip up just a little bit, and maybe they'll have a chance to qualify into the next round. Keeping on that Team.exe and up, down, left, right, I know Taco loves to break down the gameplay, and I want to know what your thoughts were on how was it slipping up for up, down, left, right. They had these goal leads for several minutes of those matches, and it was just boom, Team.exe turns it on, scores 2 quick ones. What was going wrong for up, down, left, right?
At times you could argue the finishing. They had some opportunities that wasn't quite going there, but I think a grander scheme of things, most games of Rocket League are won lost in the midfield, how you're able to lock down pressure. A lot of people think of offense in Rocket League as just simply getting a lot of shots on target. It's more about controlling the opponent's boost, making sure that even when there is a temporary clear coming in, you send it right back down. It forces the defense to get a little panicky. It forces them to spread wide because they really just have to get out of goal to grab pads or get very far out of boost to get the corner pad hundreds. And the issue with that is that that's routinely really where up, down, left, right was being forced. They were being forced into their half. They were getting forced out of goal. And a couple times there were just goals that came right down the middle just because they were so wide and had to get so far out of attack when they did push up or really far out of defense that it was somewhat easy for Team.exe to walk through the middle. Now, they did remedy that at times. It just seemed like when the gaps did open up, Team.exe did a very good job of being able to push into that space, capitalize on the pressure, and get good dunks. And unfortunately, there were some freebie goals like the dunks downfield, but I think a lot of it comes down to that boost management game. Just a little bit cleaner from Team.exe, and as we all have talked about ad nauseum here, that it's a close series. Like up, down, left, right, in a different world on a different day, if we replay that series, it might go a little bit different. I don't know if the final result would change, but it is coming down to just those slight decisions, and they might not seem like much in game, but they can just have such crucial, large impact, really downstream consequences. And that's, I think, what Team.exe really ate up.
Yeah, and let's look at the bracket here updated for your viewing pleasure. Team.exe moving on. They have already qualified. Win and you're in. We talked about that. They are moving on into our finals, which will be happening later in August. So this is a multi-month, multi-day qualification. So if you're not participating now and you want to say, I think I can beat those teams, I think I can take this bag, come join us for the next qualifier, because we would love to have you here. Next up will most likely be Board and Vendetta, who will fighting for a chance to qualify. Then we still have Dream and Sin, US Army Esports, and Jolly Roger Esports, and then the lower bracket, Cats 22 with a clean 4-0 over Kitty Cats. I love Kitty Cats, but fortunately they were not up to the snuff for this one. Lights Out, featuring Kevpert, which is a OG name in itself, beats out Aviators 4-0 as well, and another 4-0 from Isolated versus Nobody. The Intelligent Monkeys versus Beppis matchup has still underway, and actually it just updated off stream, not on this bracket, but it looks like Beppis will be playing against Up Down Left Right. So we have our first lower bracket matchup qualifying lineup. So those are our matches coming up so far, and we might even just get into talking about some of the upcoming matches we have as well. So Board and Vendetta should be our next one. I believe we have that queued up and on standby. But talking a little bit about the teams in the lower bracket, any surprises coming out of here that you might have not expected, Danger Taco?
I can't really say any surprises so far. I mean, the teams that are in the lower bracket, typically they qualified because they had qualified through the lower in qualifiers, or they'd gotten to the final and just barely tripped up, and they only have that one opportunity. You lose in the lowers, and of course you're out. So not, I guess, a true double elimination for them, but there's still some quality teams in there. Catch 22 actually is a team that I know fairly well. I actually work alongside them within a lot of coaching operations for Forge Coaching, something that they're available for. But also that team got very deep. That's top 8 in play within qualifiers for the open qualifiers for the Intel World Open, that huge continental-wide competition to see who can represent Team USA or Team Canada, all those events. They got pretty far in that bracket. So that's a quality team, even though maybe reading off those names won't ring a bell for most conventional bubble scene fans. They're still a quality team, and they show that by getting through that first round. Now they're just waiting on their opponent to see if they can go even further into that final event.
It seems like Team.exe has crashed, and we will have to restart their systems because one of their players is not ready for the interview. But hopefully we'll have that coming up, and we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a search for the next Rocket League team.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm Europe know when they click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Welcome everybody back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we finally got one of our all-stars from Team.exe. We are joined on the call today by Monster, who just came off a 4-0 win over Up, Down, Left, Right. Monster, let everybody in the chat know how you're feeling today, man.
Feeling pretty good. It was a pretty quick series. Not to be like mean or anything, but it was kind of expected. Just, you know, how we feeling today. Just overall pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's not that you guys are the first seed coming into this. It's not really a question whether win or if you'll win, but it's kind of how far you'll go. And let's talk a little bit about your history with Rocket League. I kind of want to know, where are your origins with Rocket League? When did you start playing? And, who kind of got you into playing Rocket League, the game itself?
I started playing pretty much on release, but I ended up taking like a 1.5 year break because I didn't know like a thing about esports. I just played it for fun, and then I got back into it like 2016, like September when the Rumble came out, and I just been playing since.
Yeah, do you have the OG established 2015 tag?
No, because that was on my PS4, and I cannot link my PS4 account.
Hey, well, hopefully you get that worked out because I'm rocking mine, and I get a bunch of mean comments about how bad you are for being a 2015 established, and maybe it's a blessing and a curse. But let's talk a little bit about where you are now. You got the RLCS experience. You're a high-level 6-man player. How do you feel about your performance in that last game compared to your previous performances in things like RLCS per se?
Well, my previous performance in RLCSX was definitely better than what I played today, only because I'm on decently low hours since then. My hours have dropped significantly just because I've been, I don't know, just the game, I just haven't been playing as much because it's off season, not really much to do. But yeah, I feel like I definitely play better against better teams, but that doesn't mean I didn't play well that series.
Well, humble in itself. It's always a good characteristic of even the best level Rocket League players. Let's talk a little bit about the future going forward. You guys are in a pretty good position to maybe win this thing outright. What would this contract from the Beasley and the Houston Outlaws mean for you going forward and pursuing pro Rocket League?
Well, not only will it convince my family that this is worth it, but it will also, give me a reason to keep doing this. It's like people don't realize what any of this is if you don't know anything about esports until you show money for it. You know what I mean? People don't understand unless you have the money to show for it, and this will definitely be doing that.
Yeah, I know a lot of parents and naysayers will have that same opinion when they're uneducated, but I guess maybe one of the best ways to convince them is just cold hard cash and commitment. So that's a wonderful sentiment coming from you. Last question going forward. Are there any teams or any potential teams, maybe not in this qualifier, but that are willing to participate that you're a little nervous about going up against?
I'm not nervous about any teams, but the teams that I am worried about as in our competition, if they do sign up, I'm not sure if they're going to sign up for the second qualifier or not, but there's a team called Vibrance. They're probably one of, if not our only competition, when it comes to teams that we can lose to, in my opinion, not to be toxic, but that's pretty much how I feel about it. Pretty much one of the only teams. I can't really think of any other teams on the top of my head, but Vibrance consists of 3 really good bubble players, and that's definitely the team that we are looking at.
All right, well, confidence and ego is a fine line on a razor's edge, but I think you are jetting that line perfectly. Thank you so much, Monster, for coming on and chatting with us, and good luck in the rest of the event. You guys are qualified for today, and thank you so much for coming on to the broadcast.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And let's bring in our two casters for the next matchup. We have a little bit of swap in the next schedule, so we're actually going to be dropping down to Dream and Sin as our match 2 on today's broadcast. Welcome back, Danger Taco and Eternal J. Wonderful, eloquently stated from Monster. They're feeling confident, but they have a little bit of qualms going into it for a team that potentially will sign up, but otherwise they're looking pretty confident going forward. Dream and Sin. Now, this matchup, I don't really know as much about these couple of players. I'm looking for Danger Taco to give me a little more insight here. Anything you can tell me about previous experience with these rosters?
I think Sin is going to be a little bit of a question mark going into this, mainly just because this is a team that is a bit more outside of the scene. They're not really a bubble-based team. It's a team that was able to fight through and win against a lot of different squads within the day 1 qualifier. But on the other side, Dream is actually also known as Integrity esports team that has had a fair degree of success in a lot of different weekly and monthly tournaments. Also, I know them very well because they are the roster that knocked my squad out of the Intel World Open qualifiers. So they're a very high quality squad. I have no bad blood toward them. They're all ridiculously good. So it's like when you lose, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like it's something you move on from. I think Dream is going to be a team to watch. Certainly, they might not be the first teams on our radar with that first game, but they're certainly names that people around the bubble scene are very familiar with and potentially fear.
Yeah, and while we introduce Dream, we also want to make sure to shout out our sponsors one more time. Nerd Focus, make sure to go shop online for Walmart, Amazon.com, as well as nerdfocus.com or on the GoPuff app for all of your energy and supplement needs. They sent me a case, and I'm working through it right now, but I think it's one of the better ones that I've tasted, and I definitely buy it again. So it's perfect for any time you want to go to you're either a ranked grinder or your professional doctor. Actually, anecdotally, my fiance actually took a couple of them to her overnight shifts at the veterinary emergency center. So she's also enjoying them as well. So make sure to check out them. Over to Eternal J. Now, I know you're not like a super familiar NA fan here, but thoughts coming into this matchup, Sin and Dream. I can pick a couple names here, but I'm wondering if you have any thoughts going into this.
I mean, from my personal perspective, I look at things from a team basis rather than an individual basis, and much like how we were talking about how EXE in the last match were the established squad by comparison to up, down, left, right, we've got a similar situation here where obviously, as you mentioned, Integrity minus one player essentially is what we have on one side of the server. So already we're going to have 2 players in JD and Gengo who are going to have a lot more chemistry, I think, by comparison to their opponents today. So I'm looking at them as probably being favorites on that basis, and that little like wombo combo from those 2 players maybe something to watch out for as time goes on. But much like in that last series, how up, down, left, right were able to hold their own against Team.exe, if we have a similar playstyle from Sin, I'd like to see how far they can go against the Dream side, because anything can really happen here in this game. And while best of 7 is definitely guaranteed to find the right victors for me, I look forward to see how well the likes of Sin can do, just on the basis of, as we mentioned before, how this tournament is here to discover new talents.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, match is ready. So will it be the synergy coming from Sin, or will it be a fever Dream? We'll have to find out when this match has concluded, but to take us into the next one, it's going to be Danger Taco and Eternal J. Take it away, gentlemen.
Fever dreams involved, definitely feeling like with how hot it is at the moment, it definitely could be a fever dream here for the likes of Sin, but we'll find out whether they can do well here in this one, Taco. What do you think would be an acceptable scoreline for the likes of Sin?
I mean, to be honest, taking a single game I would think would be great. I don't know a lot about these players, but I'm certainly going to learn very quickly as they're going to be thrown into the blender potentially. But if you're made it this far, you certainly have the skill to be able to stand up and be counted. So let's see what we have in store for us ahead of this matchup, because this is really what this is all about. Teams that might be undiscovered being diamonds in the rough and getting their opportunity at the big leagues.
What? Did I just see what I think I just saw right there?
Oh my.
Hang on.
This is going to be quite the replay, Jay.
The demo! The blast from the demo sent the ball in. Oh my god. Well, alright, that's a start for Dream. Definitely where we want to be at for that one. I don't think they were expecting that, but that's definitely a way to kick things off for them. Gengo looking to follow it in. Oh man, 2-0 already.
And a nice little complicated kickoff there. Just goes straight back to the corner. But what a good job by Gengar being able to fake in that challenge, freezes the defender, and they just hit it past him. Sometimes that's all you need. I think people focus a lot on fancy mechanics or trying to overcomplicate things. And sometimes the most brutally efficient thing to do is just really slap the ball just to the side of the defender and you pay dividends.
Nicely done to kick things off again for the Dream side. Trying to make it 3 as Gengar indeed can turn it in for his side. That is a full-blown hat trick in just about 30 seconds of this game. Wow. I did give him the benefit of the doubt on Sin, but this is not a great start to this series at all.
Well, I think there's warm-up periods. I just don't think that Sin got the message that that warm-up period was the first 10 seconds. The rest is the actual match, and right now I think we're seeing that Dream is just capitalizing on every single opportunity, and they don't even need a fantastic shot opportunity to really take a goal. They've really just forced in a couple different ones, and things are going to have to settle down a little bit as we've seen really our longest stretch without a goal go by so far. It's really now on Sin to take a deep breath and try to regain themselves.
Turbo back off that backboard, trying to find some sort of defensive counterplay, and he will be able to take it away from the blue side defenders, take it into the blue side of the field. Gengar missing, Grui puts it on, and actually manages to slip it past the defensive lines. The two players with a couple of misses there from the Dream side, and while it might have looked confident in offensive, maybe the defense might have to be worked on here.
Well, even players at this level will occasionally make a misread. Turbo just kind of tapping that one forward, and they're thinking it might roll up, so they really send all their cards into that one thing, and then when it bounces out, it can be punished. So a good job by Sin to be able to advance forward, get that goal on the board. It's going to give them a little bit of confidence going forward. I'd like to see if they can really start up in March with it.
Crosses ball back in the midfield line as Gengar tries to continue the attacking force. We'll send that ball to target, and Lucy's got to take it away. JD leaving it to Daunt. Daunt's going to be challenged again and send it back over towards that blue half. Gengar with control, challenged by Grui, still trying to find some sort of angle to work with here inside of the box. Lucy again to block it off at the midfield line. JD leaving this. Turbo and Grui do come up with a couple of good touches, but nothing definitive to a shot to target. Nothing that will start to cause some breathing room and some ground back against this 3-1 lead that they have, and they just counter-attack as a 3-man unit as well. No one in the back line. Massive overcommitment from Sin, and well, Dream back in the lead.
Man, nerves of steel from JD. They're right in front of their goal, and they opt just for the simple flick to beat the second defender, but I'm really just obsessed with that fake, just the presence of mind to know that challenge is going to miss and able to counterattack very well. Sin really going to have to button things up there in the backfield. It's a couple goals now that I don't think necessarily are avoidable completely. It's just that could be dealing with that pressure a little bit better. But again, benefit of the doubt, this is game number 1, and they're looking for a warm-up. This is certainly the way that they're going to have to go about it.
All in for JD off the backboard, trying to dunk it down. Unfortunately, it's under a bit too high at the crossbar, so move out of position and therefore unable to get a goal in. Another one at least for the Dream side. Still 2.5 minutes with a 3-goal difference, however, so they're definitely in a comfortable position above the Sin camp. Still try sign some sort of counter-attack, and there are some decent opportunities being spooled up here. Might have to already call game 1 a loss at this stage, however, unless the goal can come in pretty quickly, because the way the Dream are working their way upfield, they're finding themselves so close to scoring another. And Sin are just not quite able to deal with it here. There is a bit of an attack going here for Lucy's part. Only one player to beat, and they get it right past it. 2 to the border, Sin.
And even though the offense has been absolutely stellar from Dream, sometimes it's just not quite there on the communication. That hit from Gengar, I don't think that's a missed touch. I think they're genuinely trying to pass that middle. Unfortunately, there's no one there, so good job by Lucy to be able to get on that loose ball and finish it fairly well. You just need to beat one defender. It doesn't have to be a flashy flick. Anything works as long as it gets past that last defender. So signs of hope here approaching in the final 2 minutes of game number 1.
Gengar has the ball off the backboard, looking for a second touch, and it's turned away by Grui instead. Daunt coming forward, sent off the sideboard, now out towards Lucy, who again takes the attacking onus, unable to get that second touch. We'll leave him a turbo instead, and Gengar descends from the upper part of the ceiling to remove that ball from play. Follow-ups from the teammates, unable to get something going here for Sin. They'll get close towards the box, but nothing on target. Lucy again off that backboard, leaves it towards Grui. Good shot coming through from him, but JD with a blocking counter.
And right now, this is the best that we've seen out of Sin offensively. They're getting shots, and it's not only just shots on target that are easily turned away, it's shots that actually really test the defense. Speaking of, what a save by Turbo off the goal line from the odd angle. Tech's still going on with Gengar again, but Turbo will be there to make another save. A good way to keep the scoreline where it sits, although still need 65 seconds remaining.
On to the corner, leaves it for JD. He's going to break away, unfortunately. Not quite in the best of positions versus the Sin player that they had in that defensive. Still have the ball control back in the blue half. Turbo's going to try to change that, cross it to the center line. Daunt takes it over towards JD. Great receive, great shot, and another great goal from Dream. 5-2 now to the board. These guys have looked fantastic.
Yeah, 4 goals coming out of Dream, and then they slowed down a little bit, but it doesn't mean they were done. They're still getting good shots, and eventually one's gonna fall. JD hitting that on the sweet spot on the Dominus, right on the side, right near that corner. Maximum power into the top shelf. Not much you can do about that unless you're really just right underneath the ball from Sin, and unfortunately they're going to have to deal with a potential loss here. 3 goals in 40 seconds, a little improbable. However, I think they can take solace. You got to look for silver linings, boost the morale a little bit. You were in this game for a decent amount of time in the mid game. You were able to get shots off. You just need to consolidate and obviously have a bit faster start going into game number 2.
Late stages of game number 1, 20 seconds left of the clock. Another good goal there set up by Gengar, followed up by JD, who lands another stellar cross. A hat-trick for him as well. 2 hat-tricks in the same game for Dream's part, 6-2 now. And, well, at this stage, it's pretty much undebatable. Game 1 will go the way of the blue half of the field. Sin did well, but unfortunately not quite well enough. But as you mentioned before, this is the feeling match, so let's see whether they can adjust for the second game onwards.
Yeah, and it's one thing to witness from a Dream is one thing they're doing really well is throwing the ball into dangerous positions and then playing predictively from there. They know that the other team is panicking. They know that they'll just throw it away. And granted, yeah, it's the 6th goal in a 6-2 game 1, but it still shows the play style and really the mentality these players are coming in with. They know that they're faster in certain avenues than Sin, and they're taking advantage of that. If you want to make the defense panic, throw it into weird positions, force them to adjust. And it can be a little tough sometimes for a team like Sin to come in and play fast right off the bat, and I think the scoreline shows that.
I've got time to adjust it, time during the Nerd Focus break to discuss things and go through strategies going into Game 2. So let's go take a look at that and see how well Sin can do.
It's presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
Sin gotta have to focus at this stage to get this 6-2 to turn around against their opponent's nature. Again, Dream looking fantastic. And I have to say that for me personally, JD was the one who looked the best of them all. I mean, I know that Gengar's going to come away on top on the board itself, but for me, 2 hat-tricks apiece is really close between them. And for me, I feel like JD played a slightly better game. So in terms of individuals to watch going forward for the Dream side, that's the kind of one I feel like Sin needs to shut down the most.
I think really, I mean, all these players at this level, of course, are threats, and we need to make sure we focus on certain players for their contributions. Of course, a hat trick apiece is nothing to really sneeze at. I think the one thing that I'm really liking from Gengar is his ability to really throw the other team off balance, but JD's just pure efficiency. The shots just get lobbed in. They're able to slap it on target dangerously and be able to set other teammates for follows. So I'm looking forward to that style of play. Somewhat like we saw with Stealth in Team.exe, the ability to throw a team off balance by extending plays out, getting good 50s, being able to flick a defender real quick is a great capability to really have in a player, especially because it's such a boon to your offense to be able to take a player out and then be able to make the other team adjust. I think a lot of rotations, the moment they start breaking down is when either bumps start coming in or a player misses when they shouldn't have, and that's when those real fakes and feigns and feints that players do come in with really start to show their value.
Yeah, and I look towards Gengar as definitely being one of the key support elements. I mean, one of those goals I don't think was 100% legitimate from his own part, but as you mentioned, like both those 2 guys are you guys to watch for this team. They just look fantastic. They really just looked like a cohesive unit. And again, that's the thing we were talking about the most when it comes to this Dream side, because JD and Gengar are the 2 guys that, of course, came from that Integrity Esports squad. You mentioned them playing in the IWO and other such tournaments as well. So I look at them and I sort of see those 2 as the main guys to watch out for. And in that first game, it pretty much proved it there. I wonder how far they're going to be able to go if without Daunt really being a part of that unit. However, again, we're looking at those 2 as having the synergy and the talent, but Daunt felt a little bit quiet to me there in that game.
I think there's elements of that within a lot of teams, is that you have one player who really just tries to lock things down. I know Torment within the pro scene in NA was always kind of regarded as a great player, but when you think back, especially before Cloud9, that squad was able to win that world championship, that was a player that commanded a lot of respect just because they knew that they had two insane playmakers with ridiculous mechs in Gimmick and Squishy, and they were able to really advance the play. And then it was just on the third player to provide a stable base, make sure that no one's getting too far out of position to be able, if a play gets away from them, they can turn it around and head it right back at the pass. So I think a player like Daunt is doing their job very well, even if it's quiet, even if they're not collecting those accolades at the end of the game. They're not a weak spot, and that's really all that matters. You're only as strong as your weakest link, and Daunt certainly is playing their part well, especially with a 4-goal margin to kick things off in the series.
Well, on the part of Sin now to discuss them now, we've seen that their first game, obviously they did kind of get slapped about a little bit in that last game, but is there anything we can pull from them to be able to hold their own going into game 2?
I think they just need to take a breather and take this break, really just to think about what they need to improve on. For me, it's really just making sure that the hits forward have purpose. It's not just enough to clear the ball at this level. Dream's going to be able to collect that and turn it around really quickly. It's not going to have that kind of loading time on attack where some lower skill players might have. They need to make sure those hits out are finding teammates, or more importantly, that they're holding up the play to allow their teammates to rotate back, get boost, and regain the attack. They looked at their best when they were putting awkward balls off the backboard, forcing weird touches out of the defense, and then trying to push forward and get those 50s, get those shots. If they can do that, they're right back in it. But of course, against Dream, that's a tall order, especially because the moment that they get on to attack, you really have to watch that goal line.
We have got a bit of an extended break to be able to get themselves together here on the Sin part. Unfortunately, one of those players was unfortunately DC from the server, can't quite get back in. So we're going to take a quick break right now, try to see if we can get it fixed up and get right back into game 2 and beyond here for our best of 7 between Dream and Sin.
Let's go.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. This would usually be the part where I'd say we're ready to go live now between the likes of Dream and Sin. Unfortunately, we're not quite ready to go live between Dream and Sin. In fact, we're not going to be going live with the rest of Dream and Sin at all, which kind of sucks because I thought that match was really getting spooled up after that first game. But unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Sin will no longer be able to complete. So hereby now, they forfeit both their upper bracket and lower bracket games here. And it kind of sucks, Tucker, doesn't it? You know, we were really looking forward to this game. We were looking forward to see how they would do against Lights Out as well. And we're not going to get to see either of those games now, are we?
Yeah, just unfortunate circumstances. Things happen, and teams aren't able to compete within their tournament. But luckily for them, if they want to try again, there's another qualifier coming up. They can roll the dice yet again. But yeah, unfortunate way to end that match. So we're gonna have to move forward. But I will say, Dream certainly looked like they were the better team. It's better to win the first game by a large margin than it'd be a little bit more awkward if they just get Braziled and then suddenly say, actually, they're the winners, and then they move forward. So in a way, they got to show their pedigree and show that even though they might be going forward under some unconventional circumstances, I think they're deserving of that spot.
Yeah, we're always coming in looking at Dream as being the favourites in that matchup, so we can confirm, of course, they will move forward alongside Team.exe and qualifying in the upper bracket alongside Lights Out, who are the first team now from the lower bracket to also officially qualify. So congratulations to those two sides. Again, not quite the conventional circumstances, but regardless, still, they have qualified for the main event itself. And we will also get to hear from Gengar as well, who I hear is joined alongside Fickle right now, who's ready to discuss what little of that match they've had, and as well as just their journey so far here in the search for the next Rocket League team. So I'm pretty sure Fickle's standing by to hear from Gengar right about now.
So much, Jay. Here I am with Gengar on the line, everybody's favorite 94th entry into the Pokedex. But man, that last matchup, what a matchup, am I right? Like, all jokes aside, you guys are pretty favored coming into this, and I kind of want to know your thoughts a little bit about, you only played one matchup, but I'd still like to get your thoughts on how you played during that match compared to any of your other previous tournament outings.
It's a bit unfortunate that it had to be cut off so quickly, but I think we were playing fine. I'm pretty sure we would have closed it out either way. Yeah,
you guys came out enormously powerful in the first match with some a little bit of help from own goaling on the side of the other team, but nonetheless, you guys clutch out the win going forward. And I'm trying to tailor lots of these interviews going into this a lot about the history of the player we're interviewing, right? And so I kind of want to know your origin story in Rocket League. When did you start playing? Who introduced you to playing? Was it a pro player? How did you find out about the game, etc., etc.? So we would like to know the history behind you guys.
I actually started playing because my brother and I were just looking for a game to play together on Xbox. And he bought it sometime around Christmas, the first year it came out. And I just started playing it a ton. I didn't really watch many pros or streams at the time, though. I was just doing my own thing. And probably within the last year or two is when I really started focusing on, grinding, getting as good as I can, and trying to compete at a somewhat high level at least.
Well, I don't think you're trying, man. I think you're there. I think you're right on the cusp of doing something great. Talking about that cusp in the middle of where you're at right now, talk a little bit about your accomplishments, so far, what you've done inside the bubble scene, as well as any tournament victories or outings that you're proud of.
I've been, I would consider successful in the one scene. I've done well in a few tournaments there, won some, lost some, played in Salt Mine a few times. In threes, sadly, I haven't qualified for LCS yet, but, we're getting closer every time we play, which is all that I think really matters, just consistent improvement.
You guys I don't know what it is about Rocket League players, but every time I interview you guys are some of the most humble, grateful, and you're like, yeah, I'm not that great right now, but you know, I've took a couple of 1v1 wins here and there, but moving forward, you know, what would this win and this signing to the Outlaws team mean for you going forward in your aspirations to play pro Rocket League?
I think, you know, having a org being able to back you for, you know, a significant period of time with consistent pay, that would just let everyone on the team, you know, focus all their time into being the best that they can and putting their full effort into it, not having to worry about, you know, maybe a job or something of that nature, just being able to grind it out.
And you speak about a job, you know, a little bit of more personal information. You know, what do you do right now? Like, is this going to be a full-time thing for you if you hit this, or is it going to be still kind of part-time hanging around?
So right now I'm a student in college, and I'm planning on being a pilot. And there's a program at my college I'm going through. For that, I don't have a job right now, but I'm planning on getting one, you know, sometime soon. So I have been grinding Rocket League a bit, but, you know.
Hey, maybe your first job will be a pro Rocket League player if you keep up this performance.
That would be sick.
That would be sick, my friend. I think that's all the time we have for the interview now, so thank you so much for coming on and joining us in these unforeseen circumstances. You guys will be moving on into the qualifier into August, and we wish you the best of luck there. Thank you for coming on to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that was Gengar, everybody. Make sure to look out for Team Dream moving forward into the broadcast going forward into August. We are going to send it to a short break, but before we go and do that, we'd like to do another shout out to our sponsor, HEB. Make sure to download the HEB app or go online to heb.com for all of your grocery needs as well. I know when I lived in Texas, they were my primary grocer, and I miss them so dearly. They make it so easy. You can just pull up to curbside with your order and free curbside for orders over $35 or more. So make sure to check that out if you're in the area. We are going to send it to another break while we get the next matchup sorted. It should be US Army Esports versus Jolly Roger Esports, but the way that today's going so far, it's unpredictable, but we will let you know when we get into it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the search for the next Rocket League team.
I've been coming up hot for a minute.
to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we have one more lovely caster joining us. We already had Danger Taco on the broadcast, but we're bringing in Turtle to join us. Thank you. It wasn't your turn yet, sir.
Don't you dare. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited, okay? We got Taco below me. I've never cast with Taco. Fickle. I'm always happy to see your beautiful face on the camera, okay? So this is a dream come true for me.
Well, it has to be on camera for a little while longer while we still try to do these shows, and I hope to see you next time in person. But before we get into the next match, we want to do a shout out to our sponsor, Nerd Focus, who is our premier energy drink sponsor here. Go be a nerd and focus your energy for all those ranked late night grinds, or if you're just going out for a night on the town, or if you just want a little pick me up in the morning, make sure to shop on the GoPuff app, Walmart, Amazon.com, as well as nerdfocus.com. So into our next matchup. U.S. Army Esports, Jolly Roger Esports. Two teams that are esports, but we don't really know all that much about them. I know we were talking a little bit about this in the pre-roll, but I want to talk and to Danger Taco, who's kind of run into maybe 2 or 3 of these players in ranked before, and get your thoughts on their overall efficacy.
Well, I mean, when we look at these players, it's tough because with an open qualifier, of course, you're going to see the teams like Team.exe, which people around the bubble scene are aware of and know their accolades. And then you start to see players that are trying to make a name for themselves. And in Jolly Roger Esports, I do see a couple players that have run into in ranked GC3 and up in terms of skill level. So these are no slouch players. You still had to get through all of day 1 to qualify here into day number 2. And I'm sure on the other side with U.S. Army Esports, I mean, you still have to slog through a bracket. You have to beat a lot of quality teams. So I really don't have too many doubts about the skill level of either of these sides. And this is really what the tournament is about. It's the search. You have to search high with all the well-known players, but then you also have to search low because that's where some of the diamonds in the rough do lie. And I think this is a great opportunity to kind of show the unshowcased talent that we might have here in the RL scene.
Yeah, it is a filtering process, right? And I do want to mention that I believe this U.S. Army Esports actually is part of the U.S. Army Reserve. If I'm doing my research correctly, they are actually reserve in the U.S. Army who are doing tournaments, because I know that the U.S. Army, as well as some bits of the other branches, do have funded esports teams. I've really not heard them make too much of a leap in here, but who knows, maybe they can make a big splash coming into this. Turtle, coming into this matchup, any players you want to point out a little bit in your research? Or
I mean, I tried doing research coming into this, but it's a little bit difficult given the fact that you've got ranked warriors, you got Spider, who there's also another Spider, so it's always names clashing. But coming out here in open qualifiers, this is the type of event where people can make a name for themselves based off of, a couple of great shots. Maybe we'll see one freestyle play, something out of the ordinary, and that alone could make a reputation that people can build on. So we're looking at the foundation here, which is why I'm super excited to get into this matchup.
Yeah, and it's it's perfectly fine that you don't actually know who some of these players are, because that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah.
Of this whole thing. When you go see America's Got Talent or Eurovision or The Voice, it's when have you ever heard of those people? It's not signed, singers and actresses going
it's
up and
brand
performing.
new.
Exactly.
Which is what you want. You want to see new players. You want to see a scene with a bunch of different personalities and even play styles too. That's what's fun, and that's why it's called the search, I would presume, because we're trying to find that unique quality that you don't often see in Rocket League.
Fantastic stuff. And Rocket League is one of those games where it absolutely exemplifies individual talent as well as team talent. I feel like if you're a really nutty individual player, there's room for you to express yourself, and I think we're going to find a couple of those in the rough. Let's get into predictions for this one. I know we didn't do that for the previous series, but we have a little bit more time here. Jolly Roger Esports and U.S. Army Esports. Over to Taco in this best of 7. What are your feelers on this one?
It's tough because usually when you have two teams, what I would have to go with is the team that might have more experience together. But they both have esports, so it means that they're at least somewhat familiar with each other enough to call each other a club or a clan of players. So it's tough to really predict, because normally I'd opt for U.S. Army Esports. They're not only serving our nation, but also being able to play together and do this, I would say, on a semi-regular basis, maybe entering tournaments. However, Jolly Roger Esports are the players I have played against, at least most recently. I know their skill level. I'd have to give it to them just because I know I've played against them. They're very annoying because they are fairly good at what they do and very disruptive in their play. So I'll give an edge to Jolly Roger, but I think just like the other games that we might have seen, I really was pulling for, in the first series of the day, Team.exe, and they did get that win, but it was a struggle at times. So really, any of these matchups can be a little bit back and forth. So I could definitely see this series going a little bit deeper down into the distance of a best of 7, just trading off games and seeing what team really can topple the other from match to match.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think we're going to see a closer matchup coming to this. Turtle, thoughts on this matchup before we send it off?
Well, we've seen a lot of sweeps today. I just want to see a couple of games now, maybe even the distance. I would love to see at best of 7s. They can either drag on for a little bit, but if it's close and the competition is there and you've got some sweaty ranked players who have that experience, which is what we're being presented with right now, we could get a crazy matchup. That's all I want to see. Doesn't matter to me who wins. I just want to see a good game.
All right, opting out to not be wrong. A little bit of a cowardly move from Turtle.
All right, fine. U.S. Army Esports. All right, I like the first of all, the location, everything about this team seems unique, so that's my pick.
I've got U.S. Army Esports in this as well. Maybe their teamwork and synergy from serving their country will prove fruitful in this matchup. But the match is ready, so let's send it off to our two lovely casters. We got Danger Taco and Turtle for Game 3 of our search for the next big Rocket League team.
Thank you so much, Fickle. And Turtle, coming into this one, this is your first match on the cast, and I think we're into an interesting one because, like we touched on, these are the teams that are trying to make a name for themselves, and a great way to do it is on this PAX Arena Twitch page with us casting over them. And of course, nerves are going to be high. I'm looking for this game number 1, and as a previous player yourself within that high level of Rocket League, how do you feel about those game 1s going into it? I'm sure the nerves can kick in at times.
Game 1s to me were always very important because it kind of sets the tone. This is what all casters say. I mean, there's a reason why we do. It sets the tone for the whole series. If I'm a player, and when I was a player, you know, if you win that first game, okay, you got confidence. You already know that you have the skill and you have what it takes to take them down. You don't have to worry about that later on and building that confidence. So first match, the jitters, the emotions, it's very clinical that you start off strong here, Taco.
And we will be underway with some nice initial pressure from Jolly Roger Esports, which will be taking that orange half. U.S. Army Esports in the blue. And right now they are certainly having to set up a fortress on the goal line, able to get their first clear down. But I think this is really what I'm looking for out of most game 1s, the little bit of ping pong in midfield as both teams don't want to take any too brutal risks as we see a bump go in on the goal line, but ultimately just a little bit of hold up and a little bit of corner play, but ultimately nothing that Jolly Roger can't handle. Another ball out to mid.
We had a nice little creativity coming out from Spider. I like to see him go for a little pop-up. Passing has been pretty solid. The attempts, you know, nothing has led to a proper execution, but so far it looks good. U.S. Army Esports. Maybe my pick will actually stand true, but got a little bit more of a midfield battle here as Jolly Roger look to move down the field.
And we'll see if they can mount anything here. They're given a lot of time. Blinksy trying to take it, but not the touch that they're hoping for. Aoka trying to build with Andre, will put it near goal, but Arkeen is ready for it. Another ball across. Andre waiting for it on the back post, but not the read that they might have hoped for. Another one going down, and we have a little bit of a counterattack. It's a tough angle. They almost make it work, but TKD is there to secure number 1 after just about 90 seconds gone.
Well, and this was all about the transition from Blinksy. You can see he moves down midfield. We just saw an attempt from U.S. Army Esports on the net of Jolly Roger, but since they kept their defense in position with proper rotations, they managed to get the counterattack on the back of Blinksy, and that's how you do it. A clean play, and that's going to bode a lot of confidence for him.
And so going forward, let's see if they can hold that lead. And I think there's a multiple mentality. Sometimes players like to sit on a lead, make sure they're not making mistakes. And other times you get your first goal and you're just hungry for more. Best defense is a good offense. But only time will tell which strategy they opt into. How about this one? A demo and a Doomsday Dish attempt will go to the side. Pressure still in the corner with U.S. Army Esports, but these deep rotations sometimes cutting into the attack. They're not able to continue. They are still forcing the occasional double commit out of Jolly Roger, but so far, I wonder if that's going to be a thorn in their side as they're trying to get back into this game. One more attempt off the backboard. A great clear by Harkeen, and it's right back out to midfield with TKD being set up this time. Not the angle they're hoping for. That'll be another clear.
The offense from U.S. Army Esports does seem a bit more layered. They're going for multiple different avenues of how they can get this ball into the back of the net. You got demos, you've got some boost stealing, and the rotations are a bit risky, which I personally like. So we'll see if that actually brings anything, you know, up to the front of the car. Maybe Spider could get that opportunity. I'm thinking he could really pull some plays off because what I've seen has been pretty mechanical. But as I say that, you've got Jolly Roger just slamming the net with a couple of shots.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. It's just not quite the accuracy that they need. It'll still be 1-0 though, and a lot of pressure is building under the side of a Jolly Roger. I'm just looking for US Army Esports on these counterattacks. They're causing a lot of unease in the back. That one just tapped to the side. Andre trying to follow along with Spider. A little bit of double commit will allow TKD to Blinksy to be able to build up the counterattack that goes into it. We're still playing with only a slight 1-goal lead. US Army Esports only 2 shots on. Make that 3. The fake into the flick, and there's the tie.
This is what I've been waiting for. I saw this play so many times before, just barely gets saved. The creativity, the mechanical prowess now from Spider, just huge for US Army Esports, and he carries the offense on his shoulders, all tied up. I feel like I've just been waiting for that the whole game, Taco. They look so good. They just couldn't break that last line of defense.
And so now they have something to hang on to, but they need to hang on to their grip on the game, and they just lost it. Answered right back. Harkeen, a beauty of a pass, and they're going to bang that one home.
Oh, yeah, and you can tell that the entire defense of US Army Esports were anticipating a shot there from Blinksy, or at least a backboard touch, but the direct midfield pass is the kryptonite now to break down the defense, take the lead right back, and they do it within seconds of US Army Esports scoring.
It's such a gut punch. You get back in the game, and then you're immediately behind. Might get even worse, though. TKD, it's better touch on that next time. Follow-up shot will be call Spider into action. An air dribble. They'll set up Andre, so the counterattack's going left and right. Very direct game. Both these teams really going for the jugular. I expect more kind of infield passes, but both teams really taking it to it. Really high-octane play. Certainly a lot of boost usage as US Army Esports and Jolly Roger alike both have to really retreat and mind their boost usage.
Oh, it's free. Oh, Andre didn't read the backboard. That was it. The opportunity to get back into play. The demo came through, but Andre could not read the backboard bounce. It went straight down, and that's one you're going to be kicking yourself later for.
And that's really where US Army Esports bringing in the artillery. That's a couple demos we've seen on the goal line almost result in a goal for them. They're going to keep searching, and it's definitely a good strategy. I'd like to see them keep up, especially if only 30 seconds remaining and 1 goal in it. Doesn't take much to get back in this game, but it doesn't help when TKD forcing out great 50s like that. It'll get taken into the corner instead. Blinksy, another tap going forward, but the delayed flick, and what a play by Blinksy for the insurance.
I'm going for Blinksy MVP of Game 1. This man has been unbelievable in the corners and also with the passing plays that he put on display earlier, but this time, it's all Blinksy. Nobody else really coming through on his team. He did that himself. The corner shot, the angle was there, and he closes this first game out. There's no way US Army Esports can get back into this one.
That's definitely one of the aspects that mechanics can build on you, getting goals from unexpected ways. We won't see a response this time, it seems, from US Army Esports, and your MVP pick, Blinksy, showing up wide on defense. It wouldn't have mattered for the final result, but great way to really make your mark on the game. Goal line save there from Jolly Roger. They'll close that game 1 out, 3-1 over US Army.
I was a little bit scared. I said that there's no way US Army get back into it, but immediately we saw a couple of shots off the backboard. Like you said, Blinksy, the MVP in my opinion for Game 1, had to get that last second save. He managed to find it, denied anything from US Army, and that's how you get things done, Taco.
Absolutely, and they're gonna have to take a little bit of time, US Army Esports, to regather themselves. Fortunately for them, there is a nerd focus break here, so we'll be right back after this.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
So, Turtle, going into game number 2, what were you seeing from US Army Esports? What was working and what maybe needs to be patched up going into game number 2?
Yeah, I like the physical demos for sure. I think that's an aspect that they can build upon. But US Army, they get a little bit too ahead of themselves because they've got mechanics. And we saw that from Spider initially with that first goal. We saw what they're capable of, but I think they're trying to force too many opportunities. They need to relax a bit on the rotation, stop overextending, because that counterattack, especially with Blinksy behind the ball, that one is deadly, and it will lead to a much faster series than we anticipated if they keep playing this aggressive play style.
Well, Sears are won and lost one game at a time, one game under its belt, and right off the bat, Jolly Roger tried to pick up where they left off. A great shot to open things up, and US Army Esports defense will hold. So certainly no love lost between the relationship between Jolly Roger's offense, US Army Esports defense, though I think a little bit faster of a start here from US Army could be advantageous. Goal line save and go back out to midfield. Very deep rotations will open things up for Jolly Roger. Blinksy, double tap attempt. What an angle and a brilliant save required to keep that one out.
If you see Blinksy behind the ball, you better be in net and expecting an incredible shot, because every time he's gotten the chance, he's scoring, and they build upon that previous shot, continue their offense, and get a goal.
And my goodness, and not only are they getting just these brutal pixel off near misses and great saves forced out, but they're setting up their teammates, recognizes that backboard is open, and serves up a dime of a pass for the teammate. 1-0 to Jolly Roger, just about 45 seconds played. US Army Esports back to square one. They have to find a way back in. Another demo. Spider, bit too high for them, so Aoka will come in, serve it back into the danger area. Blinksy, that man yet again. I mean, they've been at the center of so many plays and really acting as disruptor, and they're playing that role incredibly well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But then a demo from Blinksy comes out, and they're controlling that aggression that US Army Esports love to put on offense. Still, it's not enough. There's a couple of opportunities. Like it's not completely flat here, Taco, whenever we look at the US Army offense. It is solid, but their rotation, whenever they get back in net, they're not getting any boost. They're wasting it on pretty poor challenges, but DKD is actually out of position. Maybe this could be an opportunity for Andre. The pinch pass to the midfield, but it's saved. And my goodness, Jolly Roger escaped with murder.
And they're not quite out of the woods yet. Blinksy's going to have to play savior again. They will. 2 up for US Army, so Blinksy, the one-on-one on the sideline. A little bit out of boost, but not out of speed. It's a good 50 to go. TKD up for it, though. Weak touch will result in a clear ball. Still not out. Blinksy, another double attempt.
No boost.
Not going to go in. Another shot coming through. The good save, and they will be able to clear their lines. On the counterattack is really where the US Army Esports team has thrived, though they will get turned away again, so bit of a breather taken here as they try to advance out, but that infield pass is cut out, but will not be finished. My goodness, only 1-0 here, but Jolly Roger certainly knocking on the door.
Oh yeah, and they're anticipating the passes so well. They're predicting where US Army want to move down the field, and that's something that you have to fix if you're going for the counterattacks, and you've also got to get in front of Blinksy. How many times are we going to have to say it? Don't let this man shoot on an open net.
And really, they're hungry. They're looking for it, and when a player is feeling as confident as Blinksy is, I'm sure that's the game plan. Keep feeding them the ball. 2-0, that one just from as dastardly of an angle as we saw in that near miss earlier. Certainly a player that, when they're on fire, have that hot hand. I'm sure that this is far from the last we'll see of Blinksy throughout this series, and the momentum is keeping up. We've reached halftime. Now a 2-goal lead. That's the margin they won with last game, so they maybe don't need any more goals, but I'm sure that US Army Esports has some plans to get back into it. Yet another demo, but yet again the pass just not quite on target, and the follow-up shot going to be saved to the side.
I mean, we're just waiting on the execution, the plays. They have things planned out. Strategy is not an issue for US Army. It's a matter of execution, like I was just previously talking about. They've got to have a better shot. The pass has to come through to the midfield at a better time. Seems like they're forcing things out in front of the net instead of just taking their time, making sure they can control the ball and get a solid opportunity, because they are building something great. They just don't have that final wow factor to put it in.
Certainly not, and it seems as though Jolly Roger does have at least a semblance of skill in terms of going forward and disrupting a lot of the defense. There's a lot of their attacks that won't just end with one shot. They'll be able to barrage the net with several hits, and that is not one of them that Argy's going to get. So the counterattack is on Aoka. With a double tap attempt. They have the read. It's on target. It's just over the bar. Spider keeps it alive. Andre up for it. It's still not out, but the crossbar comes in again. Fourth defender saving the day. US Army Esports, unfortunately, going to have to retreat back to their half again, but that's their best opportunities that we've seen so far.
That is just absolutely painful to watch. Aoka had such a solid read on that second touch, but following it up, it hit the side of his car instead of the bottom side. He had the worst angle then afterwards, and somehow, again, Jolly Roger, they hold on. It looks like you're going to see a goal from US Army. They build some good passes, the momentum is there, but they cut or they get cut out short, excuse me, on the final shot.
That's one thing to get one goal. They need 2 to be able to bring this to overtime. Maybe this could be it, but another shot over the bar.
Spider.
A little bit of double commit,
pass,
back
that's it.
post, and it's going to be saved yet again. Jolly Roger, we've been applauding their offense. This defense, however, is seemingly a stone wall. Yet another save for them, and they're going to keep this clean sheet potentially for the final 12 seconds. It's getting desperate here for U.S. Army Esports, trying to get these 50s through, but good, it's the confidence that Jolly Roger's playing at. I do not envy U.S. Army in their pursuit of a goal.
Yeah, and it's not just, you know, U.S. Army Esports at this point missing shots. You got to credit some of the defense that we have seen from Jolly Roger. They have Blinksy, not only on the offensive side, scoring all these incredible shots and putting on some ridiculous angles. He's the one on that goal line getting the save and keeping them alive, because one goal could be the difference maker to shift the momentum into U.S. Army's favor.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of issues that teams have is just passes not connecting, or really there's not a plan or intent behind some plays. They're just trying to force an issue. I actually really enjoy that U.S. Army is using the backboard, using demos, using infield passes. It's just they're not quite on target. We've seen a couple hits off that crossbar and backboard, and the follows are there. But again, even on their quality shots, Jolly Roger is playing good defense. So absolutely both sides of the ball need to be on point, and they certainly are right now. Granted, Jolly Roger does have that 2-game advantage now going into game number 3, but I still think that U.S. Army Esports has nothing to hang their head about. These games aren't necessarily blowouts. It's 2-goal margins, but they've had their opportunities, little bit change up in the direction of the shots, and these could be very different games going forward.
Yeah, and I'm a bit concerned now about the mental stability for U.S. Army Esports right now, because you've come across 2 games that have probably been the most frustrating they've played all tournament long. I mean, you've come within inches of getting a ball slipping through and past the goal line. You had the double tap from Aoka. You've had demos as well from Aoka, and Spider couldn't find the pass across the midfield. So many opportunities barely missed, and that is the most tilting thing in Rocket League. It's not just getting absolutely destroyed. It's coming so close, tasting a win, but not quite getting it completely.
Absolutely not. So with a fresh scoreline and a new game on the horizon, we're only going to have to wait and see what they have in store for us. Right now, they're going to have a lot of near-post commotion. All of Jolly Roger almost creeping in on that one, forcing the issue, but USC Army Esports will be able to get away with the first one. How about the second one? TKD lurking, but a good clear by Spider. A follow attempt will be cleared by Andre. So the defense will hold, but more of the same from Jolly Roger. A very strong start, and not a goal yet, but they're certainly not giving up that strong offensive pressure we've seen really all series long.
Well, what I do like about Jolly Roger is they have the mechanics. They've got the skill. We've all seen it, especially from Blinksy, but they aren't trying to go for an incredible double tap or waste all their boost every single opportunity. They have they're very efficient with their energy, I would say. They know when to exert themselves, when to be aggressive, and when to fall back a bit, and that's something that U.S. Army definitely needs to work on.
Blinksy advancing the issue yet again. It's a roller and open shot for Arkeen. Great shot off the bar and down. Double hit, and he will be able to actually keep possession to Blinksy. The 100 boost in the tank. They're going to serve up another hit, so another attempt going forward, but will go slightly awry. Aoka, double tap attempt. Unfortunately, no boost to be able to follow that one. So these longer balls from U.S. Army Esports trying to use the backboard to their advantage. But nope, not quite a follow-up on the other end of it. Whereas Jolly Roger taking advantage of these misses, but yet again the crossbar comes to the rescue.
Oh my goodness, you could see that one from Blinksy as well. I think a player from U.S. Army did get a little touch on it, but it was going off the crossbar into the top right corner. Very close attempts here from Jolly Roger, but the question is, how do they rotate back? Will they give up opportunities? Aoka missed that ball because he had no boost. He got a horrible touch on it, then couldn't follow up with any angle on the net. That is, again, frustrating. They are within inches of getting a goal here, Taco, but they can't find it.
Yeah, certainly. So, Turtle. And it's really just, at the end of the day, making sure you manage the boost. And sometimes it comes down to stuff like that. A great dunk. And it's a setup for Aoka. There's their first goal for game number 3 and the lead.
We have been waiting so long for this. They've been knocking on the door, and finally they get an answer. It's off the backboard, something they've been trying to utilize all series long. It works out this time, and they've got a nice, clean follow-through there with Aoka behind the ball.
Now, right at the stroke of halftime, U.S. Army Esports taking their lead. Now it's just all about protecting it. A tall order against players like TKD, almost forcing that flip reset shot on target. Clear out again. Blinksy will hold it in place. Spider building something up. They have Andre in support in the middle. and they will find them, though the weaker pass will just result in a slight lob. Double commit up, actually all 4 players contesting that one, but will turn out fine for Jolly Roger with Blinksy taking it back down, but we're settling down into a little bit calmer aspect of the mid game here. That is until Aoka always getting on those deeper passes, not the best clear, and sometimes simple shots like that can yield opportunities, such as Andre just slapped in.
Oh yeah, and things are finally connecting for the boys at US Army Esports. You've got one banger of a shot from Aoka. It doesn't matter if the accuracy wasn't the best. The power is what made that shot special, because Jolly Roger, they couldn't handle it. They didn't have the rotation, the positioning to get a solid touch on it. Nice little follow-up. And we've seen some easy cleanup goals from US Army Esports, which is a sign that they figured things out and they've established a play style.
Yeah, it's a good thing to see as well. Sometimes there's a time and a place for finesse, but sometimes just raw power can force mistakes all on its own. I mean, how about finesse like that from Blinksy? They're going right back to the air dribble. It's something that they've threatened a lot with, but this is really the first time where I've seen US Army Esports not only consolidate that on defense, but be able to punish some blows on offense. Curious to see what the remaining 90 seconds will bring, as Roger kept a little quiet, but certainly not out of the play. TKD
the middle
setting up Blinksy, but not the flick they're looking for. Another hit will go awry, and Andre gets a nice pinch clear, and we're right back out to midfield.
I feel like we've just taken an absolute 180. You know, before it was US Army who couldn't get any luck when it came to shooting, but now again TKD misses the shot. That was his second opportunity within the last minute, where he should have put one at least on the net, and it would have had maybe a 90% chance of going in. The defense from US Army scrambling, but they couldn't find the accuracy, still trailing by 2 goals.
Now Spider building out of midfield. Aoka chasing, but Blinksy will hold it up temporarily. Andre to the sideline again. They've been so dangerous on that backboard. Can they find a pass? They'll try, but Blinksy, a great cut in. Spider with a miss will open things up temporarily for Jolly Roger, as TKD just can't find that touch. And that's a couple times now we've seen TKD really get on with a decent amount of speed, but can't get that final touch. Another one will go wide, and that's just another cherry on top for the attack here for US Army Esports. Even when they're not missing, it's threatening really close calls here. The best they're finishing has looked all game long, but as always, Jolly Roger never out of the game, always on offense, gets their first of the game.
Oh man, and this one is scary. Off the backboard, you've got 22 seconds left. Blinksy now starting to feel himself. He's been playing well all game as well. It hasn't really been a slowdown in terms of pace from him, but rather just the shooting department, I'd say, for his other 2 teammates. But they have picked it up. The midfield passes are coming through, and so long as Blinksy is behind the ball, there's always a chance for Jolly Roger.
Certainly so. TKD actually trying to work some physical play in. Bump doesn't work out. Arkeen in the midfield doesn't get the touch. Aoka trying to find Spider, and they have to make sure they don't need any more goals, but they do need to defend. As a little bit of commotion here. Jolly Roger, maybe not enough boost, doesn't matter. We're in 0-second time. The moment this ball touches the ground, US Army Esports gets their win, and Andre will serve that one forward, and that indeed will be the case. They're right back in it. US Army Esports getting a win in game number 3.
That was just a catastrophic mistake there from Jolly Roger. They had, I believe, a 3-on-1 play if they moved down the field fast enough, but Blinksy, and I forget who else was behind the ball. I believe it was TKD, was trying to dribble it out, but Blinksy just took it from him and was going for the possession alone. A bit of a ball-chasing moment there, and they wasted an opportunity. But US Army, the story here in this game was that they made a comeback, they figured out their play style, and they were putting away goals that we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, we saw Jolly Roger take game number 1 and force US Army to use that break to be able to consolidate themselves. It kicked in a little late, but they got it. So now it's Jolly Roger's time to get a little bit of break, as we hear from HEB, one of the sponsors for this event in the HEB Game 3 break.
For the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
Coming right back into it, I think that's a great response from US Army Esports, not only because they get the win, but I like the fashion in which they did it. It wasn't too scrappy of a game, just top to bottom, a solid performance. Got a little shaky at the end with that goal, but it's a good step forward as we head into game number 4, and they're looking to tie the series up.
Yeah, it felt very polished from US Army. I mean, you could see that in both of the goals that they did score. They were very spaced out, which bodes very well for the play style they're going for. If you're going to get demos and play aggressive, if you're on top of each other, you're going to give away a clear and easy counterattack. to Jolly Roger, so it's nice to see them get a bit organized. But coming to the next game, they're still on fire. The pass from Andre, unbeatable.
My goodness, look at this catch from Aoka. Perfect touch into the flick. Honestly, that was going in on its own, but you never want to take that chance. The secure coming through. And it's a brilliant play by US Army Esports. And we'd mentioned they're back with a fury. How about that? 9 seconds into game number 4. They already have the lead. How about an immediate response? Roger, though, tough save, but Aoka makes it well. And another clear will go through from US Army Esports. But Jai Roger still trying to get back in this game. Still always a threat, pounding more shots on, but another save coming through.
That was just a powerful statement. I mean, you come back from a game that was finally in your favor, and you're thinking to yourself, maybe we can, or try to continue this momentum. But U.S. Army, that first goal, right away, you get a nice flick, team pass out into the midfield, nice little cleanup, excuse me. But again, it just kind of gives me, that one feeling of polished play from these boys, where they know how to move down the field, they know where to be. In contrast to how they were playing originally, they started very all over the place. But Blinksy, okay. Maybe this is a little bit of a start of a comeback now for Team Jolly Roger.
Yeah, Crossbar playing the 4th defender, but sometimes it can be your worst enemy. Perfect pass out to Blinksy, sets himself up, and well-deserved goal there. So Jolly Roger right back in it, but this is actually a little bit of a departure from game number 3. We saw US Army get a nice lead and be able to hold it, but that lead is gone. We're right back to square one. And without that momentum of that opening goal, what's going to happen in the future? Harkeed set up for a double, but they can't get it to go. Andre will get a clear out, and it'll roll up the side wall. Jolly Roger, I mean, it's just so close. The moment US Army Esports gets a less than adequate clear, it's almost like Jolly Roger's just ready to pounce.
Yeah, it is the counterattack game from Jolly Roger, but we're not seeing counterattacks from US Army. We're seeing demos, physicality on the field, and it has been amazing to watch unfold here, Taco.
It's a tough one, especially since that demo came in, but let's not forget 2 Jolly Roger players committed on that for a double commit. Neither of them able to get any pixel of a touch on that ball, so they're down now, but certainly not out. Right off the kickoff, again an immediate response.
Oh my, look at this. The first touch, it's beautiful. The second touch, it's better. And then you get, I'd say, another 3 or 4 touches to add some speed behind the ball, obliterate the defense, and get yourselves back into the game. And Harkeen, I believe he's even had a couple of latency issues. I've been checking his ping. It has been spiking nonstop, so that might be causing a lot of team issues as well. Communication could be out of the line for them if a player is lagging, and that's painful. But he's here, making a statement, still fighting and playing well.
My goodness, this is him on a rough connection. I hate to play him at LAN. Fortunately for US Army Esports, they don't have to deal with that, and maybe they're praying for a little bit more issues, as this is the Jolly Roger of old. At least this time, US Army Esports has a couple goals under their belt, but might not have the lead for long. Aoka, good block, and so they'll be able to get onto some form of a counter. No dunk there. Spider back in the middle, almost a nice touchdown, but will be able to close the door on that. And TKD, another clear out to midfield, and a 50 though. That one just going across back out to mid.
There's so much responsibility for Aoka here on US Army Esports. He has been the foundation. He's getting the demos. He's the one who's being aggressive. That first man getting in the face of Jolly Roger. If we're going to see a play develop, it is, I'd say, usually from Aoka as he comes in here for the shot to the far right corner. It was saved by Harkeen, but man, that was a close one.
Yeah, and US Army Esports looks a lot more confident going forward, and their shots have a bit more venom. It's certainly forcing a lot of close saves out of Jolly Roger, but it's more consistent. I do like the rotation, but gotta watch this defense. They're really spread out, and resulting in goal line saves. TKD set up after the double commit with a easy put away, and they're not gonna have an easier shot like that all game.
Oh man, and that's a painful one. You don't blame US Army Esports too much for that double commit, because you see Blinksy, he gets the flip reset. It's a moment where you can panic easily, especially with a player like Blinksy behind the ball. You don't know what he's gonna do. You just wanna make sure you can get a touch on it. 2 players commit, and Jolly Roger are there to get the cleanup goal. Things have shifted a bit here, Taco, and you can tell Jolly Roger, they're feeling confident. But as I hit tab and look at the game score, you can see there's also some lag still coming in from Harkeen. Maybe that's an issue that's definitely filtered into their, I'd say, communication, but it doesn't matter. They are still standing strong.
And on top of that, he's getting dunks. Does he have the speed to get back to
How's
it?
he doing
He
this?
does.
How is he doing this?
I don't know how he's doing it, but certainly US Army Esports wants to figure out soon. A 2-goal lead now opening up for Jolly Roger.
This man, he might be lagging out a little bit, but it doesn't matter because he's just ice skating around the field. He still gets a nice touch and finds the 4th goal for Jolly Roger. This has been not necessarily a blowout by any means, a great start from US Army Esports, but they've been quiet after that 2nd goal.
Yeah, they've had 4 shots, but really it's been a very, as you said, quiet moment for them since then. It's been a long time since I'd say they had truly threatened the goal of Jolly Roger, and at this point, Jolly Roger just getting cute with these passes. TKD almost teed up for this one. Good dunk will result in Blinksy having to take control, though. Arkeen pushed back and do an air dribble. Nice little couple touches to buy some time. Blinksy will try to extend, but ultimately will roll down. So with 70 seconds remaining, really all on US Army Esports to try to force something. How about that from Aoka? What an air dribble to bring it within 1.
This is exactly why I called him the playmaker, but I didn't expect him to come out here with a solo play. Normally it's a pass or a demo, but check it out. This man's also got the mechanics on lock. Air dribbles it past the entire defense and secures another goal. Now it's just within 1 for US Army.
I gave him a 70-second warning. They only needed 6 seconds. Get back in this one, but the job is not done, especially with the offense like that. What a save from Aoka. I don't know if that was in. I guess we'll never know. Good defense, and it'll have to hold the next 45 seconds as they try to move into the counter, but more 50s in the midfield. Another tap forward will be gathered by TKD. They'll retreat to grab some boost, but will be able to aggress again in the corner. Nice little gentle flick, but not necessarily getting past the defense. Another bounce down, a good clear, and TKD left alone, but they get bumped out of the way. Andre, tough angle, and they make it work. US Army Esports, you cannot count them out.
Jolly Roger just getting too complacent. You could see TKD was inching up forward as that 3rd man wanted to get a piece of it. They got a bit greedy. Even Blinksy was going for a solo play, missed the touch off the ceiling, and then just gave away possession. While he's got the mechanics, sometimes if you try to force it, it could result in an opportunity for the other team.
And it might even get worse. Spider, what a setup, but they can't put it on target. Now a counterattack in the final 15. TKD hopes for a 50. Harkeen and Blinksy, a little bit of a double commit. Jolly Roger looking all over the place sometimes. I can't blame him. They've lost the lead. We might be looking at an overtime. Just one more save required to the corner. And in 0-second time, it will hit that ground. And US Army Esports trying to complete the comeback.
I have no idea how we got to overtime, but I'm glad we're here because this has been an incredible game, let alone series. Nice little touch there from Blinksy. Maybe a passing play could be developed here as Blinksy goes up for the follow-up, doesn't get a 50, but he's going to take some boost and work on starving out this US Army defense.
They're trying to set up an attack, but they're not able to set up camp. On the counterattack, Andre set up for a pass. TKD takes it away. Harkeen, a nice shot, a fantastic save. How often has Aoka been the man in the back to make that save? Their contribution certainly being felt here. We're going to keep on playing the first minute of overtime. Jolly Roger keeps on pushing forward, though. Weaker shots not paying the dividends. Harkeen, one more, and that's gonna do it. They suffered a little bit of a comeback attempt, but ultimately they're coming out on top. Jolly Roger taking game number 4.
Oh yeah, and you love to see it from Blinksy, and that's got to be a big sigh of relief because I would say Blinksy was one of the main reasons why US Army was able to get back in this game and find that overtime. It's because Blinksy was a little bit greedy with that solo play, but he makes up for it with that pass into the midfield. They've been doing it all series long. It looked polished still from Jolly Roger, and that was a close one. It shouldn't have been that close, but my goodness, was it a good one.
Yeah, and I think this is also, we talk about mental game of Rocket League, and you get tilted in between series, and that can carry over. But sometimes we don't touch on the intra-game aspects of that. Jolly Roger looking so strong, pushing forward. US Army Esports shows that resilience, gets the comeback, and then it almost felt like Jolly Roger was really shaky. It felt like they were getting panicky, they were pushing forward too much, and we saw US Army Esports really try to capitalize on that. Of course, great job by Jolly Roger to take that deep breath and get that winner in overtime, but this is certainly a warning shot fired over the bow. Jolly Roger is on match point, but they're really going to have to fight tooth and nail for every single game, and especially this next one if they hope to close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, though, US Army could have also ran away with this game win before we went into overtime. I believe there was one opportunity, one shot. I'm not sure from which player from US Army Esports, but they moved down the field. They caught Jolly Roger off guard, so that throw game, that, you know, second half of any match or any game could go in favor of US Army Esports because they seem to slip into those small little cracks of how to break down the wall of Jolly Roger and, you know, somehow tilt them, because things on the defensive side don't always look super clean and in position for Jolly Roger. That could be an advantage that US Army look to take, but again, if it comes down to sheer mechanics, you got to give it to Blinksy.
Blinksey's been a threat all series long. It's really just when they decide to pop their head up and be seen. So headed into game number 5, potentially the final game of this series if Jolly Roger has their way. But US Army Esports looking resurgent in recent games, just about to try to focus on finishing out those matches, and I have quite the distance series as TKD doesn't want to be left out of the mechanics conversation. Air dribble into the double tap.
He heard us talking too much about Blinksy and said, hey, shut up. I can also do a couple of fancy things. The follow-up off the backboard, and then you get the tight angle into the back of the net. We see you, TKD. We see you.
And certainly US Army Esports paying close attention to every player now. They've been dealt an early blow after the first 15 seconds. Now Blinksy trying their hand on an air dribble, though, will be turned away. Spider, a little bit of extension as Andre will try to commit. Aoka will have to try to come back. Gets a tough read, won't get any touch at all. Blinksy, double tap attempt. What an angle, and he just doesn't miss those.
This man is treating it like it's free play. There's so much time, so much space on the field, and the boost management. Blinksy just picked up 100 boost pad, and there's so many players who would immediately spam that button, panic. But he realized that he had so much space, took his time, found the angle, and got the second goal. It's only been a little bit over 30 seconds. Come on.
Real recognizes Real as a nice shot came out from US Army Esports in the in-game chat, recognizing that Blinksy's been a terror all game long, and it's even more terrifying. Not only that they're getting a follow, but the fact that it's on target every time, it seems. TKD really feeding off that confidence. They want a double tap of their own, but a good backboard defense. US Army Esports, and what started as a nice comeback attempt might be coming to an end here as they are getting somewhat vibes of game number 1. They are just pressed under continuously by this Jolly Roger squad. They're getting saves, but how much longer?
I mean, Jolly Roger have activated some kind of, I don't know, final form. They're just going Super Saiyan mode at this point. It seemed like they had been kind of taking it a little bit too easy, but now the speed has been increased. The aggression is there, and it has been suffocating for US Army Esports. They don't know how to transition out. Every single clear is a little bit too strong. They're not finding each other down the field. Even touches like that are going pretty much to nobody, and you're giving away possession right away and allowing Jolly Roger to get another attempt at a counterattack.
That's pass 2, though. Blinksy, they're left alone. They will not be able to get that. And yet again, Jolly Roger, almost a victim of their own aggression.
What is this? And you look at how good they look on offense, even on defense at times, but then little mistakes that just punish, I'd say, their defense. That is painful. You look great on the rotations. You've got solid plays. The mechanics are all there. But if you don't have good communication, and you're double committing like that, you're going to give away free goals too. It doesn't even matter who it could be. It could be a Plat 3 team. It could be a Grand Champ or an SSL team. You're going to get scored on.
They're going to have to deal with that reality. And as we move into the mid-game, US Army Esports has a little bit of breathing room. And they're forcing a double commit their own, but it will go into the corner. Blinksy left alone again, but this time get a nice clear out. TKD can't wrangle that one, so another ball into the corner. Quickly approaching halftime, only 1 goal in it. US Army Esports, I think I'm more focused on their defense. I think the offense has stayed more or less consistent when they do go forward, but just a little bit worried that they can't handle this kind of relentless pressure style that Jolly Roger loves to force in. But 50s like that go a long way. Another ball out into the mid, and Harkeen's going to have to hit around that one.
Well, Jolly Roger are definitely destroying US Army right now on the midfield passing game. They don't have the demos that US Army have. They don't have, I'd say, even the level of aggression at times that US Army have, but what they do have is that passing, and that is, dare I say, the most critical part of Rocket League. Doesn't get a touch there from Harkeen, but they're going to keep the pressure on. Blinksy's looking to do something creative, takes the boost, and when this man has full boost pad, anything is possible. And this is why I was saying I'm a little bit scared. Blinksy gets boost, it could be over, Taco.
I say Blinksy just has that predator mentality. They don't even need a good pass. They just recognize a weak touch when they see one, and they perform that setup perfectly. not even a 50, more like a tee up, just a pinch right into the goal. 2-goal lead restored, 3 on the board for Jolly Roger. That's all they need at this point. It's just about how the final 2 minutes do play out. 2-minute drill activated for US Army Esports. Good save there. And onto the counterattack they go with Blinksy and TKD. Left alone in the back again. Aoka set up for a shot over the bar. Only Spider top angle, and they make it work. The bump coming out again, and we're right back to 1 goal.
They're throwing everything they have at Jolly Roger. You've got the backboard passes. Aoka then gets the follow-up bump. Aoka has been a monster. He is the foundation. He's doing everything he possibly can on the field with his rotation, and he is efficient.
Oh, wow, what a kickoff going right back in the middle. Andre will deal with that temporarily. Aoka trying to race for a read. TKD will cut it out temporarily, and so Andre trying to buy team for the rotation back. Get a nice 50. It's a roller again, and a long clear will come in. Spider building up again. Slow play. Another high lob. Aoka, they've done so well with them setting up their teammates, but TKD shuts the door on that one, and another clear go on out into the sideline. Aoka, another bump play. Spider with the shot and a brilliant save from Harkeen. They took the bump and took it well, and were able to turn that into a save. Gets a bump attempt of their own, but back and forth we go. Still no closer to getting that next goal. 60 seconds remaining. All that is in this game and potentially for the series for US Army Esports.
Oh, another demo. They're looking for some type of physical play to break down the defense. If you can't beat them, just take them out of the field, delete them from the game. That could open up something. This is the most amount of possession we've seen from US Army in quite some time. I'd even say a couple of games, but still knocking on the door, no answer. Jolly Roger, they're holding down in the final 36 seconds.
I see another clear down. Aoka, nice possession touch, trying to set up another air dribble as Harkeen will shut the door on that. Only Spider.
More demos.
Into the middle. Andre turns on that one. A couple players in the mix, but no one has the touch. Aoka yet again serving a ball toward the goal. Double commit as TKD slaps into the post. Spider will try their attempt. Another block out. Jolly Roger really up against their own back wall here, but they're dealing with the pressure so well. Final 10 seconds. Another sit down. Andre, a little bit of a giveaway. Blinksy into the corner.
Oh, man.
You know, he has the reads. He's up for it. It's just off the near post. It has to keep in the air, and it does not. Jolly Roger Esports going on, and we'll be seeing more of them in the final event.
I got a little bit scared there. We saw, I got some deja vu, really. It was a flashback to the previous game. Blinksy and another player from Jolly Roger were in the same position. Final seconds, a double commit occurred, but this time they get a solid hit. The clear comes out, and they take the series win. What a performance. And it was all a mechanical game. I'd say that gave them the edge. That little advantage was finding those small little pockets that they could fit into to get a goal and then slip past the defense of US Army Esports.
Yeah, of course, this whole tournament is kind of like a job application for being able to be picked up by Beasley Esports, making that squad. And although the ideal situation is you just completely blow out the team, in a way, this is kind of the next best thing. You faced some adversity, you dropped a couple games, but overall, play style was solid. The offense was good, and honestly, they needed to play good defense. They were locking it down. So maybe not the smoothest path forward, but they will qualify with the final one of our upper bracket games. So back half the bracket will be focused on the losers side on their second chances, trying to get through for that final event. But with that said, we will have to throw it to a short break. We'll be right back with Jolly Roger trying to pick their brains about that last series and what's coming forward going forward.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we just saw the U.S. Army Esports take an L against Jolly Roger Esports. Jolly Roger will be moving on, but that is not the end of the day for U.S. Army Esports. But we have on the line from Jolly Roger Esports, TKD, in line for an interview. TKD, can you hear me out there, man?
Yeah, what's up, man? How are you doing?
How are you doing? Coming off that win, all smiles I see. We got our first camera actually to be up here for our future Pro Cam sponsored by HEB. Make sure to check out their app as well as go to their online store at heb.com. $35 or more will get you free carry out as well as delivery. So let's talk about that last matchup. I think that was probably the best one we had all day considering.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Did you guys expect to be pushed so hard from the U.S. Army? Like, I don't want to put any disrespect on their name or anything, but like, it's kind of like maybe you haven't heard of them so much. But I want to know your thoughts on that.
Well, I've played them a few times in ranked over the years, and I've always thought their team was pretty good. I didn't think they'd be like that good, so they did like play better than I thought they would. But that was just because I haven't seen them play before, so I didn't know the capabilities. But yeah, they were a good team. Yeah, I mean that was a fun matchup. How do you think
you played individually that matchup? Were you happy with your performance? Do you think you need to clean it up going forward and into the next qualifier? How are your thoughts?
I think I played pretty good, but I just got to keep improving, keep playing better. I think I played pretty solid that matchup.
Now, I've been asking everybody this about their Rocket League, careers, so to speak. Maybe this is a launch of yours, and maybe this is where it starts or where it finishes. Who knows? But
I hope so.
You hope so. So I want to talk a little bit about where you started in Rocket League. What year you started playing, around what time. Was there a particular person that got you into it? I've been asking everybody.
I'm kind of an OG player. I got it for free when it was on PlayStation. I played it on and off for a few years, and then I think 2017, late 2016, I started really getting into it. But I was still on console. Then around 2018, I moved to PC. And there's been periods where I've quit and I've came back, but I've just pretty much been playing this game since it came out. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised with all these answers. They're like, yeah, I picked up the game when it came out, and I'm like, man, I'm thinking about it now. That's got to be what, 6 years ago in 2015.
It's a long time
summer
ago.
Of 2015.
It's a long
It's like,
time
man,
ago.
it's almost that's half a decade, right? That's crazy.
For real.
But
For real.
I expected a little bit more players to come through with the free to play performance, but they're probably out there.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't gotten as good as you OGs yet. But
Yeah, I
talking
think
about
they're
the
catching up.
future, they're catching up. Talking about the future, though, let's talk a little bit about what this would mean to you, right? If you
Oh
go
my God.
forth and get signed by this Beasley team, like
Bro.
talk a little bit about your aspirations, dreams to play Pro Rocket League.
I mean, that is my dream, is to be a pro Rocket League player. Like, sounds crazy, you know, because I'm not like at the top ranks, so like I'm not very close to it. I'm closer than most, so you know. But yeah, I mean, that would be like a dream come true, you know, like to make a ton of money per month doing something that you love, you know, getting to compete and win championships and all that stuff. Like that would be amazing. That would be incredible.
I think it is a dream come true for a lot of folks out there, and
For
you
sure.
are no exception, sir. Any final thoughts going forward, especially about the teams that have already qualified? We got Dream, we got Team.exe, and now you guys
I haven't really
qualified
looked at them
already.
too much.
Okay, well, I think maybe you might want to do your research on Team.exe because that is a definite front.
Oh, I did
runner
watch a little bit
for
of
the
that.
spot.
Yeah. They were playing good. They were playing good.
All right, any final shout outs you want to do before we let you go?
Shout out Harkeen and Blinksy. We're gonna win. So, yeah.
Short and sweet, my man. Thanks so much, TKD. That's TKD from Jolly Roger Esports. They're going to be moving on into our finals happening later in August. We are going to throw to a quick break, and we're actually going to have another interview coming right up after that with Lights Out, who technically has now moved on with the disqualification of Sin. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back out with a player from Lights Out with the interview. Welcome back to the Search RL, the next Rocket League team greats looking out in the battlefield for who's going to get signed next by Beasley. My name is Fickle one more time, and we have another interview lined up for you. But first, we got to shout out our sponsors. The ones, the only, Nerd Focus, right here. Delicious. Make sure to pick it up at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, or on the GoPuff app. You can actually get it delivered straight to your doorstep. It has everything you would need for the late night ranked grinders, as well as any business professionals who are just looking for that pep in your step. So make sure to pick it up today. We've seen a lot of great action here, so we are getting the next interview set up for the team for Lights Out, but just as a synopsis of what has happened so far, we have actually had a disqualification for one of our teams on Sin, and therefore the Lights Out team, who are going to have an interview coming up with, I believe, Kevpert. If you look at the bracket here, you can actually see that Sin, because of their disqualification in the top bracket, they cannot play their lower bracket matchup because of unforeseen circumstances. It was an emergency reason on the side of Sin. Lights Out qualifies without having to play their second match. And that is just we take those moment, and Lights Out will be happy to move on to the next round, and that will be happening later in August. So this is only the first 8 teams we're deciding here going forward, because the next 8 teams will be done in a qualifier later in August, as well as playing the grand finals even laterer in August. So Lights Out confirmed, Jolly Roger Esports confirmed, Dream confirmed, Team.exe confirmed, as well as I believe Board has now confirmed as well. And we finally have Kevpert on the line. So let's go ahead and bring him in. Kevpert, man, it has been a long time since I have talked to you, my friend.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
And so these are very interesting circumstances in which we find ourselves, but you know, we take those as you guys have now moved on into the final round. And we didn't get to see your matchup versus Aviators, but I would like to give you the floor at least a little bit to talk about how that matchup went and how you guys were playing today.
They were a tricky team. They weren't super mechanical, but they're very smart. They control the ball. They play not too dissimilar from Army Esports, where they go for a lot of demos, they roll it through your corner, they put you under pressure, and they try to collect the rebound. So those kind of teams are really tricky, the slower teams, and you have to make sure you stay composed and take care of the ball.
Now, if you're an OG Rocket League player, you may have heard of Kevpert and Lights Out before. This is a brand that has been existing since 2015 when the game was released. And I don't even make that lightly. This has been a long time coming for you guys. So I would like to give the floor a little bit to you about, you know, your Lights Out brand, as well as your kind of journey here so far and where you started in Rocket League.
It's an old org that I created with Raw Greg, who's another top level player. He's much higher level than me. But we've had players like Aeon, who's been in RLRS, and he qualified for RLCS technically, then got kicked. But we're a player development org. We've had so many players come through trying to play a certain style with the development philosophy of, improvement focus and not so much results oriented. And it's really helped a lot of players reach that next step. As for like my own philosophy and my career path, I started way back in 2015. I really wanted to help other players because I was like a lowly player. I wanted to help other players understand that they could do it too, right? They could reach that next level. So I try to make educational content for those kind of players.
Yeah, and speaking of the next level, let's talk a little bit about the future and what could be, with this sponsorship. I think you guys have a somewhat decent chance to make this, even though you guys were in the lowers. I think the roster as a whole has a much better synergy than the individuals on them. And so what would this partnership with Beasley Esports and the Outlaws organization mean for you personally after this long journey?
It'd be incredible, but it's not the end all be all. We know there are a lot of good teams in here. We did lose 3-0 to Vendetta, so it's not something we have our eyes on just yet. The org support and having the administrative team, I know how much it can mean to a team, and obviously the salary that helps you move into kind of a semi-pro kind of situation, with that flexibility to reach that next level, would be really, really amazing for a lot of teams. So I know how valuable it is, but we're really here to practice against the best and see if we can take a game off from maybe two, maybe steal a series.
Even the weekend hopefuls are still humble in their quest to become the next pro team. Now, a final question for you before we have to let you go. What about Rocket League wanted you to make educational content rather than striving to be a pro? Like, I know maybe you're not as focused on like being the best, but what was that core centric process that wanted you to teach people rather than be the best?
I think as I grew up playing a lot of soccer. I played one of my teammates that I played in high school. He plays in the MLS. So a lot of good teammates. A lot of played for the youth national team, the US U15s, U17s, etc. And in that environment, I felt like I had maybe like genetic disadvantages. Like I didn't have the fast twitch muscle fibers, or I didn't have the pure talent. Although I put in a lot of hours and had a lot of stamina, I just wasn't as technical. So coming from that environment and being disappointed in myself, maybe having regrets of not trying hard enough, I come into Rocket League and it's a blank slate, and I can work as hard as I want, and I can show my method, because the drills and the routines and the regiments I've been going through in Rocket League, I was doing in soccer, and sharing that method with people and showing that they could do it too, no matter how bad you are at the game currently. That was something that appealed to me, and I think I had a lasting impact on the scene in terms of like car control and people getting up in the air.
Yeah, no doubt, man. You've been around for a long time, and you're a household name to many of us OGs, and that was a very profound statement, bringing the IRL experience into the RL experience, and that's just a wonderful sentiment and mentality going forward. So I wish you the best. I think if I were to go based on mentality, you guys would be taking on the prize, but sadly it all comes down to who wins at the end of the day. So thank you so much, Kevpert from Lights Out, who will be qualifying into the finals happening later in August. Any last words or shout outs from you before I let you go?
Shout out to all the casters here, the organization behind the scenes, because I love the product that you have on stream. It looks amazing. I was surprised to see Turtle in there, and Eternal J, and all these great casters. It just really, it's really hype, and love to see where this goes.
You're winning a lot of brownie points with the production right now. I can promise you that. They're in my ear singing your praises. But thanks so much, Kevpert. We're going to let you go and send it to yet another break. When we come back, we should have the lower bracket matchup of up, down, left, right, who we saw earlier this morning, going up against Beppis, who we have not seen, and that is a do or die match. Winner qualifies into the finals. Loser will have to try again with a different roster if they would like. So we're going to send it to a quick break. Thank you so much for watching and being patient with us through all the disruptions. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the search for the next and best Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and today's piece has been sponsored by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus is packed with nootropics to help you focus while having to get energy throughout the day without any jitters, without any of that extra BS that you have sometimes from those off-brand energy drinks that you buy at the convenience store at 2 a.m. when you're really looking for that extra energy. So make sure next time, pick Nerd Focus. And with that being said, we have a lovely new caster joining us in the form of our favorite Canadian, Leaf X. How are you doing today, Leaf?
Oh, great. You said lovely, and I didn't expect my name to follow that up. I thought you were going to Jay here.
Well, you don't give yourself enough credit. I'm loving the goatee now.
Yeah.
And we have Jay returning for us on the broadcast as well to pick up this next matchup. It has got to be sweltering over there, my dude, and we appreciate you being here with us over in the UK.
Yeah, it is sweltering. I've actually been sweating literally the entire last match, so I've just constantly been getting up and going for drinks. And do you know how you need to use the bathroom when you drink a lot of water? I haven't needed the bathroom at all because I've just been drinking so much and sweating it all out. So here you go. It'll be fine. One more game today for me personally, and I'll be looking forward to seeing how much sweat will be sweated between both myself and the players and stuff.
Yeah, speaking about sweating, this is going to be a sweaty one because loser goes home, winner moves on into the finals we have later in August. Our two teams are up, down, left, right, and Beppis. And actually, I do want to pull up the bracket, so if we could get that pulled up. There's been a little bit of a shakeup coming up with a couple of DQs and some forfeitures, but I think it's important to know where we're at right now. So the upper bracket is completely finished. We've finished all those games in some form or another. The Board and Vendetta matchup, there was a DQ on the side of Vendetta, so they moved down to the lower bracket and potentially will play against Isolated if they are able to play their next match, as well as Dream and Sin. Sin has DQ'd as well, but they are permanently out, so therefore Lights Out has made it. So we're going to be having two less games than we would have, but right now we're at the very bottom right of that bracket. Up, down, left, right versus Beppis, and that is a qualifying matchup, and that's what we're going to see coming up after we break it down. We already saw up, down, left, right play earlier in the day. Josher Squasher, Anxie Yeti, as well as Bacony, and they did pretty well against Team.exe, considering that Team.exe is the first seed in this tournament, but we haven't seen Beppis yet, and I'm wondering if Leaf, you have any kind of insight coming into Beppis. It's okay if you don't, because this is what this event is about, but I want to know if you have any research on these guys.
For Beppis specifically, no. I've seen, I think, Eclipse, if it's the player that I'm remembering, I've seen Eclipse a while ago here, but again, this is the important thing, I think, about these qualifiers, is that we are getting to see players that we don't necessarily get a lot of information on. We get to make those stories. We get to now see these players get into the spotlight and shine themselves. And I think that's one of the coolest things that we're getting right now, because it's different when you're putting on a stage like this and there's something big like a contract on the line. Nerves can take a lot of impact here. So that's my thing, what I'm going to be looking forward to. What they've done in the past, honestly, can be irrelevant, because when you're put in a position like this, it's what's going forward and what you're doing right now on the field. And that's not easy. It's something that a lot of players don't get that experience to do. You play in in-game tournaments, you play in ranked, you don't get that same impact of having people watch you. Maybe there's scouts out there also seeing, hey, let's try to pull these players on the team. So there's a lot of expectations that these players know in the back of their mind, and that has to not affect their gameplay. So that, I think, is really what it's about. How are they going to deal with that pressure right now and going forward?
Absolutely. The intangible aspect of mental is one of the things that delineates those top teams versus the kind of okay teams, and we hope to see that here going forward. The matchup is ready, but let's first do a quick prediction. I'm going to throw over to Jay and just in a couple of words, who do you got in this matchup?
I'm going to have up, down, left, right on this one. I still think that I'm not going to count Beppis out entirely. Maybe I'll give him like a couple games. But I also think that 4-0 against Exy in the first match of the day, that doesn't do it justice to how well up, down, left, right really play. Like, those were some really close games, especially in the first two where they went down to overtimes and they really pushed Team Exy right up to the limit for me. So I look at up, down, left, right. I think they've got a lot of untapped potential when you look at that series. And I think that this is the series where they're going to come up and fulfill that potential.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I've got up, down, left, right in this as well. Leaf, any different thoughts on this, or
Yeah.
you swinging with?
I think Jay made a good point here, because you look at it and like Beppis is now coming off of a win, right? And that's usually good. That's momentum. But there's been time between that, and a 4-0 loss on paper looks terrible. When you realize how close it actually was, you're saying there's much more motivation. Maybe they're like, okay, the up, down, left, right cheat code wasn't working, and maybe they try a different one this time. I think they're going to find the right code to input, and I think they're going to pull through. So I think we just curse them, because we're going across the board for up, down, left, right here, but I'm going to stick with you guys on that pick too.
All right, it's a full sweep for up, down, left, right. Will they show up on the field, or will it be Beppis to put it to them? We will find out as we get into our match 4 of the Search Rocket League to find the next and best team, and your two casters for this are going to be the Eternal J and Leafx. Take it away, gentlemen.
Well, let's see whether up, down, left, right can evolve into the Konami code in this matchup here. Looking forward to see whether they can hold their own. And definitely, I think everyone's looking at this match, probably rating them as the favorites in this one, Leaf. So I think all we can really do is just jump straight into it and see how well they will do. Up, down, left, right will be on the blue side of the field, and Beppis will be out in orange. And again, to remind everybody at home, best of 7 rule sets. There's a marathon of a matchup ahead of us here. So let's look forward to see the marathon begin here as up, down, left, right. Try and get on the early offensive start. I've got a couple of counter-actions here from the likes of Beppis as they do try and play a bit more of a spacious kind of a game, but out of the midfield control, they will try and find a clips set up to the cross. No one's really there to take that shot, though, so a bit of a wasted play early on.
And it's an important thing you mentioned, best of 7, a lot of time to readjust. That's going to sit on the goal line.
Oh, too close. Way too close to start things off for Beppis. Up, down, left, right. I'm so close to getting that one past the line, and it just felt like it was just, I needed that one little bit of an extra touch to get it in, and ultimately it will counter-attack here from the Beppis camp, shooting higher the crossbar, taking it wide from Eclipse's part. An explosive start of their own right. One more attempt, turned away by Joshua Squasher. Eclipse following out of the midfield and into the corner, back down into that box itself. So up, down, left, right, doing a decent job of weathering the storm here. Beppis, past that first minute, can't score the opener.
I think the important thing to watch right now coming up from Beppis is how many bumps these guys are going for. They're trying to get physical right from the get-go.
Indeed, they are continuing to get themselves back on the upfield here for the up, down, left, right side, but the counters are so quick from Beppis. Eclipse has all the control just outside of the box itself, taken into the corner. Bacony trying to find his teammate to clear it away. Anxiety will be able to do so, and evade one of the midfield line players of Beppis. Bounce to the corner, to the center line. Second touch, not going to be received off that backboard, so back into the midfield challenge will go between both of these squads. Up, down, left, right, holding their own for the time being. Looking for a strike for Anxiety, blocked off by one.
Yeah, if I were up, down, left, right, I'd be a little worried right now, because there's been a lot of threatening chances coming up from their opponents, but they get one of their own, and somehow that makes it over that last defender.
Just about coming through for Bacony, just tipping it past that last man. A slight touch at the end there, sending it above Eclipse. And there you go, that's the start of the up, down, left, right wanted. Such a laboured effort, however, in the first couple of minutes. Beppis did give it their all.
Yeah, there was a good start, a good push. You saw the physical play from Beppis. You saw some threatening chances. They just fell apart a little bit on some of those mechanical plays like the flip resets, but I like the idea.
And another fantastic shot from Anxiety to redirect it out from the left-hand side, just slip it past the net, and it's a 2-0 lead now for up, down, left, right.
I can like the ideas, but it doesn't mean anything if it's still just a concept. They got to follow through, because now they're down by 2 goals. And up, down, left, right, the favorites from all the casters, from Fickle as well, you and I are pulling out game number 1 strong.
Didn't quite get off on the correct start initially, but now they're going like the clappers. And Beppis Trying to get physical once again to try to bump them out of the way in the back lines here, but there's no real player to go for the offensive line. Instead, Anxiety just using that opportunity to try to receive a ball downfield. It's turned away very quickly by Beppis' own part as they start the counter-attack. Eclipse in particular goes for a shot that Bacony can turn a little bit further off to the right-hand side. Anxiety down in alongside Bacony's part. Snow and Rip will be on the attack, but only so far as the midfield. Again, they've been doing a really good job at maintaining this midfield for me on up, down, left, right. Sideboard bounce for Anxiety. He'll take that into the corner. Snow's going to take that into a dangerous position, and Bacony will try punish it. Follow-up's not quite there, though.
Yeah, you said it yourself. They have to be careful about those touches. When you're bringing it across your own net, you need control, and he lost it there. Up, down, left, right. Looks like they're starting to get in control of this entire game number one.
Dribble play's not quite fully there for them, though. Great efforts from the likes of Bacony. Joshua Squasher trying to receive that ball. Will leave it back for Bacony, but that enables a chance for Beppis to clear it over into the blue half and start their attack again. A little bit unsuccessful thus far, and they continue to be unsuccessful in this one. Snow cross towards Dip, however, and that's perfect. An absolute textbook passing play. Beppis up by 1.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst defense here from up, down, left, right, but that was great offense from their opponents. We saw that shining a little bit at the beginning of game number 1. And look at Drip, just aware that he can stay in the play and get his car on that ball.
A little under 2 minutes to play for as well. Beppis, not impossible to bring this back, but the pressure will start to mount from this stage onwards here. Drip has that corner play back into the midfield where Eclipse can receive it. Anxiety's trying to get involved alongside Joshua Squasher. Countered by Eclipse. That's perfectly in front and forces the own goal. What happened there?
I actually thought that was a Beppis player. How confidently that ball got put into the blue net there. Anxiety tried to push that to the side, but an incredible dunk in that corner from Eclipse set up that force, as you said.
Oh, that's disaster. Absolutely disaster there for the likes of up, down, left, right. Now 2 apiece. And still plenty of time to take a lead back for Beppis' part. Of course, same applies for up, down, left, right, own side of things. And they have had a bit of a shaky late game here. And they turn it around. Backboard from Bacony, trying to send that to target, but way too far wide. And it's countered so quickly by Eclipse. Look at how far he makes progress down the other end of the field. Snow can try to recover this attempted defensive. Bacony will finally find the clear at the 60-second marker. Anxiety defined as well. He'll dribble it in of his own accord. Good challenge from Eclipse. That blocks it.
And you saw him too. He was looking for that player out midfield there when he recognized that play wasn't there. Took it solo and tried to play it slow. So I do like the heads-up play from that attack, even though it didn't go in.
We're looking for another overtime, it seems like. We had a couple of those over the course of the day for up, down, left, right, and they almost found the breakaway chance right there for Anxiety, but Snow there with an offensive, and it's still sent off to that corner. Drip's got to clear this away. Dangerous ball in the center line, and now after the back ball, he'll look for another counter play into his teammates. That one's rolling right past him, though, but fortunately rolling wide of the orange net. So Bacony going to recover this, put it back down. Eclipse misses. Snow to follow with the defensive. Bacony's going to inadvertently turn that over to the blue half, but Eclipse tees it up, trying to find a teammate. Good block from Anxiety. Follow up by Joshua Squasher again. And 10 seconds remain. Snow back to midfield, looking for one final attack. Bacony and Anxiety doing the same thing here with the likes of up, down, left, right. Timer will hit 0. Balls kept up for the time being, but Joshua Squasher just lets that one go and takes us to OT appropriately enough for our first game of the series.
Yeah, it definitely is appropriate, I think, because it started off with a Beppis offense that looked good for them, but then all of a sudden it turned around for UDLR. And now I like that it's this close. You want to see these teams go close for a qualification spot.
And that's what this is all about, and this time there's no second chances, not for up, down, left, right at least. Already used their lifeline in the upper bracket, so pressure's on them. Beppis fought their way from the back foot from the word go, it feels like today, so see if they can try to take one over against the favorites in this series. Couple of good shots coming in. Snow and Eclipse on the attack, trying to play this inside of the box. Joshua Squasher can't deny it. Drip follows suit, running out of boost, so Anxiety can't get that clear back to the midfield line. Snow teeing it up, going to try and continue the offensive play. It does have that corner control, but again, just quickly denied by the rotating up, down, left, right players. A couple of good shots still coming in. That second touch from Eclipse just missed out, though.
Yeah, they're going to be careful, though. That's probably going to go in. And a miss on defense will set UDLR with the win.
That sucks as well. Anxiety just beating out Snow, and Snow just missing out on that touch just past a little bit before the minute marker, and it will be up, down, left, right with that first game of the series. But again, another overtime for them to take the win.
Yeah, no, that was again really good game. That's you said it. It's very appropriate. That's what we wanted. We wanted to see these guys do to go close for a qualification match. There's no way that shouldn't be happening. I'm excited for the rest of this too.
I'm excited to see what they can do in the nerd-focused break from the Beppis side to try and figure things out. So we'll head towards that break and come back with Game 2.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
Well, Beppis have had their moment of focus here, and again taking a very close affair from game number 1, but much like how it was in the first series, up, down, left, right, still holding a close affair, and this time they'll come out on top to start the series off. So Beppis on that early back foot here, Leafex.
Yeah, no, this is a great start heading into overtime. We saw a good push there at the beginning from Beppis. They had some good offense. They unfortunately fell short on a couple of mechanical plays there, but that's what allowed UDLR to bring that back, to get themselves some team plays. But then they also felt like they felt the pressure still. They definitely are close matched up. This is a close matchup here between these two teams. So excited to see how Game 2 plays out.
I'm not shocked to see that from up, down, left, right. It seemed to have had close matches for the entire bracket thus far. So Game 2 promises to deliver from Beppis' part. But again, it's Anxiety on that early attack to that orange half. Eclipse and Drip turn it in against Joshua Squash, who still tees a very close ball towards the box. Taken away by Snow alongside Eclipse's part very early on. Again, they're on the back foot this time for Beppis. So no early attacking forces that up, down, left, right will have to deal with. One opportunity does present itself right there, but just so easily and a bit haphazardly cleared away towards the orange side. It still works out for up, down, left, right, but Beppis not quite giving it their all on that opportunity.
Yeah, we'll see if Beppis comes out strong, because game number 1 was all them, and of course we saw UDLR turn that around, but UDLR is going to want to take control from the get-go here, and they almost do with an attack.
Every time I see one of those challenges, I get absolutely scared that someone's going to just turn it into the net, just easy as Snow. It's a bit more of an orthodox shot on target. Bacon is there for defensive, and now to clear it away. Lacking in boost, however, might need Joshua to come forward. Snow's going to beat everyone to the ball instead, send it back in to that blue box. Eclipse next up the challenge, but Josh has Anxiety and the center line passes towards his man. Anxiety can just about hold control of the ball on the dribble, and he might just slip it in, but Snow just denies on the line. This is getting dangerously close for Beppis.
I like it. A couple solo mechanical plays. Both teams have showcased this here. But so far, some of those plays have really only gone in by UDLR. We saw a beautiful air dribble that last game before. I think it was from Bacony. Starting to see that again here in Game 2. So Beppis have to be very aware to shut those down early.
Joshua involved. Drip trying to find his way out of the midfield again. It's all been about that midfield tussle between Beppis and up, down, left, right. So far, it has been up, down, left, right, winning out the majority of it. Drip controlling against Joshua. Good challenge. Actually gets him past him and over to the corner. He's out of boost, though, so he needs his teammates again to support it. And there's been very little attacking support in general here for the Beppis side. Bacony, awkward such, follows suit from Anxiety. He's got to come out, so's Joshua got to get to the defensive. He's bumped out of the way. Drip's a little bit too late to the shot, though, so Anxiety can just get back there, challenge it in the mid-center. Bacony wrapping over Eclipse, holds control. Good shots off. Oh, just slipped below the crossbar. A bit of assistance from the defender, and it's Beppis going up by 1.
Look at that drop pass there from Snow right to Eclipse. Eclipse is like, thank you very much. Served up on a silver platter. I'm going to crank this one home, and he does. That last defender has no choice but to put it in his own net because it was so perfectly placed on that crossbar.
A little bit slower start to the game here for the Beppis side, but they do come out on top for it, looking to follow suit much quicker this time. Eclipse taken away by Bacony, follows suit from his teammate, sends that one way too far wide to Drips, now looking for control. Only can get so much of it. Snow, bounce out, third player not there to receive that particular ball's path, so Eclipse come forward to challenge. Joshua Squasher goes in for a dribble play. Drip can block it off at the orange half. Still Bacony in with a decent shot off the crossbar this time. Joshua again takes it high. Drip's got to go up and get this away from position. A very dangerous ball. Anxiety still tees it up for Joshua to try to take a decent shot in, but it's just so far wide here. Double commit from 2 offenders as well will leave a bit of an open chance of Beppis to clear back downfield. That ball is wide though, so it will not go to target.
Yeah, if you're going to double commit like that, you want to make sure at least have boost control, and they didn't, and that's why that ball ended up back down in their own end. They have another chance, though, because that attack there from Beppis was not formed too well to hold on for too long.
Yeah, far cry from the early offensive we saw in game 1. Now the defensive is having its own issues here. A little awkward touches, but up, down, left, right, not really punishing it. Bacony, that's a good challenge. It's a bit too far wide, though, and right into the path of Eclipse, who finds another clear alongside Drip. Can he bump a player out of the way? He'll try and do so, but that ball is wide anyway, so no need for Joshua to do much here on the defense. Try and pass towards Anxiety. Eclipse will get in the way. Bacony towards Drip now. Good challenge again. It's going to send that one wide of the marker because they're getting some pretty dangerous balls on here, up, down, left, right. Beppis are doing a pretty okay job at dealing with them. Yeah, no, honestly, I do feel like right now from Beppis, they're strong individual players, but they're not working together as much as I'd like to. You saw when they did work together? They got to play it off the crossbar follow-up, and Snow gets credit. Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward challenge against Joshua. Eclipse trying to bounce that one in, had to take that away from Bacon. And actually, in the short term, that was a bad play, but in the long term, it worked out well for the Beppis side because now they're up by 2. Probably a good enough cushion to win this game too as well. Yeah, like how you knew that one was going in too because you called. Uh-oh. This is not what UDL wants to see happening right now. And Beppis is turning around, but an answer off a kickoff. And Anxiety is going to put at least 1 on the board. All right, this is the start of things for up, down, left, right. Does it turn into a definitive comeback, though? 51 seconds to bring us to evens. Beppis got to hold off for that amount of time to the kickoff. Bacon in, Drip challenge. Eclipse going to follow this in. Can he take it right to the target? No, he can't. That left, Anxiety again towards the midfield alongside Joshua. Drip coming up, dunking down, just taken away by a 2-man effort from Joshua and Bacony. Bacony got to follow this one out as well against Drip, who just about challenges and just about tips it past the line, reinstating the 2-goal lead for Beppis. Like Bacony's attempt there, the inside out, but then his teammate gets up there too. I'm not sure if that helped or not, but that 50 was a little weird and it just floats into the net. At that point, UDLR, all they could do is just watch it float in. With 35 seconds left, time to score 2 is getting harder and harder. Especially with these challenges from Eclipse right up at the back line. No real chances for up, down, left, right to break away, let alone get a decent shot in. Anxiety sends it to Bacony. Bacony back to Anxiety, trying to get some decent offensive play going, but just losing out of the last hurdle. And Drip, I should say, can send that one to an open net. And if it wasn't already sealed at this stage, Leaf, I think it's pretty much already sealed here. Game 2 going the way of Beppis. Yeah, with 15 seconds left, Jay, I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. 3 goals is not going to be easy. I mean, it's possible, but it's not going to be easy. And you got a best of 7 right now. I bet these boys are already thinking, hey, what happened here? What changed? We had last game. We know it was close, but this is not close anymore. So what changes do we have to look at coming into game number 3? Those are the big questions answered in between this game and the next, of course. Last few seconds of the formalities. The ball will hit the floor. No one's going to follow rule 1, so that's all good. Beppis, again, 1-1 on the board in this series. And the best of 7 does mean there's a lot of breathing room for the likes of up, down, left, right to be able to adjust themselves and be able to, again, as you mentioned, figure things out. What can we do better going into game 3? Yeah, I mean, like, we saw a few plays from game 1 and game 2. Bacony, again, showing off some of those mechanical skills. But I think we saw a speed increase from all 3 players on Beppis, but Eclipse specifically, just getting in the way. You talked about a lot of those challenges right off the kickoffs. They were just diving into their opponents' half of the field to make sure that there wasn't even time to think for up, down, left, right, and that seemed to work. But now, coming into game 3, up, down, left, right has the upper hand. The losing team always has the upper hand because they get to make the changes, whereas Beppis now likely is going to continue doing what they were doing. And I have to say, if there's one team I'd rate as having the better quality of the offensive chances, it has to be Beppis so far in this series. Like, some of their balls have been fantastic. Some of their attacking players have been great. There have been a bit more team play elements on the part of up, down, left, right. But in terms of the raw goals themselves, I'm a big fan of what Beppis are bringing to the table. I think there's a lot more for them to show in this series right here. Up, down, left, right will not go down without a fight, but neither will their opponents. Well, coming into game 3 here, Beppis showing quite the game number 2 here with a 3-goal lead. Up, down, left, right. I'm sure they're not going to want to let another one slip away. They want to keep this as back and forth, if it's going to be like that, as possible. Once again, they're on the early attack, and they almost tip one past the line. Joshua just comes into the rotations and is able to remove that from play for now. Snow trying to get it back in, sets it up for Drip, but Drip drips away from play. Still, Eclipse sets it up pretty close. Unfortunately, there's not enough boost for Drip to wrap around, so it's just got to glide its way into the net, and Bacon is there to block it off. Counter-attack of his own, beating out Eclipse, but Eclipse just gets another touch. Joshua comes back in and sets it to Bacony. Top left corner for the first for the boys.
That was cheeky. Look at this. Bacony's like, yeah, I'm still here. A little bicycle kick to put it top corner. There's no way anyone was stopping that. That was a great play from Bacony.
And up, down, left, right, again getting the early lead here just past the first 30 seconds. Bit more of the up, down, left, right that we thought would be able to dominate this game. Snow, however, nice if he can get dominance in of his own right. Try and give Peppers another good chance here. Eclipse taking his ball up to the left-hand side. Snow sets it in for Drip again. Good shot, good block. And once again, UDLR are doing a fantastic job of counter-attacking and dealing with this defensive play. Anxiety, great shot, great stop by Eclipse, and he almost followed it up, but turned off to the wide position. Now Joshua and Bacony again challenging against these guys. Eclipse has got to find that clear. We'll find Snow for it. Backboard chance. Second touch turned away by Joshua.
Yeah, I like the attack there. It was a little off target, and the follow-up was a little slower. That's why I was able to get going back down the other end of the field here. But good attempt on moving down the field here from Beppis.
Snow off to that corner again. Joshua and Bacony once again dominating the backline and midfield. Players going to try to find each other as they have done so many times over the course of the day. Anxiety also trying to get involved here as the backup dancer. Cross in. Oh, what a shot! A laser beam to the back of the net, and Beppis find their first.
Well, I'm glad they scored this because I wanted more time to talk about how they started connecting with each other upfield. And that's another perfect example of it right there. This time resulting in a goal for their team.
Wonderfully done as well. I'm really loving the quality of the goals here, the Beppis. They just feel like they're such confident plays. Snow back down into Eclipse's part of things, and we'll try and again aggress upfield. UDLR blocking at the midfield, but Drip and Eclipse can return balls. Drip a little bit too far out. We'll try guide that one in regardless. It's very, very slow though, so Anxiety's got a lot of breathing room, and he will find that clear. Find the midfield where Bacony's involved, but now there's interceptions involved for Beppis, and now it feels like up, down, left, right are just not getting any chances to clear.
Yeah, I like how close it is. I've just been watching the plays because both teams are getting closer and closer to scoring goals that I haven't been looking at the clock at all. There's still lots of time left, but these guys are playing as if everything is on the line, and it really is here, Jay, with the qualification.
They're early doors in this series, though, so there are some lifelines available. 2.5 minutes to play. It's still one apiece. Bacony trying to change that. It's just a little bit high of the marker. Off the crossbar, bounce back down and out. Joshua trying to recover this. Anxiety in the center line to receive it. Outside of the box, it does get turned away by Beppis once again. Eclipse on the chase away here alongside Drip. Great control and great fakes, but still read by Bacony, still defended and cleared.
I like what I saw from Eclipse there. He missed that second touch. He could have gone for the pass too, but great plays. Eclipse is getting he's getting right in there. Like, he's feeling confident. I think you said it before, and you're absolutely correct.
Eclipse scoring the only goal for Beppis so far in this game. If he can get a second, that would be absolutely fantastic. For now, he's got to get on that back line and defend against Anxiety. Shot Eclipse. Once again, becoming the central focus here, but he's dead out of boost, so he's got to leave it to Drip and Snow. Drip in particular will take a shot. Snow trying to follow it out, used all of his boost to get to that ball's path, though. Left-hand side, Eclipse again involved against Bacony. Drip following suit, bounce out towards Snow, going to try find Drip downfield, get Demo in, takes Eclipse out of play. So Joshua has got a clean line back into the net, but still shoots wide of target. Up, down, left, right, really struggling to catch a break here.
Yeah, they are. I think they just weren't expecting the same amount of speed that they saw in that last game, honestly, to increase even here from Beppis. They are just getting in UDLR's face, and they're having trouble getting any kind of space or possession that isn't threatened on the field.
60 seconds, and we're still all tied up. Joshua's trying to change that, so is Snow. Back downfield, Drip taken out of play, sent off to the corner. Eclipse actually backs off. Anxiety, good pop-up. Bacony trying to get involved as Eclipse actually did get the block on the man. I've got 2 to beat out. Good shot in. Again turned away by the defensive. Follow suit from Snow. Is a bit too far wide, but it baits in the defensive. And Drip just couldn't find it on target. That would have been perfect for Beppis. 30 seconds remaining. They're still on the attack, but Bacon finally finds his way into the orange corner. Snow, one final attempt, I want to say, at this stage. And Anxiety is going to take it back along the side at Joshua Squasher. From that corner, Eclipse turn back in. Anxiety up into the box. Drip can't receive that ball. Snow's trying desperately to continue the attacking play alongside Eclipse, but 2 players for him to beat to the ball's path, and Bakley will follow his suit. Take it up high. 3 seconds. Drip's going to find that clear away. Take it to the midfield. Take it to the floor. Or the crease, actually. Bacon, he's still with a chance. No. Out to no man's land. Joshua keeps it alive somehow. Bounce back to the floor. Finally, it's killed to the floor, and we have OT again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they're still in it right now. Beppis is looking like the stronger team on the field, and it's really down to up, down, left, right to start using each other. They're moving the ball up the field too straightforward, and they're losing possession too quickly.
Eclipse has a bit of possession of his own here, and again, they've had a lot of attacking opportunities so far. Beppis knocked off by the defense once again. Eclipse and Snow. Looking back at Josh is clear. Kind of a very open and cleared up orange half, but nothing they can really do with it here up, down, left, right. That confident midfield I was talking about earlier has been taken apart, and now Eclipse and Snow will try punish it on the attack, but just turned high by Anxiety, followed up by him at the midfield. Bacon, he's trying to receive this set into the net, but just not going to happen for them.
Yeah, again, they're getting shut down around midfield. I think they need a little bit more infield passing to each other, connect with each other. Misses like that, though, also need to not happen.
Clips almost followed it in, but Joshua read that play. Snow following it up to the left-hand side of the net. And Eclipse will try keep it going. Unable to do so. Anxiety beating out Drip. Snow and leave this one for Eclipse, getting the 100 points of boost, challenging onto Bacon. He's got to slow that one down. He himself has also got no boost. Anxiety inside of the box going for a 0-angle challenge, but no such opportunity presents itself. Bacon again followed out by Snow and Eclipse. They continue the attacking force for Beppis. Getting close and high, but no chance.
Using up a lot of boosts on this defense right now. I'm getting kind of worried for them.
Eclipse challenging. Center line again for Bacony. Challenged again by Drip, and every time they try to set something up, it feels like Beppis are ready to just shut it back down, get back in the offensive half. Snow ends that one at a target. Josh is going to take it away. Drip trying to find Snow, but that's an inadvertent clear back into the orange half. That might be the chance to punish, and indeed it is. Massive mistakes made by Beppis. 156 on the OT board, and it's up, down, left, right with game 3.
I honestly didn't see that happening. They were honestly sitting. It looked like they somehow collected enough boost by the end of that there. I was very surprised UDLR wasn't still stuck on defense. They found that one small break they needed for a counterattack, and they were able to pull it out. So this was that was unexpected for me, to be honest. I thought Beppis might have been taking that, Jay.
I thought so too. Definitely they have made some adjustments in between this, and they have another chance to make adjustments right here, right now at this moment. Up, down, left, right, doing so much to get this one past the line. Beppis have held their own, but as we head towards the HEB break, maybe there's another chance to adjust. Don't go anywhere. So UDLR have done quite a lot to get this far. Beppis is still holding their own, though. This has been a tough series for both sides at this moment. And again, you really can see it going either way, really. Like, you know, with how well this has gone, with how down to the wire these matches have gone. Like, UDLR are pulling ahead for now, but anything can happen.
Yeah, no, this, again, I thought this was in the hands of Beppis. What we saw was an awareness from Beppis to jump onto the lack of possession control that up, down, left, right was having. Their upfield movements were very straightforward, very predictable. And even their counterattack there was exactly that. So I could still see Beppis taking this next game.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you can see them taking any one of these games. I feel like, again, that they've had the better opportunities so far. Just a few more mistakes that have been punished by up, down, left, right. Get to game 4. It really is anyone's game at this stage. A Attacking opportunity generated by up, down, left, right as they try and get themselves involved with that early goal. I feel like they kind of need a real good early goal to look confident in these games. Bepis counting for midfield. Once again, it comes down to the midfield control. Joshua bounce out of the sideboard. Demo in for Drip. Snow got to follow that away. Bacony challenges off the post, and they're lucky that that one missed because that should have been dead on.
First minute here, you see both teams again trying to jump on that quick attack. But look how well Bepis is working with each other at that midfield line. And that's keeping them on their offense. That's why they've been able to continue to threat that blue half of the field. And up, down, left, right needs to start mimicking that and taking control of the ball themselves when they have possession.
Ball up for Snow again on the attack for Bepis' part. A minute gone by and they haven't found that opener. It's turned into their own defensive line. Joshua down onto target. Bacony trying to get involved, but it's very, very scrappy stuff coming in from up, down, left, right. And Eclipse can find his way out. No boost for him, though. You've got to take this to the backboard, leave it for somebody else to get the offensive play, but bit of a touch and go kind of a game from both teams. Not quite as fast as it was in game number 1. Snow up, on the way off the ceiling. Eclipse and Drip. Eclipse at the very least will send it up towards the higher marker of the net. That backboard, it won't go. Drip back into the center line. It's cleared away by Joshua.
Bacony is going to try to play himself, but again, possession handoff. That gets controlled by Eclipse. That's what I'm talking about here. It just keeps going back into hands of Bepis every single time.
They're going to block that midfield play and the setup. Challenged again. Snow turned away off the backboard line. Drip by Anxiety off that backboard. Snow blocking. Joshua trying to get this inside that box, but it just feels like a constant struggle here from up, down, left, right. At every moment they get, and they've had a lot more opportunities at that net, just denied by someone from Bepis or everyone from Bepis on the counter attack. The clear, the challenge, Eclipse trying to set this up alongside Drip here, taking it back towards Snow. Scrappy of their own right, not nearly as much, however, from the part of up, down, left, right.
Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I think that's really what it is. Every single touch that comes out from up, down, left, right is a possession handoff right now. They're not throwing the ball to each other. They're not looking for plays to move up together. Any move forward seems to be an individual play, which can work. But, you know, right now you're getting a lot of turnarounds and a lot of cutting from Bepis. They're going to be in your face every time, and they'll take that possession.
Yeah, and I look towards them. Oh, almost a chance for Bacony. I look towards them as being a team that held a lot of great team play in their first series of the day against the Team EXE side. I was wondering where all that team play had gone. Where are they? You know, where's the setup for Eclipse? Where's his moments to shine? How are Bacony and Anxiety not finding him, essentially? Because they did have some great passing plays in that match, but not to be so far in this one. Joshua involved here alongside Anxiety, and there it is. At long last, the goal for up, down, left, right.
This is what I'm talking about, though. The second they connect, there's a goal. They recognize that they had one defender. Let's use our numbers, you know? Let's not take turns shooting on the net here. Let's not do 2 one-on-ones. Let's do a 2v1 and take it. So great awareness. That's what I wanted to see, and that's what UDLR needs going forward.
Block off from Bacony again on the offensive line. He's going to have to get back very quickly because Eclipse is on the counter-attack. And once again, this guy just knows. He just knows exactly how to touch the ball to get the best results.
And there it is, Bepis moving up together. It's always Eclipse with that finish. You said it. He knows where to put it. His mechanics are strong. He's one of the strongest mechanical-looking players on the field right now in this matchup specifically. And that's what Bepis needs to do, feed him the ball.
Joshua back in with a bit of an open net, though. He can just glide it in a little bit too wide. Denied by the defense, and now into a relatively open net. Anxiety just out of field of vision of that ball. Did look like it was pretty open for Drip, but not to be. Joshua, the midfield for Anxiety to take control of, alongside Drip and the aerial dominance. Will send that back into the blue half. Joshua takes this back up and over into the corner, plays it off to the box, but again, no one is directly in front to take a decent goal in. Anxiety almost recovered that, but he backflipped away. So Joshua has to take control as Snow has Drip blocked off by both. Anxiety with a line, but couldn't reach it before the window closed him. Eclipse beat him. He's right downfield, all the way in. Oh, that's ball control masterclass from him. Bepis up by 1.
Beautiful. Eclipse, we were just singing his praises. He cuts past that last UDLR was trying to get an offense started. They forgot about that back line, and Eclipse just kind of sneaks on through it.
Wonderfully done. Truly, he's a star. Been a star in this series so far for Beppis. With 30 seconds left. Still a single goal to make up here. I think they might have just done enough, but Baconey wants to give it the old college try. Demo in, Joshua down, Baconey to receive it, doink it up, Eclipse takes it away, and Drip can follow it back into the blue half, so all that progress gets reset to square one. Baconey dangerously in front of his own net alongside Joshua respawning in at the Demo, sending it over to Anxiety. Demo's involved here for the likes of Beppis. Backboard plays, awkward touch back in, but Joshua. Eclipse beats him to the marker. Snow's going to let that hit the floor. Eclipse keeps it alive, but not for very long. Beppis now equalizing the series again.
And again, this is what I had expected from that last one too. I honestly thought at this point we'd be at match point. UDLR though was connecting. Their only goal in that match happened when they connected. It wasn't just a straight shot at the net. Right now, Beppis doesn't feel threatened by these attacks. So I think if UDLR can keep that up, keep those things, we can keep it close. But Beppis still is looking like they're edging a bit more into my favor. And I want to give a shout out to Eclipse, because Fickle asked me before if I knew anything about Beppis, and I'm like, oh, Eclipse, I think that's a player if it's the same one, and I think it is, and I'm glad he's making me look good here by calling him out before this series.
Yes, Eclipse has been had an absolute stellar series so far. Like truly, he's just known exactly what to do and when exactly to do it. Like he has the makings of a star player in the context of Beppis, and that's a really encouraging sign, because again, he's scored all those goals. He's been imperative to the defensive. Like he's been truly playing an absolute blighter in this one, and I'm so happy for Beppis, because I thought for a minute that maybe we might have been seeing a one-sided affair from UDLR. That's not the case at all.
No, this is great. It was a quick push at the beginning from Beppis. Then it did seem like it was going to jump back to UDLR's favor there. But Beppis said, no, okay, we had the right start. We weren't warmed up. We weren't following through with our mechanics enough. And now that's changed a lot. And there's a big threat to UDLR here coming into this next game, because Beppis is looking like they might start to steamroll. I know it's close, but confidence on the field is important, and Beppis has it.
Well, if they continue to hold that confidence, I think you might be right here. I think we might be on for a steamroll. Up, down, left, right. I've got to shut that down right here before they let it get any further. Game 5. Good cross from Baconey. Good block by Snow, and the early attack favors the boys in blue. Down over to that wide position. Snow involved at the midfield line. Awkward miss of the ball, but fortunately, again, no one's there to punish it on the part of UDLR. Baconey. That corner pinch right in front of the box again. Anxiety was ready to take that ball's position, but defended again by the likes of the Beppis cam. They have been pushed back onto an early back foot here. They've not really had an opportunity to get into that blue half. Finally, Drip will find one to a pretty open net. It is wide of the marker, though, so it's turned away, but followed up and goes to target. And again, it's Eclipse. Call him a full move, because he's getting in the way of UDLR.
Yeah, you'd think that there'd be someone back for that, but they look so antsy to move up that they had no one rotating back fast enough, and he could just send that one home. That was, again, just great awareness from Eclipse.
Now Snow looking to put in a moment of his own. Flip Reese headshots, almost stolen by Eclipse. That felt like the better play regardless of that. High at the crossbar. Snow involved over towards the corner. Drip leaving it to Eclipse again, who does beat out that player at the front field.
I'll turn it on right before we end
Anxiety
this game,
can
so
take it back into that corner with Drip. Sending it up and over towards Eclipse again, who can receive this. Probably gets a target on a double tap. Not quite. Drip takes that away from the midfield as well. So not quite an attack that keeps its life here. Up, down, left, right. Can now counter.
Yeah, this is a good start from them. Look at the physical play coming out too. You see, I believe, Drip down the other end just bullying. I like that. Now they have a lead. They're going to try to hold that. They're going to try to make sure that UDLR can't generate anything. They're going to try to force them to not have chances, and that's scary for UDLR when you know your opponents have that much control in the field.
Anxiety and Co. Again, trying to get themselves back off this goal deficit. Good playing from Anxiety, but no one's expecting it here for up, down, left, right, so they just can't capitalize. More of a standard play involved, and again, they haven't been finding themselves. Baconey back into Anxiety. That's a great redirect, and finally, something goes right for UDLR.
Yeah, there we go. Good touchdown. It's when they connect. I like it when they connect. Keep it up, guys. Great placement. Great pass. Just key from UDLR. That's what we've expected all series. We've only seen glimpses of it, so keep it up.
Still well over half a game to play here. Chance available for Epis to retake that lead, but same thing for up, down, left, right to gain the lead as well. It has been a back and forth series as they've won individual games off of each other. Baker looks to try to put that one right there, but no. Missed out by every defender, but fortunately the post is there to save them on the part of Epis. Eclipse up and over. Anxiety can find the goal, and now he turns into his own Eclipse as he takes 2 for UDLR.
There we go. This is great. Just a push forward. Great read off that that ceiling touch. You know, when it's coming down and you're the defender and it's coming straight down like that, that gets really hard, especially when you're on that backboard. So that last defender for Beppis caught in a bad spot and a great awareness from UDLR to jump in and punish.
Definitively a half a game to play, and Beppis are trying to recover this. Plenty of time to do so, and Eclipse is the man to get the job done, or at least he tries to do so. Got close, Bacony.
Bye.
Involved in the defensive. Eclipse bumped out of the way. Snow cross back. 3 players commit. Eclipse might be the man to land a touch, but it's still not on target. Still a little bit too far out with not enough power behind it. Up, down, left, right. On the defense, and Eclipse with a very dangerous challenge. Fortunately, it was high.
Yeah, that was great awareness, though, from Beppis at midfield. Just communication is looking super clean from this orange squad.
Drip. Couldn't find much of his own teammates in the front field. Again, they're pretty much lacking in boost numbers, so an attack now generated for up, down, left, right, and one that goes right in as well. Anxiety with the hat-trick, but Bacon, scored that goal for me. Perfectly passed, perfectly bumped. It's 3-1 up.
That's beautiful. Again, just a great read off that top there, but instead of trying to go for the goal, just a nice little soft down, drop pass right down to a teammate. All these goals are starting to connect now. Almost all of them are assisted, and that's what we needed from UDLR.
Yeah, having a bit of a rough series thus far, but this is one of those bright spots for them. Looking to reclaim the lead again in the game counts. They've definitely got a 2-goal lead right here, and I think that might maintain itself for the last minute of the game. Epis, as they can find some sort of miracle play again to get Eclipse set up to do some damage here. Scored that 1 goal, and if he can find any more, that would be everything for Beppis at this stage.
A minute left here. Match point is going to be on the line. Both teams are fighting to get that first. UDLR looking like that teamwork is coming through to put themselves in that advantageous spot. They're going to keep pressure on. They're going to keep trying. They don't want Beppis to regain those 2 goals.
All close to the left-hand side of the net. Finally a clear attempt, but now Anxiety getting in the way, and much like how Beppis were cutting off the opportunities for up, down, left, right. It will be a similar story for up, down, left, right against Beppis. A 4th goal schooled by Anxiety. Technically an own goal. It should have been Josh's, but it's in, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah, no, at this point, 40 seconds left with 3 goals down. It feels like momentum shifted. We see a lot of confidence coming out from up, down, left, right. They're starting to push a little more. They're cutting a lot better on that midfield, and they're connecting with each other with a lot of their touches. So smarter touches and a lot more confidence on offense has changed the story here between these 2 teams. It did look like Beppis was starting to steamroll, and that story, again, turned around. It'll be up to Beppis coming into the next game here, a match point game, remind you, for the Blue Squad, that to make those changes.
Well, game 5 is a loss for Beppis. Up, down, left, right, as you mentioned, will be up within 1 of qualifying for the main event. Eclipse will look for a consolation prize, but as far as it goes right here, ball touching the floor, and UDLR go up 3-2 now in the series. 1 more game for them to go. What has been a hell of an effort for Beppis thus far. It's not over yet, but what can they do now going into their last couple of games?
Well, it's funny because this is why best of 7s are so good, because a team has that time to make those adjustments. For Beppis themselves here, I think what they need to do is make sure that they're controlling that midfield real hard. It's not going to be easy, because up, down, left, right, there's a reason we all picked them as that squad to take this series here. So it's going to be a hard challenge, but Beppis definitely needs to make sure that they are controlling that midfield. So when they control that midfield, they look confident, and they definitely putting UDLR on the back foot is what they want. So get that midfield control those boosts, get in their face. Don't commit too hard to the demos. I think I saw them doing that a few times, Jay, where they were committing a little too hard to the demos, putting them out of position, and that allowed UDLR to get a little stronger offense. So go for the physical play. Just make sure you're not overcommitting that player and it's in an appropriate situation, and then you should have that midfield. But that's what I want to see going forward, but I'm curious to see what they actually employ.
Well, for me, it's going to be looking at Anxiety to try shut him down before he can do anything like he did in that last game. Remember, 4 goals for him in that last one. If he has anything close to that level of performance, then they're in deep, deep trouble for Beppis. So let's see what they can do with it here. It's match point for UDLR. The next 5 minutes could determine their spot in the main event and whether Beppis will be going in for another round of open qualifiers here as we get quickly stuck into it. Game 6. An all-important one for Beppis, and already it's Anxiety and Bacony on the attack force. Josh are not going to get given an opportunity to score that goal. It's Snow. Sideboard bounce, trying to find Eclipse. Good challenge. That ball's actually on target as well. And Drip, got to turn it away. Anxiety again looking for an opportunity. Joshua to the box. Bit of a slower style of game, but it does get turned over to no man's land in the blue half.
Well, we'll see if they can do that. That control I was talking about. Midfield right now. They want to stop this attack, but they can't. You know, you got to stop that before it gets high flying. And that'll be what UDLR is looking for, is to keep that ball high in the air, because they've been looking strong and confident with those high touches.
Joshua and Eclipse roll with each other alongside Bacony. Now back at the midfield. Can't see up against Snow's part. Drip. Sideboard. Eclipse follows suit. And then by Anxiety again, Snow's got to receive this one. A bit of an awkward ball again for him, though. They're not quite ready for the positions that up, down, left, right are taking in this offensive. Drip on the defense for the time being. Turn back in towards another good ball inside of that box, but going in so far for UDLR. Anxiety and Bacony again looking for a chance. Josh has got an opportunity to strike right here. He's got to slow it down, try and bait in the defenders, which he's successful in doing. It doesn't amount to a goal! Never mind, it does! Joshua slips one off the rebound of the sideboard, and UDLR have a lead.
That hurts. A great fake, a great 50-50, and then an unfortunate miss from that last defender. I think maybe low boost. It's not what you want to see, but a great play to at least set that up, to set up that threat there.
Ball being played in very quickly off the back of the second kickoff as well. Bacony leaves this for Joshua. Eclipse still beats him. Has got one to beat in Anxiety. Got to leave this for Drip instead. Good shot to target. Turned away by Joshua. So very quickly, Beppis are on the counter-attack, and they have had moments where they've quickly turned a lead back into evens against up, down, left, right in this series. Can they do it again here? It's 3:15 to the clock, so there's time to do so, but not quite as quick a counter as they'd like it to be. Snow does try and find Eclipse. Again, it's just into Bacony's part, and now Joshua follows suit alongside Anxiety here, trying to find a position. Good shot, just denied by Eclipse.
Great control. Look at them connect with each other around midfield. That's what Beppis was doing before. It's a complete turnaround of play style. It's like UDLR has absorbed what Beppis was doing the last few games and is now using it against them. So great turnaround in adapting from UDLR.
Continue with this pressure as well. Joshua again with the midfield control, and you mentioned that midfield was something that they had to focus on here for Beppis. I feel like up, down, left, right have had a majority of the midfield dominance, but there are some cracks in the fence, one of which was found by Drip to equalize in this game.
Yeah, just getting yourself in the play when you recognize there's no one home. It doesn't hurt to dive, especially if you know you got your teammates right behind you. So that's the right thing to do in those situations when it gets messy.
Half a game still to play for here at 1-1. Beppis. I think Eclipse again, central part of the offensive line. Joshua shoved out of the way, but finds Anxiety on the other end of the field. Challenge in, Bacony, perfect chance off the backboard, too far wide. Eclipse again, trying to find a defense. Anxiety, shot close, Strip's got to take that one out of position again. Bacony going to try and find Joshua, and indeed he does. Josh off the sidebird, tees it off, not the most confident of touches. Snow back down towards Drip here. Drip's going to tee that high. Eclipse going to follow it in. Nope. Way too far away, so Bacony can again hold this position for now.
They're on the offense, though. That pass can get out. Still controlling that corner, but they are getting low on boost here, so I think Eclipse is the only player with some right now. He might be the one to start pushing in, unless they can get boost steals.
Good tee up there for Bacony. That was right in the path of Eclipse. That would have been right in for him. Very close towards that box, but still not going in. Instead, the counter-attack's coming in close from the likes of up, down, left, right, but still too far wide. So No real goals for them. Bacon's going to try change that. He's too far off of Anxiety's setup. Anxiety's going to try again. And that ball close. Josh, close of his own right, but Snow does hold the defensive. Demo's instead. Snow's got to block this and challenge successfully. He does. Drip back down the blue half of the field. Still a minute to go here on this one, so it still is anybody's game, but we stand at one apiece and Beppis are on the attack.
Yeah, Beppis is forcing this, though. They're getting themselves up there, even when they don't have boosts or stand on offense. That could be risky, given the fact that they're tied right now, but they do have to force something, because we saw how the last few games went, so I get it, but at the same time, just be aware when you need to move back to your own end of the field.
Snow blocking off Bacon. He's tee up 40 seconds. Josh up as the dribble play. He's got 2 to fine. He beats that first, not that second. Loses control of the ball off the first challenge. Bacon can come in to support and continue the play alongside Anxiety as well. Eclipse challenges him. Has no boost. His teammate stolen it for the defensive line, so they might be trying to play for OT here. Dangerous ball, however. Eclipse has got to take that wide again. That's exactly what he does. Drip. No boost left of his own right. Anxiety's going to beat him with ease. Got Joshua to find inside the box itself. 2 players committing to the defensive. Bacon coming up and over here. Turned away by another good challenge. Out to the midfield will go. Joshua still has control of the ball. Beats another player. 5 seconds. Sets it up perfectly for Bacon, but Snow just tees it out of dodge. Anxiety up one more time. Eclipse got to put that down to the floor. Gets to overtime. That's the safest call for Beppis.
Here it is. Match point. Up, down, left, right. 1 goal, and they qualify. And Beppis would be sent home. Beppis is needing to play at least 2 more. And they're getting mighty risky on their goal line here. We know how strong they are off of those kickoffs, but they didn't show it there.
Did feel like a really good redirect from that left-hand side, but an even better challenge at the midfield. And Eclipse strikes when they need him most. 2-1 in the game, and now 3-3 in the series. Our first Game 7 of the day. And of course, it had to come through at the most crucial point for Beppis and UDLR.
Eclipse is all about risk. You see that? They already had Drip, I believe that was, up that midfield. Snow was right beside them, too. All 3 players are at that center point. But he saw the opening and the opportunity. He knew that he could confidently get the touch to push that one through. Recognizing and then also punishing a mistake is key to being a successful player, and Eclipse did that there. Great showing. It was super close. And now we go into a Game 7. We have match point for both these players. What is that? That's essentially a best of 1 now, right? Like, it's just...
I hate that line. I hate that line so much.
But that's what it comes down to now. It's like there's so much pressure, Jay, for these players coming into this final game.
Indeed, and for both sides, you sort of got to wonder who's been looking better so far in this matchup. Like, you can argue UDLR, but you can also argue Beppis, and at this stage, you look at how this one has gone, and you can only really pull from so much here. It's really been as close as you could really get it between both of these teams, and we've had some brilliant moments from one, brilliant moments from the other. We could discuss that, I think, for the next hour and potentially get nowhere in terms of deciding who's going to take this final game. So all we got to do is just send them to the game and see how well it goes, Leaf. But any final predictions from you? Any sort of like final thoughts of where you think this one's going to go?
Honestly, I had turned around. I feel like for the surprise factor, we're going to see Beppis come out here. But we've seen a much stronger up, down, left, right in those last 2 games before this. Even the last game, in all honesty, felt like they were back to their A game, back to what they wanted to be doing. So it's going to be close. I'm excited because what more do you want for a qualification match? I'm sure the players don't want this. This is too much stress. But for us, we get entertainment.
Well, sometimes you got to manage that stress and manage that pressure, and that is ultimately what makes the best of the best. Who is the best of the best right here? UDLR trying to get that early offensive play, but so far so little has been gained. Snow up, kind of set into the center line. Bacon, they beat him alongside Anxiety. 100 boost picked up, following in with a decent touch off the backboard. Joshua now has control of the ball, trying to find Bacon, but Bacon's not ready for it. Gets one good challenge in against one of the clearing players, Beppis. Back into the midfield where Anxiety has control. Dribble up, way too far wide. Pinched away by the defensive of Beppis, so no goals so far. They are getting closer and closer with each shot here, however.
Yeah, but it still looks strong. Beppis looking like they got a decent rotation. That was a little weird, but they still managed to get out, and that's all that matters. Oh, Eclipse!
Almost set up Snow for that. Bacon, he just gets in the way, though. Denied to Anxiety, who shoots to the crossbar as well. And he gets no such further success. Snow and Eclipse beaten on one Bacon's part. Josh has got to come forward and get that save. He called that in so early, and recognizing he had no boost, was bailed out by the back line. 90 seconds into this game, and we have had some very close affairs, but still scoreless here. Anxiety trying to change that, but Drip says no.
Yeah, good awareness to put that to the corner. You generally always want to do that unless you're trying to break out. He saw that attack coming. The best call was to put it to the side, let his teammates get ramped up again. With high-flying plays, though, we're going to see this Beppis defense lose a lot of boost here.
Struggling to deal with it again. A couple of right-hand shots for up, down, left, right, trying to ping it off the backboard back into themselves. It does equate to a counter-attack, though, at least. Drip. And Drip in with a waterfall shot, but not going to happen. Clips can't get any success of his own right. Snow's got to hold the midfield, and he's got to fall even further back because Joshua has momentum of the ball. Challenge still outside of that corner, so back into the midfield will go alongside a Clips. Good shot. Just saved by Bakety. A lot of breathing room again, a slow enough ball. Snow sets it up. Anxiety whiffs, but doesn't matter. Josh was there to clear it away once again. We've already gone through a half a game in this one, Leaf, and it might finally start to tip the way of Beppis. All-important dunk down for Drip now as they hold themselves within 2.5 minutes of the series.
Yeah, at 2.5 minutes, one goal could be that deciding factor. For qualification here, Beppis is holding that mantle away from up, down, left, right. They'll be looking to steal it back here with a goal of their own. Kickoffs reset the momentum, and they're looking for those upfield plays now.
Snow with a clear up. Anxiety have to take that away alongside Eclipse. Bounce out. Joshua here alongside Bakeny. Drip's going to take that off to the sideboard. Mo in, pretty open. Chance for Eclipse to strike on it. Anxiety can't get there. And now up, down, left, right, completely capitulate in the back line.
How do you stop Drip? Why Drip was pre-jumping the heck out of that one? I don't know why he was up there, but I'm glad he was, and I'm sure his teammates are too, because that set up that play. We saw a threatening chance for a passing play from UDLR. With Drip pre-jumping that, it shuts everything off and cuts it down.
2 minutes to play for up, down, left, right are in trouble. And the attack just continues from Beppis, unrelenting, unforgiving, and unable to back away. Up, down, left, right will finally force them to do so. At least that's what you think, but Eclipse just blocks it off in the midfield, gets 2 demos in, open net for Drip. And it's 3-0. Beppis looking fantastic here in Game 7.
They are sharks right now. Look at the demos. Drip's like, hey, what are you doing over there, Eclipse? Oh, you cleared the way for me? Thank you very much. These two are working so well together on offense. I love what I'm seeing out of Eclipse and Drip.
And it's just getting even worse. A bigger mountain to climb for up, down, left, right to bring that back, this comeback. We've seen it so few times in the past from this kind of a scoreline. If they could do it, it would truly be a miracle on Sunday, but not going to happen, I don't think. Let's see whether Drip can score another one. Yes, no. Off the crossbar. That looks so on, though. That looks so on.
To be fair, I kind of wish he had hit that since he did have a lot of time to think about it. Not saying I hit those 100% of the time, because I certainly don't. But, that's something he wished he was hitting there for sure. But they're 3 goals up. Ultimately, it probably doesn't matter that he didn't hit it.
Yeah, don't worry, Leaf. I couldn't even get close to that kind of a play. I can't get close to that either. Bakeny buying a lifeline. 1 on the board for up, down, left, right, but still 50 seconds to make this work.
What was that pass, though? Joshua got an incredible pinch. They got that one centered for them. 50 seconds, though, Jay, is not out of the question. We've seen it happen. That is plenty of time for a few plays.
It is shockingly difficult, though. Let's not count that out here.
Yep.
Clear away, tempted by Bakeny into the midfield line. Eclipse can block it off. It's just time stalling now from the likes of Beppis. Anxiety beating out Snow. Back into the midfield. Bakeny's going to try to find Joshua, but Joshua's caught in rotation. Anxiety waiting back, going to look for Joshua to find the clear. Drip cuts him off at the knees. Anxiety getting involved, needs to find a booming clear or a dribble play. He beats out Snow, trying to beat out the next, but not going to happen against Eclipse. Bakeny trying to find one final pass in, turned away by Eclipse. Demos in from Snow, going to take out one of the attacking forces, and Eclipse with that clear might just about be enough here. 10 seconds to the clock. The timer ticking away, and whilst they had the golden chance of a lifeline scored, it will not be a chance capitalized on. Snow and Eclipse will not score a 4th, but they will score the game. A 4th to the border, Bep. It's a 4-3 series, and the favorites of up, down, left, right will be conquered, and it will be Bepis moving forward to the main event.
That was, again, could have gone any way there. We talked about UDLR, how well they turned it around, how much they adapted by the end of that series. But that risk-taking from Bepis, that is the definition, in my opinion, of Bepis. If you're watching them going forward, expect risks. These guys were Drip was pre-jumping everywhere. Eclipse was diving in when he had two teammates on balls, but he saw the opportunities. These guys love risks, but they're making sure that they connect, and that's the key thing. You can take risks, that's fine. You also have to connect with the ball, and that's what they were doing. So Bepis, the risk takers, follow through and they qualify here in the search.
Indeed they do, but I honestly feel like it was not quite as easy and fair as they might have initially made it look like in terms of that last game. It did look like such a close affair, and I genuinely thought there were certain points where up, down, left, right were going to be able to take it. I feel like that just a couple of differences, a couple of awkward plays or some better defensive held on that last game might have led towards their victory. Like, it really was that down to the wire.
Yeah, no, again, I think it was right for the desk to jump onto EDLR. I think these players need to walk away from this saying, hey, we're proud about what we did. We showed that we're a team that over time, over a best of 7, can adapt. We can make those changes. Unfortunately, when your opponents are jumping at the ball and you have no idea why they're jumping at the ball, what are you going to do, right? There's ways around that, but now you need to go into a best of 9 because it happened at the end of the series. They started doing that. How do you adapt at that point? So I think if we went to a best of 9, honestly, this would have gone back and forth. I do think UDLR would have made more changes. So both teams have to be proud by the end of this to say, hey, we came out here, did a good showing. That was a fantastic series. The fact it went to the full best of 7 was great here, but it's hard when players are just jumping at the ball like that. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, for up, down, left, right, I think that they would have established themselves in this bracket just by going as far as they did against Team.exe earlier on today. Like, that was truly an amazing series for them. I think that proved them as potentially a powerhouse going into the second open qualifier. I think that they're going to enter that one and probably have a pretty good time about it because it really was a fantastic showing for them today. And I feel like if they go towards that second qualifier, they could be pinned as one of the top dogs.
Yeah, and I think what's exciting, too, about a team like about Bepis is the fact that when a team goes for those kind of risks, when a team tries to dive in there and say, hey, we're gonna do something crazy here, that's what makes exciting Rocket League. That's what makes Jay a team that people can get behind and a team they want to watch. Because at the end of the day, we're all here to see cool things happen, and Bepis was delivering on a lot of that.
I'll say I'm behind Bepis. I'm going to be rooting for them for the main event. I've just absolutely confirmed on my own part, so make sure you're picking your own favourites. But for now, Bepis can go ahead and celebrate with their victory and their qualification into the main event. And we're going to hear from Snow, I believe, after this very short break, so do not go anywhere as we return with our final couple of matches of the search for the next Rocket League team.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we just saw an intense series between Beppis and Up, Down, Left, Right. A 7-game series that goes the distance, but Beppis, as the underdog, closes it out. We will shortly be getting an interview with one of their players. I believe it's going to be Snow. But before we do that, we wanted to make sure we shout out one of our sponsors for the event who has sent me a lovely little swag bag here. And I want to show this off on camera right there. Sweet Summer Vibes from HEB. Thank you so much for sending that. It's actually got some Carolina Reaper Cheeto Puffs. And that is going to be wonderful to tap into once it maybe cools down a little bit. The sweet summer vibes are not so sweet when you're sitting outside in the heat. So we have Snow on the line here for us. If we want to bring him on to camera first for that exciting game number 7. Snow, can you hear me, man?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Wow, that's all you got to say after that game 7? Wow. Okay, I'm
No,
gonna
that
try to
game
get
7
something out of you.
was awesome.
Save it. We're gonna talk about it, but let's talk a little bit about that game 7, man. You guys were going in the lower bracket. You were not favored. The deaths was all against you. Comes down to game 7. Talk us through a little bit about that mentality after you tied it up into 6, going into 7.
In the 6 going into 7, we were mainly just talking about like that we have to keep control of the ball and not throw it away, and to try not to get stuck in our half most of the game. Try and push out. Because although we won game 6, I do think it was fairly like their game to win, because they were in our half like 90% of the game, I think.
And I think it was y'all's very aggressive rotation, the pre-jumps, the aggressive demoing, and boost stealing as well. I think you guys took them a little off guard, and they adjusted to you, and then they came back, and you guys adjusted back to them. Overall, wonderful series, and we'll talk a little bit about that later in the interview, but I wanted to focus more on you as an individual. You know, when did you start playing Rocket League? You know, who inspired you to start playing? Did you ever think you could have had the aspirations of going pro?
I first got Rocket League when I got my Xbox, and I got it in 2017 after me and my stepbrothers were gonna play for a bit. They stopped playing now. They don't play like I do anymore. I was really inspired to get the game by Rizzo. I saw his 1v4 video and I was like, that looks like so much fun. And then I started playing it, got addicted, and couldn't stop, and here we are now.
Yeah, I was waiting for a player that was kind of inspired by this new age of Rocket League, right? 2017, although not like super OG, is still before free to play and, you know, early on the bus, but not as early as some of the others I've interviewed. And going forward, you know, what would this contract with Beasley Esports and Outlaws organization mean for you as a player and your aspirations in attempting to go pro?
It would mean everything. It would give me so much more motivation to play the game. I would be having like 100 hours past due consistently. It's so nice to like have someone behind you when you're playing the game, and just like be motivating. And with your teammates especially. Like, we all have such a good time.
Let's talk about having a good time as well, because there was a rule 1 in that game that I saw. What were the comms like during that? Was it like, I'm stuck here forever, or why didn't you keep it going the full distance?
Because we were on defense, and I think me and Eclipse were both boostless, but I'm pretty sure he broke it first. Drip left after Anxiety did. I'm pretty sure it was Anxiety. So we didn't break it, they did.
That's the ultimate karmic retribution right there. You don't break rule number 1, or as some would say, rule number 1. Not me personally, but I digress. So last question for you going forward. There's a lot of other tough teams in this matchup, and I saw that you guys were a little bit unfavored in the seeding. You know, what do you have to say against the other teams coming into this, and who are you scared to face up against?
Especially the teams I'm most especially scared to play are especially teams like EXE with Monster, Stealth, and Knight. Like, the way they play is just crazy to me. They're so mechanical, so fast. And
what about their playstyle? What about their playstyle makes you fear them in particular?
In particular, Knight, Stealth, and Monster, they all three have very good mechanics. They don't lose the ball. They can keep the ball as close as possible at all times. I think that they would be a really good competition just off of speed. It'd be really fast paced the whole game.
All All right. Well, there might be a dark horse story in the making as Snow joins us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Any last minute shout outs to anybody you want to say before we close it?
I just want to give a shout out to my teammates, Drip and Eclipse. They carried me. Eclipse is crazy to play with. He's so fast. He doesn't get off the ball. It's perfect for my playstyle, which is just to sit back and defend the whole game. I just try and enable them. All right, that's it for me.
It is a team game, my friend, and your team was the one that came out on top. So thanks so much for joining us here on The Search. We are going to send it to a short break, and I think we're going to be coming back with another interview from Isolated, who is the 6th team to now qualify into the next round. So we'll get an interview from them coming up after this short break.
Know when to click through to the send this box to be a show be fun. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle for the umpteenth time today. We'd like to give a shout out to our other sponsor today, Nerd Focus. Perfect for all those business professionals, college students, late night grinders, athletes, etc. that want to have that nice little bit of energy without feeling those jitters. Actually going to finish the last bit of this can right here. So, thank you so much to them. Make sure to get their product at any available retail purchaser, Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, or on the GoPuff app, where it can literally be delivered to your doorstep. We got one more interview coming up before we get into the next match. It's actually going to be Soul Flares from Team Board, and we got Soul Flares on the mic and camera with us. How you doing today? I know it's a little unusual circumstances, but I'd still like to catch your thoughts on this tournament coming forward and introduce you.
Sure. Yeah, definitely a weird tournament considering I played day one as a high seed and then got a DQ day two on low hours also because I saw this tournament the night before the night before you could sign up. And I was on basically no hours because it's off season. I messaged Ronan and Nitro. I'm like, hey, want to do this? And they're like, yeah, sure. So here I am. Haven't had to play a major match yet, so we'll see how it goes.
That's fine. We can still get some content out of you. I know you're a man of content. And speaking of Ronan, who is Prime Thunder, if you're not familiar out in the chat there, I think this duo has been around for a while, right? You and Ronan, competing in various tournaments.
Yeah, so I guess to go into that a little bit, so Ronan and I teamed 2019 with to varying success. I'd say like bubble to low RS level. I then semi-retired for a year. I still played Death, I just wasn't competing because I only ever really competed to play with friends, which was unusual. I then tried out for, I guess I never said this publicly, I tried out for the Crimson Wing spot, and I was better than all of Rank X and lost the spot to Wonder, who was Rank S, so that kind of sucks. But so Ron and I are a decent duo. Could do some damage, as they say on Reddit. So it should be interesting. We'll see how it goes.
As they say on Reddit, I would be careful about spending too much time over there. But I know personally that there it is something. There's some diamonds in the rough, but let's all cut our intake over at that platform for a while. Talking a little bit about you, your start in Rocket League. It's always this kind of nostalgic how I started and boom, there goes 6,000 hours. But I would like to know, when you started playing and who was your motivation if you had any to jump on the game?
I played day one because my real life friends made me. And that's kind of a weird one for me because I played very casually throughout college. And I want to say my first year, I played casually, so I was champ one, I wasn't called that, champ or super champ back then, season 2. And then I met Dex9 and Tylacto, if you know Tylacto EU. He was on Team Secret. Yeah, he was on Team Secret. I met them before he went pro, and he really helped me get good. I GC top 100. And then I met Nitro Drift, who I'm doing this with, and Prime Thunder was in that server. I had no clue who Prime Thunder was. I knew he was in RS, but I thought he fell out of it. Because I didn't follow Pro League at all. I was like, yo, want to play? And we trashed a lot of pros that day, and I started playing with him more. And then I met Matt by complete chance, and then they made me team, and then you add 4,000, 5,000 more hours, and here we are.
Yeah, just a casual 4,000, 5,000 hours. I know I'm sitting at 3K, and I put most of those hours in the first 2 years of the game. But
I think I'm at 8 or 9 now. Probably 8K.
Jeez, that's ridiculous. But you got to have it if you want to be a pro. And speaking about being a pro, this tournament has, I think, one of the craziest prizes on the line. If you won, what would that be? Would it be a dream come true, or is it just something you kind of entered just for the heck of it, or is it really your aspirations?
It would probably be a bigger deal for my teammates than me, honestly. That being said, by the qualifier day, I will be at 130 hours 2 weeks, because again, I compete for my friends. Though I do want to be the best in the world, that would be lovely. So it would be nice, but I don't think it would be life-changing for me. The money's nice, money is always nice, but not desperate per se. So I think it would be bigger for them, and I would love it'd get more consistent scrims. It would get me more motivated. But yeah, so it'd be nice.
I think motivation is. I think motivation is a huge deal. Like when you actually have a reason to play and you're getting sponsored, like you really put the hours in.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of an off-kilter response as compared to some other people who are like really want that to be their dream. But I know that some other things have priorities as well. But it's just like you get the motivation there, boom, pro Rocket League. Now I'm gonna shift the focus a little bit away from Rocket League and ask you about like, you know, personal stuff. I know you're a huge fan of anime, and I would like
that is actually a misconception.
Is it really?
I like Vocaloid, and I love video games in general, which means I play a lot of Japanese games because I just play everything that comes out, which leads to a thing where everyone assumes I watch anime. I have not watched anime in half a decade. Nothing. I do not know the latest shows.
I'm just learning this today. This is ground.
Yeah, no,
okay,
it,
wait.
It breaks people's. It's like
do you play like rhythm games at least? Like
Oh, I love rhythm games. I don't play Osu though. But yeah, I used to play rhythm games
I think Osu is kind of overrated with the other rhythm games that are out there. All right. Top 3 rhythm games that you've played recently.
I like DDR a lot. I like Project Diva, which is where my like of Vocaloid comes from, and Sound Voltex maybe. I have a Sound Voltex controller at home, so I just yeah, I mean, I play Sound Voltex a decent bit. Oh, and I also love Judy on the side.
I personally was very much profiling you because I'm pretty sure everybody had that assumption. I didn't know that, but I'm glad we got to know you a little bit better in this interview.
No,
I think that's all we got time for now.
Oh,
but if you have any final shout outs, go ahead and before we close it out.
Nah, that'd be out of character.
He's gonna leave it as it is. Simple man. He's got tons and thousands of hours of Rocket League, and he's out here winning, in so many words, and moving on to the next day. So that has been Soul Flares from Team Board. Look out for them going into the final days, and he'll have his 2 teammates, Prime Thunder and Nitro Drift. So that's going to be it for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We are going to go to a short break. Again, I'm sure you guys know the drill. Grab your snacks from HEB if you're in the local area, and pop a Nerd Focus, and maybe you will be able to see you on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. the search for the next big Rocket League team. My name is Fickle again, your hostess with the mostest, and joining us is the Pairist with the
Harris?
We
The
got
Harris
hair?
with the Darris.
With the Harris?
Ferrets. No?
No, I don't think that any of that works. We're gonna have to go back to the drawing board on this one, gentlemen. But we got Turtle and we got LeafX joining us on the broadcast as our next duo, ready to handle this next matchup coming up, which is gonna be U.S. Army Esports and Catch 22.
Yes.
This is a matchup that I personally don't know anything about. I'll be flat out honest with you.
Ooh,
it is
pick me.
It
Pick
is
me.
way beyond my scope.
Oh, pick
right?
Turtle. Pick Turtle.
me.
Oh wait,
Pick me.
Turtle, you want the floor on this one? You
Dude,
got some expertise for
there's
us?
just one person I want to talk about, okay? Let me just
Alright,
say his name. Aoka. Aoka is a monster. I casted the previous matchup with U.S. Army Esports, and Aoka, while they didn't take the win, that man was doing some work on the field. I love all three players on this team, and there's no bias here, okay? Catch 22, I believe in him. I'm just saying what I know, and that's Aoka. He's physical, he's a beast, and he's going to do some damage here on the field.
Okay. I have less to say, but that 22 is my lucky number, so
Okay,
I'm rooting for them. So I'm hoping that you're wrong here. I'm hoping that Aoka doesn't show up because I need Catch 22 to win.
Oh, wait, what? No, this is
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm mostly just going for them because, I know we're not doing predictions yet. We didn't ask us yet, but Turtle said that he's sounding like he's cheering for the U.S. Army Esports, so I am doing the opposite of whatever Turtle does on the broadcast.
And we got a tweet to display here on the broadcast. It looks like it's here from, I got to pull this open just a little bit here. Sorry for the interruption. The search has been intense so far. So many sick, nasty plays. I want to get some Rocket League now. Y'all should definitely tune into the stream sometimes if you're a Rocket League player. And that is from Busta Duck. Thank you so much for supporting.
My boy, my man.
I'm glad everybody is enjoying the show, and lovely show it is as well. We got some of the best in the business working on it. As you can see, we got Turtle and Leaf right here.
Well, you just pointed to the two worst examples of the best.
I was just thinking this is what my brain was thinking about. You know how you say bust a move, just bust a duck, and then a duck appears out of nowhere. No, I don't know why my brain was going there.
I'm thinking of a dancing duck now.
Yeah,
I'm
down.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what we need to watch after. This should be the halftime show. We'll prepare.
All right.
We're gonna sneak appearance from Turtle too of a Turtle Duck show.
Gentlemen, let's reel it in.
Okay.
We got quick predictions to do here. Catch 22 and U.S. Army Esports match is ready, but let's get the thoughts and some little predictions coming into it. I'll start with Turtle.
I mean, you already know where I'm going, okay? Aoka, I stand behind this man. What I saw from him in the previous series, I was amazed, to be honest with you. He was doing most of the work. His teammates were backing him up pretty well. Their aggression gets a little bit too much for themselves, even. If they can tone it down a little bit, still use Aoka, I think they're going to take the nice and easy win.
Leaf, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm going with my number here. I'm predicting Catch 22. They just came off a 4-0 win in their previous match. They're ready to roll. Yeah. They're ready to say, yeah. Look at this. U.S. Army Esports, they only got one win on their last one. They're defeated. They're down. They're sad right now. Catch 22 is going to come out and make them even sadder and qualify here.
Leaf, I will literally come over there and re-bleach your hair. This is unacceptable.
Thank you. I actually need it done. So.
Well, I'm looking at the seeding here, gentlemen, and I see that Catch 22 was ranked 8th versus it looks like 14th on the U.S. Army Esports side. And I think Catch 22 actually has what it takes to get this dub, but I don't know if it's going to be as easy as their previous game. We might see another Beppis UDLR matchup, best of 7 coming in, potentially. But I think we have to wait just a little bit longer. We lost one of our players in the lobby, and we got a little bit more time to vamp about this Rocket League contract we got coming up. Turtle, you actually know about this, right? And so you were once a pro player signed for an organization, and this 1-year contract it's $5,000 per player per month. That is
amazing,
massive, amazing. Even in today's landscape.
Yeah, are you kidding me? This is a golden opportunity. I don't know how else to explain it to people or to players who are up and coming. This is the tournament you want to be playing in right now, because not only, you win a normal tournament, it's okay, we had a little bit of a peak here, but there's nowhere else to go. This is literally an investment in not only yourself, but a team and a company is willing to put themselves behind you and back you. It's longevity. It's so much on the line here, and it's such a good offer. You cannot afford to miss this right now.
Yeah, I want to see the next qualifier absolutely capped out,
Yeah.
waiting for people to get in, selling their spots.
It needs to be. It deserves it.
It needs to be. And we got the game up and ready. We got the player back in the lobby. So let's do it. Catch 22 versus U.S. Army Esports for the last qualification spot of the day. Moving on to the final round. And to bring it to you, it's our two casters, Leaf and Turtle. Bring it away, boys.
Thanks, Fickle. Yeah, this is just a kind of add on to what you were saying there, Turtle. This is incredible. And Fickle mentioned too, the next qualifier. I'm really hoping this. People see this, they say, okay, oh, this is going on. We need to be in this because, as you said, that's huge. That's a contract is massive, and people need to get a piece of that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm surprised I haven't heard more discussion about this because of what's on the line. And like I said before, it's typical to come into a tournament and, not idolize the prize too much, not, drool over it too much. You're just here to play Rocket League. But with what is on the line, a contract, a team, a sponsorship, there's so much. And Andre, he knows exactly what's on the line. He puts the first one in.
Yeah, hey, that's a good start there for U.S. Army. But, it's just the start of a best of 7. There's a lot of Rocket League left to go. We saw our last series there. Ended up going with up, down, left, right, and Beppis to a Game 7 for qualification here. 2 other ones were DQs. So if we want to make it even and symmetrical, we need another best of 7, full best of 7 here.
Oh, you love to see it too, especially with players who are a bit newer to the scene, seeing how they can handle the pressure and deal with the nerves whenever you get into a Game 7. That's why you see so many playstyles at this level shifting, because people are still trying to figure out how to deal with those emotions and get their mental game all straightened out.
And a lot of this is going to be figuring out what are we even doing on the field right now, because it's been a while since they've all played. They've had breaks now, so sometimes it's just good to get back in game number 1 and say, okay, let's just go for the ball, see what happens, and then react thusly afterwards.
Bit of an awkward touch there from Irma. Didn't get actually any contact on the ball whatsoever, but the pressure has still been sustained somehow. U.S. Army Esports, that's the one thing I did notice in my previous cast with them, Leaf, was that their defense was a bit lackluster, It was kind of all over the place. And right now, coming into this series, if it's going to be a long one, they've got to get that sorted. They need to be a bit more consistent with the rotations and have that communication come in.
Well, especially since we're seeing Catch-22 on their half the whole time, and if there were those weaknesses before, there's a good chance a hole is going to open up, and eventually Catch-22 is going to punish that. So you're right. That'll be key for them if they're spending this much time on that back half.
Ooh. I like the shots, though, that we're seeing out of Catch-22. They're moving down the field. The midfield passes as well were some kryptonite against U.S. Army Esports. They didn't have the positioning, so maybe we could see Catch-22 utilize that a bit more, but it's kind of coming to a stalemate back and forth in midfield. Nobody's really dominant here on the pitch.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of right now. So defense from U.S. Army. I mean, they have a goal. They don't have to do much more. I'm sure they'll be looking for another one, but again, it's kind of shot as each team does a decent job of rotating defensively and opening almost there for Aoka. He's the player you said to watch out for. And a turnaround counter, no follow-up. Perma tries, but that might be the end of their play.
See how U.S. Army Esports decide to recover. Nice little dribble there out from the defensive half, and Andre couldn't get a piece of it. That could have been an opportunity, but it was wasted. Andre did have boost, but not the proper read on the ball, and they're going to have to retreat back on defense and try to sustain.
A dribble attempt here, but not enough boost. Teammate helps out, and that's going to be a goal. Aoka to finish it up. The third man coming in, but his 2 teammates literally carrying the ball over there for him.
Oh, yeah. Look at Spider air dribbling it over to Andre, who pre-jumped. Andre then got a touch off the backboard wall and set up Aoka. This is the organization I wanted to see from their offense, where everybody has a set role, a set touch, and they're not stepping on each other's toes. That was wonderfully executed, and now they lead 2-0.
Although an answer from Riker right off the kickoff is going to come right back out here for Catch-22.
Oh, that's painful. Off the ceiling. You're going for an awkward clear there from Spider, but you need a more direct and linear touch. That one just went straight to the other team, heated up for him, and now we're only within 1 Leafex. What do you think about Catch-22's offense? I want to know. Well, are you enjoying this? Is this what you expected coming in here as your favorite number, your lucky number, excuse me? Oh!
Yeah, this is it. This is what I expected. And now the power is in their hands. It's 2-2 for Catch 22.
Oh my, the bar coming out from Leafex. The rotations also coming out from Catch 22. This is a little bit closer. I thought that we'd see U.S. Army just storm through the first game, after what we saw initially, but the second half has been all Catch 22.
Well, another chance here off kickoff. This seems to be the situation Catch 22 was looking for. Kickoffs.
No. Are you seeing Aoka right now? He's just AFK on the field. I'm not sure if we have a disconnection issue or what happened. Maybe the controller unplugged. Something a bit awkward. Oh, but he almost was back. Okay, but production has just told me now that we have a pause or potentially a disconnect. We are seeing no problems. Drop to the chat. This is just all over the place, but I think it might have been a controller issue. Normally, whenever something like that happens, I didn't see any ping issues, but I guess we're rolling with it.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to manage too, because a lot of times it's like it can happen. You don't know what's happening. By then, another play's already developed, right? So, I mean, I was gonna say this is Catch 22 was almost scoring exactly how their name implies they would. Their opponents get a goal, and then they score as a result of the kickoff.
Man.
Is that the Catch 22? You can only score when your opponents score.
Well, I don't even know. It feels like Catch 22 are only able to score whenever U.S. Army Esports just like pass it to them. That was a couple of awkward touches there on the defensive side, rolling it back. I like the initial idea to go for that back pass and keep control, but then the follow-up just wasn't there and didn't connect with the power. Just gave it right to Catch 22.
And you were talking about that, Turtle, too, is those defensive mistakes is something that needs to be cleaned up, or they're going to get punished, and we're seeing Catch 22 do exactly that.
It's just lopsided. You know what I mean? Whenever I look at U.S. Army Esports, they've got such a unique offense with multiple layers. They're going for demos. They're going for bumps right here. They're going for the 50-50s as well. It doesn't slip in. But there's plays like that can develop for U.S. Army Esports. They just struggle when it passes their own half.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, we're looking like Catch 22 might have this one in the bag. Of course, unfortunately, Aoka was out of the play for a bit there, and I wonder if a game 2 is going to spell a different story, but they're also going to want to look at that defense. A little more awkward here, maybe for the better, because Aoka could try to get a flick, but that will be done, Turtle, for game 1. Catch 22 taking the victory off of, again, maybe controller and, of course, some awkward defense.
Yeah, well, and that's the key difference is, whether it was a controller, we still saw Catch 22 maintain possession and be a bit more dominant in the second half, so I feel like that argument about the controller, a little bit thrown out the window because we saw the possession, the control out of Catch 22 here at Leafex, and it was a comeback. They had to get back into it because U.S. Army started out strong, but they fizzled out.
Well, we'll talk about it more in a moment, but right now it's time for our Nerd Focus Game Break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
And again, game number 1 going to Catch 22. U.S. Army, again, was your favorite, Turtle, coming into this one. They had a little bit of some awkward defense, exactly what you called up before, so that's what they'll be looking to change coming into this Catch 22, punishing off a lot of those kickoff goals.
Even in the replays, I've noticed that U.S. Army Esports, they like to rotate to the back wall, which is obviously a great idea, but a lot of times if you're predicting every single touch goes to the back wall, then all the opponents have to do is go for one simple midfield touch, one simple infield pass, and it just obliterates you. It exposes that gap, and they're then given a free shot on net. So that issue has got to be fixed. It's a hard one to fix. I can sit here all day and critique them, but overall, things do look good. They had a great start in the first game. We just need to see that firepower stand tall throughout the entire 5 minutes.
Game 2 starting off nice here for Catch 22. Jakub comes in. The great goal. Look at that 50 right to him.
Oh, yeah, and you love to see Jakub even follow that one up. After that bounce off of the corner, you expect somebody from U.S. Army Esports to be in position or have any kind of 50-50, but Jakub was very aware that the space was wide open. He got a free shot and found the angle.
Back up off the bat. And he's going to go for another one. Riker's keeping it alive here. You look how antsy they are for another one. They want that cushion. They want to stay on defense. They've seen how their opponents have been unable to do that. But you're right, turnaround here and almost a chance for Blue.
Oh, a double commit, though, from Catch-22, and the net was wide open, but Spider couldn't find the angle. That was an opportunity wasted after a very rough double commit did come out from Catch-22, but fortunately for them, their defense been able to hold on, and Yakub is now going to transition out with a nice little air dribble, maybe a 50-50.
That was a great hard clear, though, from U.S. Army to get that one cleared down to the other end. Bought themselves some space. Hey, they're like, our defense isn't that strong. Let's just get the ball away from us, and then we don't have to be on defense.
I have noticed that a lot in. I mean, I've only casted one other series, but in that series, it was pretty boomer ball orientated. Whenever the defense would get stuck in their own half, like people, I definitely think it's a qualifier thing as well. Whenever I was competing, I hated qualifiers because it made me so nervous. It made me so nervous.
Nerve-wracking.
And that's what makes it so exciting. You know what I mean? Like, everybody loves to feel that adrenaline, but I personally get so anxious and I start getting a bit too cautious because it's a qualifier. There's so much on the line. You just want to make the main event, and that's still what's on the line for these teams to continue on and make that event.
Well, and that's what I think is putting Catch-22 a bit ahead here. They've looked less fearless when it comes to their offense. They've been making sure two people are there to have a threat, and that third man's been playing relatively smart to make sure that charge stays alive at midfield.
Almost saw that third man from Riker, though, be a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, as
Spider.
I say it, right?
Yeah, that's usually how it goes to casters. I'm sure you remember that from back in the old days when you weren't the goated RLCSX host.
Yeah, cast great at cursing things. If I say something, don't believe it. Go the opposite way.
And that's exactly why I predicted U.S. Army Esports. Thank you very much.
You did that before I even made a prediction.
I knew you were going to pick Catch-22, though.
Yeah,
We're on this. I'm synced in with you, okay? I know exactly what you're thinking at this moment. You know, we've built that chemistry, that bond. Okay, we know each other.
What am I thinking about?
You're thinking about Danger Taco and how his name came to fruition.
That's true. Wow, you really do know me.
I knew it.
Genius. Wow. And now it seems like Catch-22 knows what they need to do. They've been holding off a lot of these threats, but they're awkward position right now. And a demo. Permafrost on the goal line.
What is
Andre,
this?
of course, is going to stay in as that one rolls away.
Dude, I saw Andre rotate out. Everybody pay attention to him off of the replay. You see him have to recover in net. And he was about to save it. He was rotating out. He needed to slam on the brakes. A nice little follow-up from Aoka. And leave. I talked about Aoka before. He is always in position. This dude is the pillar, I'd say, of the offense.
Yeah, if there's offense to be had, Aoka's getting involved. You're absolutely correct. And the issue, though, is that they were stuck on their own end, but they've managed to get out a lot more. I mean, I guess if they could just hold that offense, that works for them. That'll be up to Catch-22, though, to try to get them out of the orange half. Riker, great save. The threat's not done yet, though.
I like the demos from Yakub, though, trying to relieve some of the pressure, and you can see how it's had an effect on the defense. They have a nice free clear up top. Andre can't get a touch on it. Aoka now trying to get out of the corner is met by a 50-50, and it's perfectly placed in the midfield, but the shot was nowhere near the back of the net, and U.S. Army Esports escape without a single goal getting punished.
Yet, though, a lot of these chances here are looking super threatening from the side of Catch-22. You see how much faster they're creeping on offense, and they're going for a lot of those backboard redirects because it's been open, but that's a chance. Riker, goal line, somehow stays alive. And there's a chance here now, one-on-one situation. Riker takes a shot. Spider should be able to save. He does. Jakob up to stop that one. The follow-through. Look at these threats now on the blue half. 30 seconds left. Catch-22 not wanting to go into an overtime. Chance! And Andre puts it away. 30 seconds left.
U.S. Army Esports, the vision on the field. Aoka could have gone for a dribble, but he saw Andre downfield on the left-hand side, knew the space was there, knew that if he got the pass off, it would result in nothing but a free net and a free opportunity for Andre. It comes through, and U.S. Army Esports, they're the ones making the comeback in Game 2.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. Great awareness from Aoka to know that he had a teammate over there. Quite a drop down.
He doesn't stop. He
is feeding his teammate right now.
I'm telling you, he's too good right now. That was such an awkward touch there from. Are we pronouncing it Jakob? I know in the pregame he came in here asking for a different pronunciation. Jakob. I believe it's Jakob. Apologize, Jakob, for the pronunciation. But we've got it sorted now. Okay, this is why we have these moments
Russian
to learn.
Jacob.
Exactly. 7 seconds though, Leaf. And catch 22. You know, you were feeling hyped, I bet, after that first win. But now you've seen the wrath. Of the boys at U.S. Army Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. It was more of the wrath of Aoka, the playmaker. You know, that you see him setting up a lot of those plays, getting one goal in the bag of his own there. But great awareness even from those follow-ups. I mean, Andre on that first passing play that Aoka sent up, the fact that he was there and ready for that. And then the follow-up from Spider.
Yeah.
I mean, Spider could have left the play when he saw Aoka up. You could have thought, okay, maybe this is just going to be a redirect to the net. But the fact that Spider followed up knowing that Andre was back to protect that play was real great. So, you know, overall, the whole team had some good awareness offensively. You're right, though. Defense is what needed to be cleaned up, and it's a little tighter now. But Catch 22 still, in my opinion, looks pretty good. They have a good defense. Riker specifically on that goal line was making a lot of goal line saves, putting them in the right spot. You always want to push the ball to the side, and that's exactly what he was doing.
Right. It was a bit of a lopsided game here because Catch 22, they scored immediately as we got into the 5 minutes and then held that lead all the way down into around 1 minute and 50 seconds. So, you know, you can't count out Catch 22. You can't think that U.S. Army Esports are now going to start taking momentum. This is going to be, like we predicted earlier going into this game, a back-and-forth series, and Riker here proves my point and scores first again.
Right off those kickoffs. Good threat there from Jakob. Riker strikes as well. Catch 22 is real good at when having space and punishing. They can punish those goals. They always have a player there to threaten the defensive line of U.S. Army Esports.
Oh, what?
This one just rolls in. Was that a bump on the backboard there? I think it might have been.
I
Permafrost.
so,
look at him. He's hunting. He's like, Andre.
He's lurking.
Oh, no, he couldn't.
He didn't even.
He didn't.
We assumed there was a bump, but honestly, that could have been the pressure that was needed to even make the first player jump in the first place. Because if you're aware that a demo's coming through, you're going to jump early as possible just to try to avoid it and also get the touch.
That's exactly it. Sometimes all it's needed is a threat. Catch 22 has been good at threatening that back line of U.S. Army Esports. They've been always there, posting out. Andre tried to connect. Follow-up also fails from Aoka. An air dribble. Riker tries to finish it. Good attempt. I like the creativity. But no finish. Look at the threat, though. Just player after player, Turtle, is just in their face right now. There's always someone from Catch 22 on that ball.
When you were talking about Riker being a defensive monster, as Jakob, it's a massive clear to the other side, and Riker then with the follow-up. But I'm looking at Permafrost. I've been on his camera for quite some time now, and he has been rotating to almost every single boost pad. And getting demos like that on Andre, being physical, being aggressive, that's what's created a lot of this leeway then for his teammates to get a couple of shots in, a couple of dribbles, and have some space to work with.
Jakob has control, but loses it quickly because there was no threat there. He thought maybe there was, trying to get the air dribble out. Right idea. But they can't break past midfield as a result. Might be their opportunity. Boost skills coming in. Demo, we're blinded. And no goal comes as a result. Catch 22 is having trouble getting themselves past midfield. And a mistouch there, a no touch there gives Andre the goal.
I mean, he was coming off from the ceiling, and you can see Riker was hesitant on the back line as Andre then flies in and gets that follow-up. What a shot. Some accuracy on display, too. That was right in the top corner.
Yeah, and that's what's dangerous for a defender is, like, you can't just wait for a rebound because you don't know if that's going down on the goal line. You don't know if that's bouncing out for a rebound. What a shot. That's going to be an assist as an end result. But gosh dang, Turtle.
I've got the magic The magic picks, man. I was talking about Permafrost earlier, and look what he does. This man comes off the backboard and hits by far the best shot I've seen all day long. What a shot there from him. That was incredible.
The follow-up, too. Glad there was someone there to finish that because I wanted to see it again in a replay. Good creativity. I think that's something Catch-22 has a lot of here. That creativity. They know they can always be in the play.
Well, that's a type of goal that'll just get you so hyped, especially in moments like this where you've got a long best of 7. You need energy. You score a goal like that, you're feeling good in game number 3.
They might have another chance here. Spider with a miss. That's going to be a punish from Perma off the crossbar and out. They'll have to back off, though. There is a threat here. Spider was deep in that orange territory, but no finish for them. No counterattack. They'll try again from mid. Riker tried to clear it. Now we have Catch-22 on the defensive half.
Permafrost with that read as well. Do you see that prediction? He knew exactly how to approach that 50-50. Got a good timing on it. And then now coming in with the shot into the upper left corner. And the demo follow-up with the assist from Jakob. There is no stopping Catch-22 at this moment.
The second they got on offense, man, it is scary. Look at Jakob was right there. He was ready to try to get in their face. There's always someone just kind of lounging around that backboard of the blue half.
So explosive. It's like for 1 second you think that Catch-22 are going to keep the same pace that they have been for the past minute on defense, but then all of a sudden you get like 2 or 3 demos, somebody crashing the net, then another shooting. How do you stop that? If you're U.S. Army Esports, they already had a bit of an issue getting organized before, but now they've got to figure out that organization and also deal with that aggression from Catch-22.
Yeah, no, this is, I think exactly what you said, an explosive team. Their offense just, when they see an opportunity, all 3 players move in to try to capitalize on that opportunity, but they're taking their time waiting for those opportunities to arise.
This is kind of how I thought game number 2 was going to go as well. Just seeing Catch-22 get another one here from Riker as he follows it up. The accuracy, as always, on point from these 3 players. Nice little rotation of the car, too. But like I was saying, this is how I thought game 2 was going to go. I did not expect U.S. Army Esports in game 2 to get that comeback. Somehow they managed to find it, but we are not seeing that same type of energy or play style here on the field because Catch-22, they're too good.
Yeah, no, again, when they move on offense, it's all 3 players getting involved. And that's, I think, the big difference is we've seen Spider doing his best to get involved on that offense. I mean, Andre was also getting some goals, but we were looking to Aoka to be that carry on offense. When you have a team that has 3 carries on offense, it doesn't really match up, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Well, Aoka, as much as we talk about him, he has been a little bit quiet. There's a nice little pass there into the midfield that does create an opportunity. But you can't expect a player like Aoka or any player in general on your team to constantly pop off, or have a performance that's just MVP status every single game. There's got to be other opportunities generated. And previously I did see some demos, some great solo plays from Spider, but it's been quiet. Nothing but crickets from U.S. Army Esports.
Yeah, and now we're seeing confidence in just their control, their mechanics coming up from Catch-22. And that's worrisome now for U.S. Army Esports. When you got a team that feels like they have space, that feels like they're mechanically feeling good, they're in that flow state, the rest of the series is looking a little worrisome, and it gets a little daunting because it's not just that, hey, we gotta win. We gotta win a game where we just lost 5-1 in the one before.
I mean, you get absolutely slapped up like this in an individual game, and it definitely takes a hit to your morale, your confidence goes down quite a bit, and you start thinking, okay, maybe Catch-22 just needed to get warmed up a little bit coming in here. But U.S. Army Esports, they don't really strike me as a team like that, because even in the previous series that I've casted with, they were very resilient. They do seem like they have a good mental. It's, again, those simple little mistakes on defense where they just catch themselves out of position, and a lot of times just can't handle the physical plays that Catch-22 were throwing at them.
Yeah, no, this was just an incredible heads-up effort, I think, from Catch-22. The fact that half of those plays had someone up on their opponent's backboard even, it was just it was just awesome to see all three players being involved in almost every single play. I think, every single goal there was assisted as well. This was great offense. And the fact that they, again, have, we were talking about Perma and Riker being players that know how to get those goal line saves, are just overall a much more balanced squad than I think we're seeing on that blue half.
Yeah, and you talked about Perma and Riker. I think Jakob was doing really great with clears. Notice his clear game was pretty strong, and immediately we've got most likely an opportunity. The fake from Riker. He went for the mind game right in front of the net, stopped behind the ball. He baited out one player, but it was a little bit too slow because a follow-up came out 50-50, and now U.S. Army Esports are able to at least hold on and try to prevent another opportunity, but it might not be enough because Riker's still very, very determined.
Well, we head into our next game where Catch 22 is up in the series as best of 7, 2-1, with a dominating Game 3 with a 5-1 win.
And they're already holding that possession. As I say that, Andre, though, he's got a free shot, and it's a bit wide, and by a bit, I mean, that was like a field goal shot there in American football terms, right over the net, and then off the post. The accuracy, it's plaguing them.
I wish you could see. Wish you could see my face after that one. Andre was probably making the same face too. Ooh. They're getting chances, but they're just off target.
Yeah, that's the thing. It always looks good from U.S. Army Esports. It's layered. It's got a couple of different options. I like to say that they go through multiple different lanes of shooting, of dribbling, of getting demos, but they're just missing the execution, which makes me think that they are, the team with the most potential. Here we go. But sometimes it doesn't work out. In this instance, it does. Ayoka the follow through, but this all started with Spider and his dribbles. Not even.
Yeah, no, they finally break through. It's Ayoka, the player you've said to watch out for, is the one there to clean it up. He recognizes, finally, we have a chance. And it took them a while, though, Turtle. It was like a minute and a half of them just shot after shot to try to get that.
Yeah. I'm surprised Catch 22 didn't find a clear as well, because Jakob got a pretty big hit to the other side, but they seem to collapse in on themselves, and maybe we see another comeback. It's such a weird roller coaster of a series, because one instance you think Catch 22 is just going to come out and dominate them, and they do with a 5-1 showing, but then U.S. Army Esports creeps back in, and then all of a sudden gets slapped back down by Permafrost.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job off these kickoffs, controlling that Perma. Look at the control, too, to get themselves back on the ground. Understand, a lot of times landing can throw players off because your trajectory just changes so fast. But he knew exactly where his car was going to head and how to read that bounce.
I mean, the mechanics are definitely superior on the side of Catch 22 just because of Permafrost. I think that Ayoka comes in as a close second, but Permafrost, it looked like he even used that power slide mechanic and then got to the ball a little bit faster off the back wall bounce. And nobody from U.S. Army Esports were prepared. See now, we see a tied-up game. And I don't know. I don't really know where I stand at this point. It's so weird when we get into best of sevens like this, because you can just see it going either way.
You absolutely can, but at the same time, I'm sticking with 22 on this. For what I've seen, the fact that all three players are working super cohesively. Sure, every once in a while we get chances from U.S. Army Esports, but I just don't think they're as threatening as we've seen from Catch 22.
I think it comes down to those mechanics. A lot of times there's no unless it's Ayoka, and I don't mean to disrespect Spider or Andre whatsoever. It's just in terms of the flash and the creativity. We need to see a little bit more out of U.S. Army Esports, because Catch 22, sometimes we see that out of Jakob and Riker, mostly out of Permafrost, but there's still a little bit of potential and a little bit of mystery with the other players.
Well, 2 minutes left now, and we're tied up. A win here for Catch 22 would spell match point. Qualification spot on the line for the finals.
Oh. That's a flick there from Andre. I thought I was going to get over him, but the defense, Catch 22, stand tall.
They are, not tall enough, though, as Jakob just caught a little bit outside that post. I mean, I don't think it was the worst positioning, but it was just perfect placement from Ayoka.
Oh, yeah. And Riker was also in an awkward spot. He was anticipating some type of backboard touch or maybe a backboard pass, but instead that one was just slotted towards the bottom half of the wall. A really good bounce in favor of US Army Esports, because a lot of times that ball would just roll up, but instead it goes straight out, and you've got a nice follow-up from Aoka.
Yeah, good placement there. Now they take the lead, US Army Esports. Spelling a different story than game number 2. And Jakob maybe expecting his teammate to make the touch there. They can't. This would be a little awkward. I'd like to see Catch-22 back up, and they do. They started to get in each other's face a little bit there, and you don't want to continue an offense where you're not fully structured.
I think we might get another Game 7 at this pace. I mean, I agree. I think Catch-22 are looking, like the better team, but then they make mistakes like this on defense. They're all over the place. The mechanics aren't shining as much as they were before, and you just see a big mistouch from Jakob.
Yeah, Riker was there ready to follow it up, but yeah, you don't want to be centering that ball. You're right. You don't. I think he just he got onto the ball, knew he could make a touch, but didn't really know where that touch was going to go, and that's a bit of a problem. That'll be a 2-goal lead now for their opponents, US Army Esports. 40 seconds left. We'll be looking at a tied 2-2 series in this best of 5.
Yeah, and you can see that the intention for US Army Esports, they're just trying to find booming hits at this point. A 2-goal lead, 30 seconds. It's possible if you give one away right here, but Riker is not going to find the back of the net. Accuracy a bit off. The mechanics I talked about earlier have faded a little bit. It seems a bit hazy here, and Catch-22 can't find any solid execution. All right, never mind, I lied. It was all a joke.
Permafrost brings it back. 14 seconds left. We saw how strong they can be off kickoffs, so could be a chance. Good pass from Riker to Permafrost.
Oh, man. The question is, do we see a bit of a toss now from US Army Esports? Their kickoffs have been abysmal so far, and they have not been able to keep possession. And we see it here, but it was a fake, but Spider just kept going like it was another Sunday drive and got a good touch.
That was a little awkward. They played the fake, but didn't have their cheat ready for the fake.
Oh, no way.
That would have been nuts. Can you imagine if you got the pre-flip on that?
That would have been incredible. Perma was actually going for it. But I feel like the better play would have been to go off the corner and try to at least go for the more likely situation. But I love the creativity in the attempt.
And sometimes creativity is what excels you forward. I mean, we saw that in our last qualification match there. Epis, their want and ability to take risk and try for some creative plays allowed them to barely squeak through in a game 7, 4-3, and we're seeing that from Catch-22 again. All 3 players getting involved in a lot of plays there on offense. But we did see US Army Esports Turtle start to turn things around with a few wide shots. They did at least sink a few.
Yeah, and the accuracy was far better, because we always do see some solid opportunities from US Army Esports, but I critique their execution and the fact that they can't really find the rotation in the last waning seconds. But this time, in this game alone, and in game number 2, it was solid. They were in position. Aoka was finding that that momentum, and he's got to get in the groove, because if you're not seeing Andre or Spider make some incredible plays, it's going to come down 100% to Aoka finding the groove and making sure he's the one taking the shot, because he's going to find it.
At the end of the day, though, you don't want to rely on one guy, so hopefully they continue to work that offense together, make sure they don't allow themselves to get punished. Otherwise, Catch-22 is probably going to pounce. They'll explode, as you were accurately describing them on offense. And they might have a chance here. Oh, fake past 1. Spider played that 50 right, though.
I want to see Spider start to pop off. I know that he's got some potential hidden away inside of him. He needs like a Sensu Bean or something from Dragon Ball Z to activate his skills. Because I've seen some crazy things. In the previous series, he had one little dribble where he controlled it really well. So maybe he'll shut us up about talking about only Aoka. And we'll see some better plays. But Jakob, he wants to get talked about a little bit on the cast here, because he follows it up rather nicely on this play.
Yeah, good follow through. He saw his 2 teammates on the way out. He knew as third man, I have an opportunity to dive in now. He gets up quick for that. Great awareness, great punish. Good goal from Jakob.
50 was kind of awkward, but we saw kickoff win finally for US Army Esports, but it's instantly turned around now. 2v1 Permafrost. He just has to get to the midfield, but doesn't find a touch. Doesn't matter, though. A demo from Jakob. They're trying to make something out of nothing here, Leaf. Even the rotations, and they're finding a lot of good midfield passes.
Shot. Good try. A great awareness, too, I got to say, from Andre and I think that was Aoka and net there, to let Spider cross there instead of having a chance for a double commit or even a triple commit there. So communication looks like it's amping up a bit here for the defense, but whew, they almost get punished still from this offensive catch-22.
U.S. Army stuck in their own half. They've been handling a lot of shots, but at what point is it just too much? You're wasting all the boost. You're getting starved out. Andre, though, that 50 will relieve so much time, so much pressure, allow Spider to then get a demo and maybe create an opportunity.
There's a chance. Shot goes way wide. But now we have Catch-22 on the offense again. Perma tries for the flip reset, and he gets it, but Riker is going to finish off that shot for him.
Oh, man, and it was Aoka on the back line. He needed to get a touch. He's assuming that Permafrost is going to get an earlier hit, or Riker's either going to crash the net a bit sooner. Pre-jumped, didn't get the touch.
I think he did get the touch that helped Riker there. Because the camera stayed on him the whole time.
Are we talking about Perma or Aoka?
Perma got the flip reset. So that was a team pinch technically, I think.
Well, that's the crazy thing, though, because Aoka, it's like you see two players up, you assume they're coming in fast. You don't blame them for pre-jumping, but that flip reset must have killed all the momentum and then kind of swapped up the pace.
Oh, good chance for quick counter here. Quick conversion. But a missed touch there might kill off this offense. Andre in the air.
Oh, they need
fakes
something.
out a flip reset, goes for a poorly instead. Look at him getting him creative himself.
No way, Spider. Hey, you heard me. I was calling out his name, man. I believe my boy Spider. And look what happens when he touches the ball, okay? This was nobody else but Spider. I will claim this goal in the name of House Spider because he really didn't do much to create it, but it's okay.
Aoka tried to steal it. Hey, they got one, though, and that's a start to climbing back here.
And there's plenty of time. I mean, they were down by 2 goals with under 2 minutes left in Game 2, I believe.
And now they're tied up 2-2 in the best of 7. Only 1 goal down here in game number 5. So they're still in this series. They're still alive, but they're not being given an easy road here. As Catch-22 has been looking pretty solid. Great midfield pass. Shot into the net. Saved by Spider.
Seems like that's a frequent play for Catch-22. They kind of flush themselves into the corner of their opponent and then get a nice little midfield pass all the way out across and back, and it's creating a lot of great shots, but the pass is a little bit too far out, so you're giving U.S. Army Esports, a lot of time to react and get that jump in for the save.
Yeah, maybe keep them a bit tighter.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they learn that lesson. Minute 30, approaching us on the clock. 1 goal lead for Catch-22. That'll set themselves at match point if they can hold on here. We have U.S. Army Esports doing their best to make that not so. They want the match point themselves.
Leaf, let me tell you what's going to happen right now.
All right, what's going to happen right now?
U.S. Army Esports, they're going to get a demo play, and somebody's going to come through. Oh, wait.
You're right.
Wait.
Oh,
my goodness, dude. I'm actually very upset.
You're almost a genius.
I'm so upset right now, dude. I was feeling the demo play. My demo senses were tingling.
I'm actually sad for you that didn't go in.
That would have been so nice, man.
Right.
I still believe, though. It's still going to be a demo play, though. I promise. Promise you.
That is great. Well, first attempt didn't work. They'll have to try from their own end now. With a severe lack of boost. I think Andre's the only one with boost right now, and he's out of the play. And that's going to be a finish there for Catch-22, 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and you could feel the desperation from U.S. Army Esports on the field. They were throwing everybody forward. The rotation's a little bit slower than to get back because of that aggression. Not enough boost in the tank. You're getting starved up. Catch-22. They have a midfield pass. It's a little bit tighter like we talked about earlier, Leaf. And because of that, you've got an easy follow-up. And now another angle from Yakub. This one, even tighter than before. This was ridiculous, but he still made it work.
What happened on that kickoff from U.S. Army? No one was there.
What are these kickoffs? What is happening?
Jakob's just like, I'm just gonna take the ball and put it in
Kickoffs
your
are
net.
overrated, Leaf. You don't need kickoffs.
You don't need to go for them.
There's another one. Lost, but it's to the back left. Maybe it was planned.
Yeah.
Either way. We'll see if it leads to something. It does not. Maybe Spider, though, the follow-up to Aoka, still waiting on a play to develop.
the U.S. Army.
I think they're a little hesitant right now. I mean, with 20 seconds left, send everything. Down 3 goals, you got nothing to lose. And they're still playing a little hesitant. Like they just weren't in the play. So that'll be a problem if they carry that mentality over to the next game when they're behind.
That's a rest in peace right there. That shot, it was looking so good off the post and out. This one's gonna drop down. We got match point in the last series of the day for Catch 22 in favor of them, of course, and they looked great in this game alone.
There it is, match point situation in this best of 5 between Catch 22 and U.S. Army Esports. U.S. Army is the team fighting from behind here. Catch 22 needs one more win to grab themselves a qualification spot here into the finals.
Leaf, you got one player to pick right now. Who pops off? Who explodes on the field? Who shows up and either forces a game 7 if you're going to pick somebody from U.S. Army, or concludes this series from Catch 22?
I think it's, well, I give you, it'd be Spider or Jakob, I think.
Okay. You're not going for the Oma. I like these picks. You know, it's not the mainstream Aoka and Perma pick. These are the underdog.
Yeah, I think that's who pops out.
Right.
What about you?
I feel that 100%. I think that I think we're gonna get game 7. I think Spider's gonna show up. I talked about him earlier. I do think he's gonna show up. I don't think that U.S. Army take the win now anymore. I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah.
I still, you know what? I still back them, but
Yeah,
I'm scared. It's like a shaky, like, trust fall. You know what I mean? Like, I'm there, but I let you kind of fall a little bit too long as you're leaning. You know what I'm talking about?
You're like, okay, well, I know this person's not going to catch me. They've already actually walked away, but I'm still going to fall anyways.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel right now.
Okay. You're going to smash your head off the floor here.
But what if, now hear me out, there's like a mat behind me, and it was all a plant, and that's just my master disguise.
Who's the mat then here?
The mat is Spider, bro. He's laying himself down. He's breaking my fall. Might hurt himself in the process, but you know what? As long as they get the win, they get the win.
Imagine a trust fall where someone is laying on the ground for you to fall onto.
Hey, man. They just put yourself in like some hockey armor.
Armor?
I don't know what. I didn't know what the word was. I just said armor, bro. I've been playing a lot of medieval games lately. Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Don't blame me. What is it called? It's not armor.
You just gear or equipment.
Gear, equipment. Armor sounds so much cooler though.
Protection.
Hockey armor. Why is it not called that though? Why have we not? We gotta change something about this.
All right. I want to see that in Chivalry. There better be a goalie equipment skin that comes out for someone. That's brilliant. But game number 6 is Catch 22's to take away the series. And we're seeing a lot of offense coming out here from U.S. Army Esports. They want that game 7.
Yeah, I mean, their mechanics, I don't know what happened, but their mechanics have ascended to another level. We're seeing crazy touches and redirects off the backboard to get that pass in. Catch 22 now getting bumped out of the way, and out of the play. But there's still space. Nice little dribble here from Andre. Maybe we see a bump come out against Perma. He was alone in a 1v1, but got the save. And then the follow-up here, still coming in strong from U.S. Army, but it's saved from Riker. And they escape just by a thread.
Yeah, that 50 could not... That could have gone another way for Riker there. But he's happy that pinged out of their own end. Because the bottom some time, too. How's he going to play this, though? They'll go high. 0-0 game, 2 minutes in. This is definitely a lot closer, but you'd think at this point nerves kick in, but I think both teams honestly feel like they're playing faster.
Oh, my goodness.
A goal for Riker.
And you were talking about speed, and Andre here was just milliseconds away from finding a touch, getting contact, and preventing Riker from finding that angle and making it 50-50, but it was a little bit too slow, far too late, and Catch 22, they strike first, and that's been a habit, I'd say, from Catch 22, and I think a lot of it goes to the kickoffs and just their confidence on the field with their mechanics.
Yeah, and that was just great play, too, from Perma. It's trust that a teammate was there as well. You can use those mechanics to get a ball out, but is there going to be a teammate there? So both come into play here. Perma up high, but he's threatening. Perma is definitely that poke and prodder to make sure that U.S. Army Esports is staying on their back heels here. A hard clear will go wide there. And 1 goal down here for U.S. Army Esports. Could spell a loss in this qualification.
There's a lot of pressure on the line, especially if these teams have never been in this situation before. A lot of these players probably new to the tournament aspect in general. Not too much experience under their belt, and that means we're going to get a lot of emotions, and we see it coming out here from Riker. Can't get the touch. Maybe the pass was a little bit off. Either way, a missed opportunity from Catch-22.
Yeah, no, that was a great attempt there. They're connecting. You asked for those shorter passes, too, by the way. And look at them. Their first goal came out from a shorter pass, and that one there was almost exactly it, and how threatening those look.
Yeah. Well, the space is there. You know, with those shorter passes, sometimes it's dangerous because if U.S. Army can read the shorter pass, that means they get a good counterattack. But U.S. Army, they've been unable to do so, and that means the short game, the little passes in between the midfield is going to be detrimental to the U.S. Army defense, and you're going to slip through and find a way to the back of the net.
All right, low boost here. Let's see how they play this out. Seemed like they wanted a sideboard pass there to clear, but that player up at midfield backed off, and now Catch-22 sits in the blue half with a minute left and a goal up. Match point in favor of Catch-22. We're going to need to see U.S. Army send everything. Goal line, Jakob there. No goal for them. U.S. Army Esports stays 1 goal behind.
It looks so close to finding that safety, that security, the safety net that Catch-22 are so desperate for. But speaking of desperate for goals, look at U.S. Army. They need to find a way out of their own half. All 3 players stuck on the ground. Perma with the slower follow-up. Nice little touch there. Didn't even need to have any power. Just make contact, and you're going to find yourself with some security.
And now for U.S. Army Esports, Turtle, this is where dread starts to creep its way into your mentality. Because you know with 28 seconds left, 2 goals are absolutely needed, or your journey is done.
Might seem impossible if you don't get a solid attempt here within the first, I'd say 12, 15 seconds. Still, they're on the defensive line. It's not looking good. They need to make some kind of counterattack. A monster hit is needed from Andre, but it's denied by Perma. And with the final 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds, we're still at 11. Jakob is going to put this one in off the backboard. Too much lead.
The inability for U.S. Army Esports to clear that ball caused this play to happen. Jakob, look at that little twist and turn freestyle, and is on way up there to get that read and that tight angle down to secure that 3rd goal and to secure this match points game, grabbing them the series win and qualifying themselves for the finals here in the Search RL.
And I don't like to admit it, Leaf, but you were correct. You were right. Looked fantastic all series long. Catch-22, even in their low points, they still looked threatening. If their defense was slipping up a bit, they would somehow find a way to correct it pretty quickly and get, an instant response, find a good turnaround. Even off the kickoffs, they were strong. So these boys here at Catch-22 deserve the win, but also big shout out to U.S. Army Esports, what they're doing and how they're playing, because they look solid as well.
Yeah, no, honestly, this was a good showing. They made those adjustments. That's what we asked. You talked about this team, what they needed in the start of this series, right? They needed to tighten up that defense a little. We saw them get punished at the beginning of this series because of that defense. Some really awkward decisions, Turtle. But they changed that up, and that's an important element to walk away with this for U.S. Army Esports, is that they did walk away with change. They were able to make adjustments. Unfortunately, not enough. And there's still some more things they need to work on. But the fact you could do that is really hard for a team to do mid-series.
Yeah, and we're seeing some mechanics here out of Catch-22 in the replays. But also looking at U.S. Army, I mean, they made some damage on the other half. They definitely did some damage here. But the defense was difficult. And they couldn't handle that prediction game. They didn't know where Catch-22 wanted to move the ball so much, because it was either going off the backboard with a strong hit. You got creative mechanics with somebody jumping off the backboard and finding a touch. It's really hard to predict something in those moments, especially if you're not used to the nerves that these type of tournaments bring on.
Yeah, this was a great showing. We expected these qualifications down in the lower bracket here to go the distance. We saw that, of course, with up, down, left, right, and Beppis before going to Game 7. This goes to Game 6, not quite full distance, but it was close along the way. A lot of back and forth between these teams. Again, U.S. Army Esports walk away, unfortunately, out of this qualifier here. There is another one coming up they can look forward to, but they got so close, and that's something that they can take this experience, say, hey, let's learn from this, and let's do it again. But Catch 22, the victors, they look super strong, Turtle, coming out on this. I mean, I think if you're looking at this team going forward into the finals, the word I want people to latch onto is the word you said for Catch 22, explosive. These guys know when they have an opportunity on offense that all three players need to jump and pounce on that opportunity.
The main thing for me out of every team that I've seen today has been mechanics. I think that in the qualifiers, we're at a point where mechanics are enough to be the difference. But once we get down to the nitty-gritty, once we get to the main event with, the final few series, it's going to come down to team performance and a mix of those mechanics. You can't rely on one or the other, and that's why the team who does make it all the way is going to deserve it. They got the chemistry, they've got the mechanics, and I can't wait to see who that is.
Well, that was our last qualification match here for this first qualifier. So let's get some thoughts from the man that's been here all day. Fickle is going to join us back on the show here. Fickle, we are done. We got our teams through here. Catch 22 the last.
Yeah, and I wanted to also point out that I was also right. And
okay. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
High fives? What side are you on here?
You're on my left, so let's go this way.
I want to get in on this, please.
High five. Okay.
Please.
All right, perfect.
Here, Turtle.
Now,
hold my hand.
Okay.
I feel very comfortable.
Wonderful performance from Catch 22. Absolutely pop-off performance from Jakob. He was a monster in that game. He almost hit like every double tap he went for. It was super solid from that team. I'm really interested to see what they can do going forward because I don't know what happened to them in the day one bracket, but they were in the loser side or the lower side, and I kind of want to know who beat them because that team looked really solid in my opinion. Let's go over the event for a little bit here just to kind of take in this whole synopsis we got here. We qualified all 8 of our teams. We got it down from, I believe it was 54 total entrants in this qualifier down to 16 today, and then down to 8. And these are our final 8 teams that we are going to see moving forward. Team.exe, Board, Dream, Jolly Roger, Esports, Catch 22, who we just saw, Lights Out, who qualifies on a legality, Isolated, and Beppis are all moving forward. We will see all these teams in the finals, which will be happening later in August. But if you're watching this today and you think, man, I could beat those guys, I could win a spot like this, I could be the next pro, well, you're in luck because the next qualifier is actually coming up on August 7th. So you got a little bit to register and sign up for, and I want to see this qualifier packed. I want to see every single spot filled out for this qualifier because this is an amazing opportunity that anybody in the Rocket League bubble scene, or even if you're just looking to compete casually, can get an amazing tournament experience from this. So that's all of our teams running forward. Bouncing off a little bit of Turtle here, standout players, standout storylines you look forward to seeing going forward.
I'm always
maybe some players.
I'm always interested in. Sorry to cut you off. I'm just so excited. Okay, I'm just excited to talk about Prime Thunder. That's all I want to talk about. Prime Thunder. I'm being bored. Okay, that's my boy. That's my boy to the end of time until he starts slacking a little bit. But he hasn't slacked yet. Okay, that man has been a monster. The mechanics are there. I think they could be the ones to take it away. And again, I just want to reiterate this whole bracket, this whole tournament, this whole format for becoming, the next team, the search for the next Rocket League team. This is literally deleting that transition period between being an amateur and then being a pro. It's literally, you're just going straight to the big leagues.
Here we go.
You're basically getting hired with no job application. It's perfect. It's amazing. And this is something that people need to sign up for and watch out for because, this is amazing. It's so fun to watch. And again, I think Prime Thunder, I think that team's got the chance, man. I think they got the potential.
You talk about no job application, but again, Prime Thunder's not quite the application behind them.
Maybe that's why I'm going.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
There is definitely some history behind that roster there, but I definitely think they have to still watch out for some of these other players. Again, tournaments like this allow new talent to be showcased. You even see it with the RLCS with open formats like that new players and new teams can shine and can pull through and surprise people. And I'm really hoping that, again, these teams that made it through in this qualifier can show up in the finals, but also the teams that come through the next qualifier as well. I'm sure we'll see some repeats, but I also think you can't count out some of these players. You look at like Team EXE too with Monster and Stealth, right?
Oh, yeah.
These are super solid players. You even see teams working together like we just saw with Catch 22. this is an incredible team that knows and recognizes when they need to be striking. And if an opponent disregards them even for a moment, say they even go up against a Prime Thunder squad like that, you can still have a chance where they maybe get overconfident or complacent. They're like, we should have this. And all of a sudden that punish comes in. So definitely a lot of these teams you can watch out for to maybe sneak their way in there and surprise a lot of people. I will have to agree that I think that's the strongest one out of this qualifier that pulled through. But I definitely like that we're getting the opportunity here, Fickle, to see a lot of these new faces and new stories being told.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the dream we're going for, the next big Rocket League team. But that's our final qualifier for today, but we're not done with the content just yet. We got an interview coming up with the winning team from Catch 22. I believe we're going to pull in Riker to get his thoughts on that last matchup. But we're going to say goodbye to our lovely casters, Leaf and Turtle, who are done for today.
Bye.
But it won't be the last time you see them, because they'll be joining us for the next qualifier. And make sure to sign up for that August 7th. Go over to smash.gg, find the search 2021 Rocket League Open, sign up now. You can do it. You can be the next Rocket League Pro. Thank you so much, our lovely casters, and we are going to send it to a short break, and when we come back, we will have an interview with Riker from Catch 22. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, again, your host, bringing it to you. Thank you so much for our sponsor, HEB, for putting this event together and providing us with the quality groceries that we all expect in the Texas area. I know that personally, I am one of those that loves HEB, and I wish I had them where I live now. And if you have the luxury of going there, make sure to go to heb.com. Do all of your mobile orders or carry out, as well as on the HEB app. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. We have Riker from Catch 22 on the line with us for our next HEB Future Pro camera. Woo, that was an amazing performance from your team, Riker. How are you? Just a little bit of the vibe coming around the room to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, we went in thinking like, all right, US Army, how bad can they be, right? And then I think I personally got demoed maybe like 15, 20 times. Like, it was pretty rough. Their strategy was pretty crazy, but we pulled through in the end, and yeah, we're just pumped. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it's got to be quite a high, right? Coming off from that win. Oh, don't worry about it. I got tons of stuff in the background. Don't worry, man. You're looking good. So, I've been asking everybody and about their, entrance into Rocket League, and I'm just trying to pick everybody's brains about, what year you started, what motivated you to start playing, and if there's any inspiration from like content creators or esports in general.
Yeah, I started back in, I think, January 2016. I was 14 years old, and I bought Rocket League with my birthday money. And I bought it because you guys might have heard of the YouTuber Laserbeam. He's now a Fortnite YouTuber, but back then he did like Madden and I don't know, whatever other games. And I was into football, so I was like, you know what? Hitting a ball with a cart sounds pretty cool. And so I bought it, and yeah, 5.5 years later, here I am.
Yeah, I'd love to hear these stories about like the little one-offs and, I bought it for console and now you're making this progression into getting a PC, nice refresh rate, having high FPS all the time. And it's just like you're ever progressing to become a pro. And speaking about being a pro, this contract that's on the line here, what would it mean for you and your team going forward if you were able to win the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, first thing, we would play a lot more Rocket League, that's for sure. Like, right now, we didn't even scrim before this. I think I woke up like 15 minutes before our first match and was like, all right, if we win, we win. And then now we made it. Now all of a sudden it's like, all right, we got to take this seriously now. We need to set up scrims and all that. So yeah, by the time, if we ever would get that contract, I mean, it'd be life-changing, first of all. And then second, yeah, just playing the game way more and enjoying competing like we already are.
Yeah, and you mentioned how you were only 14 when you got the game, and that's not even old enough to compete in the RLCS, I believe. So now you've made that progression. Have you attempted to play in things like the RLCS before, or is this like your first venture into tournament experience?
Yeah, I've played in the RLCS before. I think the last time I played was back in December, January-ish. I didn't really have a team back then, and my philosophy is like if I'm not personally good enough to like make something like at least top 48, then I don't even want to bother competing. I'm just going to work on improving myself, which probably held me back in some ways, but you know, now we're here. Now we're able to compete.
And you know, speaking of your team, you know, you got Jakob as well. And I'm wondering, you know, how did you guys find each other, right? Like, how was that path to pro? Where did the synergy come from? Was it just a couple days in ranked and you know some good players, or was it like a private pug server or something?
Yeah, so the way it worked was we met each other in like a league. Like Rocket League has these, you know, spin-off third-party leagues where you got like 32 teams, right? And we were just in that. And, you know, the competition wasn't insane or anything, but we met each other and we were both like, we were a lot worse than we are now, but we kind of just liked how each other played. And that's how I met Jakob. And then Perma I've known, I think, since I started playing. I don't know, he's just been one of my best friends for a long time. So we are
one player was scouted from the ranked leagues, and the other player was a friend for a long time. You got the storyline all there. 3 compadres coming to be pro in Rocket League. I think that's all the questions I have for you now, but I'll let you have the floor for any shout-outs you want to do to your teammates or fans or, you know, even relatives that you want to say for supporting.
Yeah, shout out to Danger Taco, a good friend of mine, amazing caster. He shouted us out earlier when he said we made top 8 World Open. I just messaged him. I said ILY. But other than that, thank you everyone for watching, and yeah, I'm excited for when we play next.
And you will be playing next later in August, so best of luck to you and your team, Catch-22, who have qualified today moving forward. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We are going to throw it to another break while we have Kai, who will be the last interview we have coming up for the day, and then followed by a very special little treat we got for you guys. You'll want to stick around and catch that one. But when we come back from this when we come back from this break, we will be having an interview with Kai from one of our top 8 qualified teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we got an interview coming up with Kai from Isolated. But before that, we have to get all the wires plugged in and all the audio sorted. But I want to actually give you guys a little introduction of myself. I've been asking everybody when they started playing Rocket League, but I thought I'd let you know about me. So I started in 2015. I was a week oneer on PC, and it was actually a very small community at that time on PC, because the PS4 free-to-play experience for Rocket League was what shot it up to the top. And the way I saw it was, I think it was Gold Glove, who was a Twitch content creator / YouTuber, was playing in the alpha on the PS4, and I was watching them play, and I was like, this game looks pretty sick. I can play it on a controller, which I was a controller main at the time, playing fighting games. And as well as I saw this one player, their name was Adam, and Adam was way above the rest of them. He was flying all over the arena. Gold Glove and his friends, they were stuck on the ground. They couldn't do anything against this. Fast forward about 3 years later, and I finally put two and two together that Adam was actually Adam Beckwith, who was one of the designers and developers of Rocket League. Yes, that Beckwith, the one which the park is named after. And he was the one vicariously got me into Rocket League. And that's just weird how I was going from looking at him play to commentating a game that he makes, as well as playing it as well. And that's just kind of a weird circle of life. And I thought I'd let you guys know that little interesting tidbit. I had a very self-reflective moment like a year ago, and I was like, that was really Adam Beckwith, huh? I never knew that. But I think we should have Kai in shortly to be this interview. But we want to thank you guys again for being with us today throughout the broadcast and throughout these little bumps in the road with the disqualifications, etc. Make sure to go sign up for the next qualifier. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clip this into your friends. There's a 1 year minimum $5,000 per month per player contract on the line with Beasley Esports, which is the parent company and owner of the Houston Outlaws, the famous Overwatch League team out of Houston, Texas. They are offering a contract for the winner of this event. I swear, please go sign up for this. This is like a gift. This is Deus Ex Machina for bubble players wanting to break out in the scene. And with that, we do have Kai on the line. Kai, can you hear my voice, my friend?
Absolutely, sir.
All right, perfect. Now, This is going to be a little bit of a weird interview because we didn't actually see you guys play today, but you did move on to top 8. So maybe let's focus a little bit about the previous day's play. How did you get here and how did you feel about your performance coming into the top of the bracket?
You know, it was definitely a more stressful thing because we found it out recently. I just found it through TikTok and I saw the opportunity with me and my buds that we could possibly, huge cash pool, very beneficial to us together. And also it seems very nice as an opportunity for me to want to go pro. So I told my buddies, we hopped through the brackets. We had a good first game and then we struggled on in the upper brackets, lower brackets. Such good teams. We faced them and we got really lucky because someone DQ'd, in which we were blessed for that opportunity. And yes, we did not play today, but I think that coming August later in the finals, I will think that we will definitely put on a show. And just because no one saw us today doesn't mean we won't be seen late August. I think we'll definitely put on a show for everyone.
I like you, my friend. You're confident, but not too egotistical. You have the skills to come forward. That's really cool that you guys saw it on something like TikTok, which is relatively new and not really one of the traditional forms of outreach as far as Rocket League is concerned. So that's really stellar that you guys were just kind of like, yeah, let's do it. Jump in, have things go your way. You take those kind of wins in the DQ setting, but it is what it is. I've been asking everybody these questions today, and I want to see what kind of answer you got from me, my friend. How did you start in Rocket League? What year were there any content creators, pros, or esports that influenced you? And kind of where did you start your journey?
So absolutely, I started in 2015 back on PlayStation. Me and my friend, I just got it that Christmas year, and I saw an opportunity for PlayStation Plus. I saw Rocket League and I watched the trailer. It looked super cool and I downloaded it. Me and my friend, we'd play against the bots. We played in seasons and stuff. And as the years progressed, I got better and better and I wanted to learn so much more. And one person I definitely always just saw at the tip of the peak, Kronovi, back in his prime years when he'd play with iBuyPower and G2, along JNaps and Zero and all of them. I loved watching Kronovi just kick butt in competition, and watching him definitely made me want to go pro in a game like Rocket League.
Yeah, I think a lot of the influence, I can say myself, was the old Cam Gears account. That is a name that is super duper old. Before Kronovi was Kronovi. Cam Gears on Twitch, and he was streaming from his PS4 with 1,000 viewers after the Psyonix team tweeted him out with the montage video that I think Fisho Kid made in the beta. And that seems like such history nowadays, but it's still pretty relevant for a lot of people with how they made their entrance into Rocket League. So that's amazing. Going forward, you said you wanted to be pro in Rocket League and wanting to improve, get to the top level. What would this contract mean for you and your pals going forward?
It would mean everything. With the money, I could get a better PC and I could stream content and be able to compete with the best of the best at this game, and also help my mom and my family beneficially with this money. Huge help and everything. It'll be just spectacular to have all of this money, and this contract will be definitely exposure to a career that I've wanted to pursue for so long. And I think this is a huge opportunity for me to go to the next step.
Yeah, that's amazing. We don't really know much about your teammates. You want to give us a little bit of introduction about your team specifically, since we didn't get to catch you guys play. Who are the other players on your squad?
Oh, absolutely. We have my friend Jinx. Me and him, I remember we met through buddies back on PlayStation. We would grind Apex. A lot of the times, me and him, we've been friends ever since. It's been years. And then you have my buddy Dylan. Me and him, we've known each other for years as well. We met through the same guy. We'd play Rocket League, Call of Duty, Overwatch. Every game back on PlayStation that we'd always tell each other. We'd be in parties 24/7. Years on end, I've known these guys. These guys know more than anything about me than I know about myself. These guys, I love them dearly. So I hope that me and the guys, we can get to the finals and really truly shine in this opportunity.
I want this to be a redemption arc or some kind of anime opening redemption series for the protagonists where they meet all their friends 2 years later, and then the montage kicks in, and now we're grinding in the Outlaws facility in Houston, and we're playing in the RLCS. Like, that's got to be the dream, right? That's got to be a
absolutely
magnificent storyline for, if not you, if not your teammates, somebody is going home with the bag. But I think that's all the questions I have for you now, Mr. Kai. Do you have any final shout outs you want to give to anybody watching, or words you would like to say before your match is coming up in August?
Shout outs to my mom, my family, you know, they're supporting this career and me wanting to be a professional gamer. And then all my friends and my friend group, you know, them also believing as well. And also just good luck to any other of the guys in the tourney. See y'all August. And I can hope it's gonna be a fun like a hell of a blast while playing against these guys.
I love the gusto, man. You've been a wonderful pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much, Kai. That has been Kai from Team Isolated, who is winning on the upper side of the bracket, moving on into the finals. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We have a synopsis of the entire day to show you guys in the full game match highlights. So let's go ahead and roll those while I talk over, and then we will have that special treat that we guys talked about. So let's go ahead and throw it over to our highlights for the day. And there you have it, folks. That is our day 1 highlight recap of the first qualifier for the Beasley Esports search for the next Rocket League team. Thank you for sticking around, and we have a treat for you. Because we missed out on 2 of our matches today from unforeseen circumstances, we are going to have a content creator caster show match. It is going to be a 2v2 best of 3 between 2 of Beasley's newest Rocket League esport content creators, separate from their pro team that they're signing through this event. And it's going to go against Leaf and Danger Taco. So you're not going to want to miss this. We're just going to throw it right into that show match. So I hope you guys enjoy. And, you know, make sure to choose your favorites in chat.
All right. Wait, we're both not Palm Tree? Hang on, change my name. I don't know. I was going to say not Palm Tree, but you're also not Palm Tree RL. Oh no. Palm Tree's here. Too many Palm Trees for this town.
Back.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, not bad.
Connects are my weakness too.
No.
I have not warmed up. All right, here we go.
Warming up.
You're gonna have to carry me.
This is my warm up.
Let me let.
Pitch.
Am I already sweaty?
Yeah, I'm going so sweat right now. We're on a broadcast. I'm sweating.
Nice.
All right, this is my read again. Maybe?
Oh, I got dusted.
Oh, too far.
Oh, got it.
Save.
Back on that.
1-on-1. You got that?
I'm not gonna lie, this could be ugly.
I believe. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's down.
I committed. I shouldn't
I got
have.
you.
Try to bump him. Along with dual comms.
Slow.
Just gonna throw that.
I don't know who's actually saying
I
what.
haven't memorized each other's voices yet.
Yeah. And you don't. All right, yeah. Thanks for the pass.
Nope.
Frick you. Hoping you were closer than that. It's fine, it's fine. All right, we're good, we're good.
That's all right.
Now I'm boosted
Grab
up.
him backwards. All right, yeah. Let's see what you got here. Beautiful.
Oh, you blocked for double.
Ooh, close.
All right, I will.
He's coming to bump you.
Get
Yep,
this
that's you.
sec.
Up to me. Ah, got bumped.
Gosh, this is pure chaos. Go, I believe.
I'm gonna pretend I have this.
Freeze it.
Okay.
Full Sir classy action.
All right, watch this. Oh, never mind. Taco's like, come on, back off. What are you doing? This is my ball.
Oh no.
Speed.
Tried to go to the ceiling. Didn't work out. Fine, I trust. That's beautiful.
Save.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, you get back here.
me left?
I'm not. I don't. He's not really much of a threat here, but you know, I just.
All right, yeah. My boost though.
Toxic.
Oh, that's Leaf's strategy to be super angry. Toxic. Feel that. It's a meta.
Yeah.
That's why the Rocket League honestly doesn't want to improve voice comms, because pro games are just going to descend into that.
It'll just be.
As soon as someone's got first shot, it's like, Reynolds, don't miss! And then he just screams at voice comms. Oh, he's got it. Oh, he's got it.
What is he doing?
I don't even know what I'm doing.
That mental.
That's gotta be unpredictable.
Hey, how can your opponents know what you're doing if you don't
Exactly.
even know what you're doing, right?
Exactly.
You can't mind game that has no mind.
Uh-oh.
All right, center. Yeah. Oh,
Good job.
I'm scared.
Save.
Okay.
Reflip. Yo, guys, I have so much boost. You better bet. Oh, God, dude. Like,
Ah! Nice.
How did you see through my so cunningly crafted ruse?
I don't know. I just had turned off my brain, and then that's what
I'm be
happened.
jumping for some reason.
Got you.
Wait, hold on. Oh, that just worked.
Oh wait, you actually just completely was like, yeah, that's gonna be a chip. It's fine. I see that. I see your game.
Ooh. I was actually going for the demo there. Nice. There you go.
My frames.
Oh, good shot.
Getting like 1 FPS right now.
Well.
That's all you need,
more
really.
than I need.
Oh shoot.
Wait, you have your monitor on?
News to me. I tried to kiss that a little bit.
Full smooch.
Kiss me instead.
Oh.
Name the town and the place.
Oh. Oh. Got that. Nice.
50.
Okay, fine.
Can I clang that? Maybe?
I got the beans.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I
never
put that
mind.
way
My
ahead
bad.
of you.
Alright, chilling.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. May have backflipped. All right, I recovered.
What a save.
I would have tried to double, but I did not manage that boost well. Right off the bat.
I'll go up all the way around, dude.
Big brain plays there.
Ceiling rotations.
Oh no.
Oh, I just lost that immediately. Ugh. I did not wrap around that. That happens in Newcastle all day. Gotta let me in the
Got him.
lobbies.
Is that in? Taco's too speedy.
I got you.
I'm back for it.
Oh.
I'm just gonna stay back.
Okay. Oh, I got demo.
Nice demo.
It's actually a close game. Holy.
Get him!
I'm behind. Nice, Doug. Let's go. It's like
It's not over till the ball hits the ground.
It's intense. Shit.
Oh, nice shot, Palm Tree.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
I was just
Play for the
guessing
score
overtime.
line.
I got it. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right, decent kickoff. Oops, I lost that. Oh.
Stealing boost.
Oh. Oh.
And bumping.
Right. Oh. Oh. Yes.
And
I
double
am.
critting.
I'm getting a lot of kisses here.
Oh, you.
Booms.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right.
Yeah, I got around
Racing
to it.
back. He's got it. Oh, that's a full percent into a musty if I've ever seen one.
Almost. Hey, let's see it.
There we go.
You do
Okay.
it? Oh, okay.
Oh my.
Dirty.
I just need one.
Now it's all downhill for him from here on out.
There's nothing left. There's nothing left for me.
Good shot.
Yeah, good shot, Palm Tree.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good shot. It
Yeah,
was.
Not Palm
correct.
Tree.
On my screen, it's not Palm Tree, but on this one, it says Danger Taco. The pain of changing your Steam username.
Oh, wait, so you actually made your thing not Palm Tree?
The next game you'll see it should load in.
Oh my goodness.
That's how you confuse comms. Don't worry, I'll cover up Palm Tree. It's like, which not Palm Tree?
It's crazy.
There's
I
literally no
can't
way
change mine because my Steam broke, so I'm on Epic.
Hey, I actually read it up this time.
I was saving the replay, my bad.
The whole cast, I was not readying up.
Honestly, I feel like that's fine. I think the only weird thing is when like people in production are like telling you, it's like, we gotta speed through this. You're like, no problem. And meanwhile, you're like the only person they're waiting for. And it's like, all right.
Good to go?
Should,
All right, let's do this.
I'll go. I'm not faking.
Time for hoops kickoff.
Wait, who said that?
That didn't work.
Did not anticipate.
200 IQ.
Okay, that's probably not a good idea. They make it too easy.
Yeah, like is it?
I like the idea. I blanked my mind. I was like, wait, is that a fake? Is
Right.
the mind game on the mind game?
We have like flashing comms, so can't be too obvious, you know?
That is true.
By not too obvious, I mean telling you exactly what I'm not gonna do.
Man.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, a little buildly us. Angles?
I have a lot of boost, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, what a save.
What the? Oh, I got his boost.
I don't know why I thought I heard a demo attempt. I was like, oh, there you are. I was like, I'm like, where are you? I can hear you
2 steps
behind.
ahead.
All right.
I
Wrap
got-
around it.
Whoops.
Block.
The double committed.
To you?
Oh, my bad.
My bad.
Yeah, I was there. I turned in. Touching demo.
Oh, why is he up there?
Okay, I took a fall camp for that read for no reason. So I saw it coming / I was lazy and went upfield. Boost.
Okay.
Oh, barely missed it in.
And your own boost creep pays off. Ooh, tap it high.
Oh no. Oh dear.
I believe in you.
Thank
Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Uh-oh.
It was a pass.
It's just, you're collecting those assists.
Right.
I did what Palm was doing before, and whichever one it is. Going up, maybe that's Taco. Going upfield didn't work out for me.
That's weird. On broadcast, I'm still Danger Taco, but
I see it say not palm tree
yeah.
now.
So I don't know. Action just doesn't see it. Ooh.
Well, that almost worked.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, do it to him.
It's
Do it
going
to him.
crazy.
I ran out of boost. I thought he was gonna like air drum it for some reason. I was like, I'll just jump with my 0 boost and hope for the best. Oh. Deeks.
We're playing dodgeball.
Mission accomplished in that case.
Right.
I'm gonna musty this.
Ah! I screwed up my kickoff, but it worked.
Intimidated by the musty kickoff.
A pure psychological mechanism. Alright.
You know, that's okay. I'll just miss the boost and the ball.
I don't think I can
Gives you my
put
strat.
shots on target. Like, I don't think I can.
All of those days. Or weeks or years.
Alright.
It's my experience
do
of the first 4,000 hours.
I only freestyle, so I'm used to like literally purposely missing.
I don't know why I went.
No, I just can't.
You?
I have no boost,
Dang.
but maybe. Almost got there.
Alright, you do it to him again. Like the last time.
Uh-oh.
Alright. Me.
I just tried to pre-jump you with 2 boost.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
What? He just got like a last pixel on that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's doing me dirty.
Oh, no!
Thank you.
No.
What are you
Hands
doing?
off my boy.
Oh!
What is going on?
Oh, he's there.
Got him. And protect the president.
Okay.
Got me left.
I have so
Somewhat.
much boost, I can barely even handle it.
Keep saving. Keep saving
I'm
it.
desperately trying to get that ball forward. I guess that works.
I'll leave it.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, he's up. He's up.
Mind leave.
Oh, he got me!
Oh, it's close.
Oh no. Alright. You got it. You got it. Oh, mind leave
Oh, yeah,
is
we're
right
up for
on
this.
top.
We're up.
Missed the boost.
Whoa!
It's open?
No, I don't play ones.
That's why he missed, because it was open.
Yeah, never come. It's open.
Never call it open.
Yeah, dang. Right.
That's not what I meant to do.
I'm hauling back. I'm hauling back. On
Passing to them?
Oh.
Wait.
Up.
Come on. Ah,
No! I'll be.
got him.
The garble into the. Help me! Oh my god, you're just caught in like.
Oh man, you almost dodged that.
It's like cartoon vortex.
Whalen.
It's like dust cloud in the fight.
That would have been impressive.
Oh no, it happened again!
And speed
Button
bumps go
getting
awry.
stuck.
Yeah, I think I'm just
I'm here.
not hitting it. Oh,
I think I just
Swallow.
slapped you into it.
beautiful.
The setups we hope for, that we dream of.
An interesting looking palm tree.
Oh my god.
Alright, they come in all shapes and sizes. Many different genii and species and whatnot. Like one biologist in chat. Actually, Fickle's a biologist. So maybe he knows something about plants.
Various types of palm trees.
Is that even in the... What realm of biology is that? Like herbology? Did I make that up because it has the word herb in it?
I don't even know.
Demand Fickle give me answers.
Biology?
Oh, is that
Demand
in?
that go in as well. Oh, that's pretty rude. It didn't listen.
Don't worry, I'm hitting the quad right now.
Oh, dang. Oh, no.
1, 2. Oh.
Oh, my bad.
Ozzy, one more than I probably could have hoped for, so that's top notch.
All right. Do it again. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Throw that middle.
Oh, no.
Right there.
Oh my god.
No.
I was just like, it'll probably bounce, then it pinches perfectly down. I'm like, oh, it was not
Oh,
ready
it was
for
beautiful. Ooh. Okay.
Switching teams.
Okay.
Let's go, Paul. Get the last dub.
All right, I'm gonna go pure chase mode. Stop. I'm tired of sharing all my points.
Video.
All right, I'll go team palm tree.
Wait,
All right,
I thought
I'm palm tree.
casters are switching.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
on Nindo now.
Yeah,
I'm on palm tree. All right.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Wait, no.
Join. Ah, okay. Just do this. Okay.
We had it,
okay.
we had it.
There you go.
Oh wait, I thought.
Said,
I'm in the
please
main
wait
frame.
to join team.
Oh
I
gosh.
think we might have to dance a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Leaf is on my team, right? Okay. Right?
We're oh, they
No,
said
it'll
please
be
wait
you
to
and me,
join
Paul.
teams.
All right.
All right,
Palm,
go,
you and I
go,
will
go,
do.
go.
Wait! I'm sorry, production.
What is that?
We're on the wrong. Are we on the right teams? Oh wait, who's
I
real?
think
What?
we are on the wrong teams, but
This is again.
Who-
Okay, so
who's the real Nindo?
No, we should be changed, right?
we can change mid-match.
It's,
Right? Leaf's
Nindo
supposed
and
to
I.
I'm on
be my
blue.
team, right? Casters
Nindo
are
and
supposed
I.
to swap.
I'm on blue now, and I was on orange before.
And I'm on orange, but I think both of us just switch colors.
Yeah, you guys just both switch.
Alright, well, you know what, that works.
All right, we can switch a goal. Switch a goal.
We're just going with this.
No, we're switching.
Palm, come to.
This is
Palm.
chaos.
Yeah, Nindo, come over, I guess, to the team that you're named after.
Right.
All right, Palm's in there.
Alright, 3v1, I feel it.
Leaf switching. Leaf switching.
Yeah, I like this.
I thought me and Leaf.
It's fine,
was
bring it.
No, I'm supposed to be on blue. I'm staying on. I'm supposed to be on
Shouldn't
blue.
be this
Right,
difficult.
me and Leaf, right?
Nindo, get over here.
On palm tree.
It should be. It should be me.
Alright. We're good, we're good.
All right.
Okay. Oh, no. Dude, that's what a good teammate does. Bail me out for my mistakes.
Uh-oh. Wait, who's Nindo and who's Nindo?
Save.
Just trying to keep it alive.
I have, like, no beans.
Absolutely zero garbanzos. Okay.
Oh my.
Nice.
I'd say your booty was mine, but wait.
It's mine.
Oh, that's
yeah,
a terrible
dude,
setup.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Go back.
perfect.
Oh, I skipped right over that mid boost. Gosh. DD, darn it.
Chill. He doesn't read those. Yes.
I trusted you.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh, we're here. We're here.
We're good. We're good.
Oh, the wave dash.
Whoops.
Nice.
Hey, that's my boost. Give it back.
We'll get it.
Yeah, that was the arguably the worst flip reset I've ever set up in my entire life. Don't worry, it's only in front of lots of people. Yeah, that works, that works. Slurp up some pads here. Be economical about it.
Yeah. A little saving. Into the savings.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be responsible. I mean, all these young players, they look toward role models to learn how to manage both
Proper
finances
boost
and
management. Yeah,
boosts.
it's
So,
important. Exactly. Yeah.
I really, I mean, this is the next generation. I don't know why I wanted to look for that. Oh, good save.
I'm like, that was the worst ceiling shot I've ever seen. You better save that.
Oh, the speed.
Oh,
Hi.
nice one. You'll love five.
Two-faced.
We get it? I don't know. I think I have like one high five.
Yo, high fives are. I think high fives have to be above the crossbar. You have to like hit above
Or-
the crossbar,
Yeah.
which is insane.
Oh, 5.
In Heat
There it
Seeker, I
is.
got like 5 in a row
Amazing.
in one game. Do like a strategy.
You like almost like need comms to get a high five, like when you're solo queuing or something.
I need to hit the ball in circles.
True two's mentality.
Uh-oh.
That's all you.
Gosh, oh my goodness. Really?
Oh my.
Excuse me? Kind of rude.
Oh.
Also rude.
Oh, and that was, you know what, that's great play. I should just stay middle, you would have served it to me.
You want to hit that over here?
Ah.
Try.
That should be... Oh, okay.
Oh. Wall cuxer pinched me.
Oh, wow.
Okay, my bad.
But all that movement.
I'm on the ceiling.
Yes, you are.
Oh
It
my
works.
gosh, that
It
was
works.
the worst possible catch I could have gotten.
It doesn't work. Take it back.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
You have no boost, so you just hope for a fake to somehow go right in.
Ah, give me that. Thank you. Backwards.
Was in the ceiling again, but I'm back.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Here we go.
I trusted it, and, but I was so slow.
Like,
There it is.
Like I just want one thing off the wall so I can try to get something, but you know, gotta be patient. All right, this is where heroes are born, Endo. All right.
I am not.
Oh, I totally just realized our team name is Palm Leaf, and that works really well.
Oh, I should have hit that higher. My bad.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Hey, you take those.
It's my fault.
Pass.
Yo, low key, and this is not a drag at all, but like, you guys ever notice how like the best goals are like the own goals?
Own goals,
Yes.
yeah, oh yeah.
Like
for sure,
Josh or
yeah.
Squasher earlier in the day had a banger of an own goal. Like it was like far, like coming from the far post, getting around it, reading the bounce, and then like perfectly down, no crossbar or anything, just a clean finish. I'm like, my God, I could try that 100 times on the other net and never
you
hit
see
it.
me? Ah!
Oh, close. Almost had
Actually,
you.
almost.
Interesting.
I find that half the time that someone says you see me, I do not see them.
I technically could be capable of seeing you, and
Oh.
I just
Hi.
Oh my.
One of you died.
You have some space. Palm deck.
All right, what are we doing here?
That's nope. That was gonna end it.
I was trying to get out of the way. I just realized as I jumped, I'm like, I'm gonna block the heck out of you. My bad. All right. So Cheeto for good. Oh, he sees me. He sees me.
Oh,
Too fast. I like it. I like it.
Holy. Fennec.
Oh. Yeah, works. You're just flying high on confidence. My goodness.
Yeah. We
man,
jumping
what's
the
up?
crap out of that one.
It's gonna roll kind
This
of
could be a
nice.
problem, though.
Oh.
Good.
What?
Alright. Find their time.
Uh-oh.
It's so awkward.
You could have own goals.
I keep banger. Flip it, chat.
Oh my. Put the wrong way.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, we're watching. Oh no, we're not
I'm
watching.
leaving
this
Ninja.
match.
I would love. I would love to hear the the caster's take on these great mechanics.
Oh no. No, you don't.
I've been out of the game for a while, but the amount of pre-jumps I've been seeing out of these two sides really off the charts.
This is this is flopping around. Oh, look at that beautiful save. This is all danger. It's all danger talk. Yeah, get some elite in there. Let's go.
There it is.
What a super bork zero boost attempt in air for no reason.
Oh yeah.
Good angle.
I tried to block out. Yeah, I was so close there, wasn't I? This is. Why are they making us watch this again?
Honestly, I'm just happy I had a double tap because that way I can clip it and show it to my mom. And she's like, "So what are you doing with your life lately? Like, how are you working?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is my job." Partially. Just
hitting a double tap.
We're in grad school. Yeah, but that's not fun. This though, this part.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, that was beautiful. That was great.
Very nice.
Well,
I like how my name just like kind of casually throws itself like in and out of being not Palm Tree.
Yeah, it's very confusing watching this right now. Who is who? I know who I am. I'm the guy on going. When do we get those?
I was on faking the kickoff. That's the only clip.
Oh,
I've
that's
seen.
my flop. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was brutal. Oh, that was a good team play. There was like actually a couple of good goals.
I'm thinking during this whole time is, man, you see, I gotta become one of those content creators that like just gets I just feel like it should be like one of those content creators that just has like a tree they pick white octanes from. The amount of like Miramasa is on like our I don't know like 2 weeks straight of a subathon right now, and they were just like, just celebrate every day this week. We're gonna give away a titanium white octane. I'm like, where are you getting these? Like just given away from their community, or they just have the whole stock sitting in the background?
Oh, look, that one was so good. I got a double replay on that one.
There you go.
That was so nice. They show it twice.
Yeah, that was beautiful too. That was on me. It's either I'm getting all the replays were me just falling apart, or getting like the worst goal I've ever had.
Solid match.
There you have it, folks. That was our 2v2 content creator / caster show match. And I don't know about you guys, but I kind of feel like Danger Taco should be like playing in the tournament and maybe not casting the tournament, because dude is nuts. I literally yelled sheesh when he hit that double tap in game 1. That was crazy. Thanks so much for Nindo and Palm Tree as well for joining us. And those are some of our Beasley content creators that we have on the line. We have a treat to read out here. Crazy day of matches. Congrats to all the winners, and I'm excited to see what happens in the next August qualifier from Crimzo. Shout outs to Crimzo. Thanks so much for watching, and we appreciate everybody being here. We have one more interview for you guys, and this one's actually going to be extra special because we're going to get to hear from the minds at Beasley about what they're looking for with this event in the Rocket League team. Let's go ahead and bring in Michael White, aka Shadow, who is our general manager for the new Rocket League team at Beasley Esports. Michael, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty great, man. Thanks for having me on here, Fickle. It's been great seeing you host and great seeing all the casters, Leaf, Taco, just everybody jumping in. We had some great competition. It's been super exciting watching this all day today.
I think you need... Yeah, I think you need to unmute there, Michael, over in the comms. I was kind of nodding my head yes. Well,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You are good, sir. Go ahead and
apologize.
restate that for me. No worries.
Yeah, apologize about that. Appreciate you for having me on the show. It's been a great day watching all the competition play out.
I'm interrupting you one more time. I swear. Last time, I swear. You cut off again. There we go.
Yes.
Okay. Now I can hear you. So sorry about that. Please continue.
You're absolutely fine. So, thank you for having me on the show, Fickle. It's been great seeing you hosting. Great having Taco, Leaf, Turtle, everybody on the show casting, and we had some great competition here today. Excited to see everything play out, and super excited for actually qualifier number 2 on August 7th, 8th, especially after some high-level competition we've seen today.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was actually impressed with the amount of competition we saw in the very first game, especially with Team.exe. Would like to see more of that going forward. I bet you got your eyes on them moving forward. And I'll ask what kind of quality teams are you looking for in this particular event? Because I know we've seen some really high-level teams and some mid-level teams, and I want to know what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, so ideally we would like a team that is top of the game, committed to working hard and winning, and worthy of the monthly contracts we'll be paying our team this next RLCS season this fall, which is up to 15K per month or up to 5K per player. So a lot of money on the line for these unsigned players, and hopefully we get some great quality teams signed up, and we have a great quality team.
I think you will find what you're looking for in this event. It has a way of having the cream rise to the top. So what makes other Beasley teams like the Houston Outlaws successful, and what can they look for in your organization?
Absolutely. So we look for players that strive for excellence. That's a really big motto here at our organization is excellence. We strive for the best of the best, have great game mechanics, and that want to make the game and competitive arena more inclusive, diverse, less toxic, and players that want to be a great brand ambassadors for the team, our ownership group, and the Rocket League game as a whole. We did that with the Houston Outlaws this past year, and we're looking to continue that momentum as we enter Rocket League as our next expansion.
I mean, who can't say they like Jake, right? I mean, he's wonderful, right? It's like you can't really say anything bad about the guy. It's like that's the kind of embodiment that you expect from Houston Outlaws. So why did you guys decide Rocket League for your next team?
Great question. So we wanted to find a game that would allow us to expand our footprint into esports, and with a game that was very different than Overwatch from a game appeal aspect, type, access, and audience perspective. That way we could also grow the Beasley Esports total fan base, scale, and appeal. We absolutely love this game. I absolutely love this game. I've been playing it for the past couple years, and we are thrilled to be working with Sonics and excited about this entirely new experience going into the Rocket League scene. And we are all about making the industry bigger and better all the way around. So super excited to enter this Rocket League this next fall.
Yeah, you guys are picking a great time too, because with the change of the format of RLCS X especially, it's actually become more inclusive for those bubble teams that want to get in. You know, seasons like 1 through 8, I would say, were pretty like you had to be the top of the top to buy out a contracted team. But here you can actually look and improve somebody, signing them through an event. And that leads me to my next question, which has actually had a lot of discourse on the announcement. And I have my opinions as well, and I think this is a super sick event that has a really, really interesting prize pool as well as format. But, a lot of people wanted to know, why didn't you guys just scout a team based on their RLCX performance rather than doing this kind of like spectacle search?
Another great question, man. So, like excellence, another thing that defines our organization is innovation. We are an incredibly creative group. We push the boundaries and are courageous enough to do things differently and often first. We did a most wanted content creator search with the Houston Outlaws earlier this year, and after putting many people through many talent through the many challenges, we ended up with some sensational content creators that really fits into our team culture here at Beasley Esports. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to take a model similar to that and decided to use a similar process to vet out great talent here in the Rocket League game, where we have the best teams competing and a chance to find a deserving team of this once-in-a-lifetime dream come true opportunity. That way they can start living the dream.
And several of the people I talked to today, that was their dream. They want to be a pro Rocket League player. And a couple more questions. You guys have this contract as well, but I know you guys have a diverse network in the Houston area. What can a team being signed to Beasley Esports expect from the parent company as far as logistics and support team is concerned?
For sure. So we aren't necessarily moving the team here. That's not a requirement to move here to the Houston area. We will be flying the team out a few times over the year in order to participate in some content and get ingrained into the Houston culture we have here, as well as to do some potential cross-pollination content with the Outlaws team itself. They will plan on getting the full support behind Beasley Esports as a whole, the same type of support that we give the Houston Outlaws. So it's going to be a very defining culture for the new team that will be signed to us this coming up fall after the search is complete.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's hard to find an org that wants to put their support in you just like this. It's just not another publicity stunt. But I know Beasley and the Outlaws, being such a prestigious and well-known game and organization, they have their full backing. Last question, more of a personal question for you. You've been following RLCS and Rocket League as a whole. Do you have like a non-biased like favorite content creator as well as like favorite team that you've been following? This has nothing to do with like the signing or anything. I just kind of want to pick your brain about the scene in itself.
So if I had to be non-biased here, honestly, in regards to the favorite players and favorite team itself, I would have to kind of go with a Turbo from Team Envy and then also Kronovi. When I first started following the Rocket League as a whole, Kronovi was one of my favorite players to watch. So still kind of following that guy. As for a content creator, I can't lie and say that I'm a little bit biased here, but my favorite content creators in the game are actually our own content creators here at Beasley Esports with Nindo, Palm Tree, and Glacier. Those have to be our favorite content creators in regards to Rocket League as a whole. They've created some amazing TikTok content, had some amazing views, helping promote the search. As you saw, I think in some previous interviews, some actually players came from TikTok, which has been a very untapped channel here for Rocket League. So it's very exciting to see like these content creators grow on a channel that's not necessarily big for Rocket League as a whole, and then taking that success elsewhere, such as Twitter, Twitch, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I completely 100% agree. I heard that he saw it from TikTok, and I was like, that's really interesting. I feel the same exact way about that platform, and it exploded way after Rocket League was like exploding as well. So it's kind of like retroactively going back and putting your content on that. But that's amazing insight from you guys. I don't have any more questions for you. So if you have anything that you want to say that we haven't mentioned upon, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, man. I want to do a huge shout out to Nerd Focus and HEB for signing on and being great partners for the search, for this entire search here. Want to appreciate everybody here at the Beasley Esports organization for giving the tools that we need to help make this search happen. Want to appreciate everybody at the PAX organization in regards to putting on a great event, tournament, broadcast. It's been an amazing day. And also one final thing I wanted to note. So we know that qualifier number 2 is on August 7th to 8th. Starting right here, right now, registration for qualifier number 2 is now open, so be sure to get your teams registered prior to the start of the event on August 7th.
Please, please, please go register for this. This is an insane opportunity for any of the players out there. Thank you so much, Michael. That has been Michael White from Beasley Esports, who's the general manager of the new Rocket League team. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast today.
Thank you for having me on.
And that will be doing it for us today, folks, here at the search for the next big Rocket League team. We had amazing matches today, lots of overtimes, several clutch moments from all of our competitors. One more final shout out to our sponsors today, Nerd Focus, as well as HEB. I had a can of this myself this morning, kept me going throughout the day as well. And I know the snacks from HEB that they sent me will be fueling me for the weeks to come into our next qualifiers. So make sure you guys sign up for that next qualifier coming up on August 7th and 8th. And please get there because there are a limited amount of spots, and check the rules because some areas do not apply. That is super duper important for you guys. So make sure to read the rules before you sign up. And if you're a team competing today, you are still allowed to sign up for the next tournament, but you have to do a 2/3 roster swap, and you can read it in the rules there. So you might see a couple players in the next qualifier that you did not see today. That is gonna do it finally here for us today. This has been the search for the next Rocket League team. It's been an absolute honor to do this. I'm very thrilled with how the production went, and shout outs to all the productions, admins, replay operators, graphics operators, and technical directors going on in the background. You guys are killing it. That's it for me. My name is Fickle one more time. This has been the search for the best Rocket League team. We'll see you guys August 7th and 8th.